Welcome back to the only fantasy football show that somehow runs 5 hours long every single day. Let's go ahead. Let's dive into some injury updates. Then, of course, we're going to go through, look at a bunch of fantasy teams, submit starting lineups, and at the same time, hopefully make some real trades. But before we get to all that, like I said, we definitely need to look at the injuries first and foremost. Maybe that's how you say it. God knows how. But anyway, really surprising day today, where typically what we get is a bunch of news on Saturday. But no, it's Friday, and pretty much everybody that you were wondering about, we already have clarity with. Ramondre Stevenson won't start week 5, but he will play. So this means you can't start Ramondre Stevenson in fantasy football. I actually had Ramondre Stevenson in my starting lineup previously, but I went through and I took Ramondre out. I put Javonte Williams in. And yeah, if you have Ramondre in your lineup, for the love of God, get him out. Zamir White listed out for week 5. So this definitely makes Alexander Madison more appealing, of course. Now, I will say, if you look at implied team totals this week, right now, sportsbooks do have the Raiders the worst offense in the NFL for the week, with only an implied team total of 17 points. So am I super excited to start Alexander Madison? Like, is he somebody that you absolutely have to jam in? Probably not, but with no Zamir White, you definitely can look at it. Devontae Adams listed as out for week 5 as well. Now, going back to the receivers here in Las Vegas, as we said previously, you're not in a spot where you just absolutely have to start every Raider you can. The Raiders going to be a garbage offense. Trey Tucker has been phenomenal over the past 2 weeks. Honestly, I think Trey Tucker is going to be coming back down to earth. I think Jacoby Myers is the wide receiver 1. I'd view him as a decent flex play if you were dealing with buys. Not somebody that you have to start, but definitely somebody you can consider. And Brock Bowers, of course, if you have him, you start him. George Kittle, questionable for week 5. Kittle did practice today, which obviously if you have George Kittle, you play George Kittle. It's going to be the main guy that we were looking for updates with tomorrow. Now, Jaylen Warren not going to be playing. I mean, we were kind of already expecting this, right? Jaylen Warren hasn't been in practice all week. So I would personally say, yeah, you got to go ahead and fire up Mr. Najee Harris. Get him in if you got him. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, both listed as doubtful for week 5. So we were already expecting that you were going to have no Christian Watson, but the additional news of Romeo Doubs missing does make it where obviously Jaden Reed was already a low-end wide receiver 1 for us before, already a must-start guy. Jaden Reed, probably a mid-wide receiver 1 at this point. Target share is going to go way the hell up. And also, Dontavian Wicks looks like a must-start player. Tucker Kraft is for sure a top 10 tight end as well. Great matchup you have against the Rams. So yeah, please start Wicks. Please start Reed. Like, I would start Dontavian Wicks way before I would start Trey Tucker. Evan Ingram listed questionable for week 5. So Evan Ingram has actually been back at practice pretty much all week for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, big thing with Ingram, of course, is it's hard to trust him seeing week 1. He was also a very disappointing option. Like, if you played Evan Ingram in week 1, you most likely, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if Ingram's a must-start player. If he does play, probably a little bit less excited about Christian Kirk. Anthony Richardson's been at practice all week, but he is listed as questionable. I probably wouldn't want to play Anthony Richardson because even if he is good to go, probably don't expect as many rushing attempts as usual. So I actually have Brock Purdy and Anthony Richardson on my team, and I will be playing Brock Purdy this week. Raheem Mostert not listed on the injury report, so it does seem like we are finally going to get Raheem Mostert back. Do you play him? Hell no. It's a garbage offense. Devon Achane will have everything as a receiver. This will knock Achane down my rankings just a bit for this week, though. I think Achane goes from being high to mid running back 2 to now Achane is a mid RB2 at best. Don't care about Odell, Skylar Thompson. Don't care about Kendrick Bourne. Don't care about Russell Wilson. And yeah, going back to Najee Harris, you have to start Najee with no Cordell Patterson, with no Jaylen Warren. Don't care about Dameon Pierce. You have no Joe Mixon. So I guess maybe if you say, oh, if Dameon Pierce is inactive as well, you can start Cam Akers. Cam Akers, definitely a desperation play. Like, I was planning on starting the guys like Austin Eckler, Javonte Williams this week over Akers. I started Akers over the past 2 weeks in my double flex league and obviously did not look good. You had a 3-man running back by committee in Houston last week with J.J. Taylor. Devin Singletary listed as doubtful for week 5. So Tyron Tracy, definitely a running back that you can consider. He should have the vast majority of work. Maybe they mix in Eric Gray just a bit. Going back to what we were talking about, however, with like the Raiders, I would probably prefer not to start Tracy if you don't have to, just because it's a very low ceiling offense, especially with no Malik Neighbors. I don't know how this team picks up a single first down. Zamir White, we already talked about. Tank Dell said he's good to go. You knock down Diggs just a bit. You still start Stephon Diggs. You still start Nico Collins. You still start CJ Stroud. Maybe honestly, what really makes the impact with Tank Dell playing is you're going to move down Dalton Schultz just a bit. A.T. Perry getting waived doesn't really matter. Raheem Mostert, we already talked about. You don't play him. You can cut Jalen Wright, though, now that Mostert is back. David Njoku listed as questionable. So Njoku has been at practice all week. Am I playing him? Probably not, right? Like, I think you probably need to see David Njoku back for at least a week before you trust him in your lineup, because there's a chance with these guys like David Njoku and Evan Ingram that they come in, and even if they are active, they play in a part-time role while they get ramped up for the long term here, because obviously the Jags are 0-4. It doesn't look like the Browns have any shot to do anything. I don't know if you're trying to rush these players back because you need to win a game. Nick Chubb, not going to be playing this week. Nick Chubb has been at practice this week, so it does seem like Nick Chubb may be good to go in week 6, but obviously it'll be something we have to continue to monitor. And yeah, Jerome Ford is viable if you need to. Now, this is a pretty big update that we have. So I actually was going over in my league where, like I said previously, some of the options that I'm looking to start are not great, no bueno. So I actually went to Corey in the Flock League, who he currently has Trey Sermon on his bench. I shot him a DM on Discord and said, hey man, I'll give you $27 fab for Trey Sermon. I mean, he had just picked him up. He was keeping him on his bench, and obviously Taylor was ruled out. So I was like, okay, now that we get this confirmation, maybe I go ahead and maybe I just pay the price and get him. And then as soon as I saw this report saying it's going to be a running back by committee, I deleted that message. You can do that on Discord, and it acted like it never happened. So yeah, I probably don't want to start Sermon if I can avoid it. Very similar to like Alexander Madison. Obviously, based off how gross a lot of these options are this week, there's a shot that you have no option but to go ahead and get them in. But if you could potentially avoid it, I would. Now, Deontay Johnson, no longer listed on the injury report, will be fully good to go. TJ Hawkinson officially listed as out. You expect Hawkinson possibly back in week 6. We had some positive news at the end of the week. Now, Brian Robinson considered a game time decision. What you actually had here with Brian Robinson was the coaching staff coming out. I'm sorry, not the coaching staff. Brian Robinson coming to Twitter, and Brian Robinson tweeted out a thumbs up emoji. So it seems like that's a wink and a nod saying, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to be playing this weekend. If not, that's a weird thing for him to do. But I'm probably still going to be lowering Brian Robinson down my rankings just a bit and moving Austin Eckler up my rankings just a bit under the assumption that, I mean, this isn't like a concussion. It's not very black and white. Like, oh, if you play, you're playing 100%. If you miss, obviously you're... Here with the knee, you could see him just see a little bit of a smaller role in comparison to what we're used to. So, like I said, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go ahead and potentially look to get in, say, Austin Eckler into your second flex spot, which I'm doing. Noah Brown ruled out week 5. Does not matter. Eckler, good to go. That was expected. Trey McBride, good to go. That was expected. So, no Malik Neighbors this week. So, we updated the rankings over there on the site. We did move Wan'Dale Robinson up to not being like a must-start top 24 wide receiver because it's a bad offense. You don't have a ton of touchdown upside. But we did move Wan'Dale Robinson up to being somebody that is more so in flex consideration here. So definitely, obviously, make sure you get Neighbors on your bench. And if you had Wan'Dale on your bench, you can consider moving him into your starting lineup, particularly in a full PPR format, of course. Khalil Shakir ruled out week 5, so Keon Coleman does get the bump here. Kincaid gets a bump, but you're starting him anyway. Joe Mixon, not expected to play week 5. Like we said, Dameon Pierce has not been ruled out yet, so probably wanting to monitor that if you are ever thinking about playing Cam Akers. There's no way in hell you can play Cam Akers if Dameon Pierce plays. I'm not saying Pierce would be the starter, but I'm saying it's just another running back that Tide touches away. And yeah, disappointing because you had Joe Mixon practicing last Friday. So honestly, I thought Mixon would be good to go this week, and clearly not. And Rappaport says Jonathan Taylor likely misses time. When I hear likely misses time, that's not just this game. So like I said previously, literally once I saw this report from Rappaport, I went over to Discord. I shot Corey a message. I was like, hey, man, you just spent $37 on Trey Sermon on the fab. You're not starting him anyway. He's on your bench. I'll give you $37 fab for him if you just want to open up a roster spot, because he sent something in the chat along those lines. And then as soon as we got the followed up report saying it's going to be a running back by committee, I went, ooh, never mind. Let's withdraw that offer. So you have no Taylor, but Sermon probably not super exciting. But I think that should be it in terms of the injury updates. Of course, if we get any more through the course of the live stream, I will bring them up. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. And of course, if you ever want to get a team review over there on flockfantasy.com like we are doing right now, or if you wanted to ever ask a start sit question, trade question, ever get a guaranteed answer to anything, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit this button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask that team review, that trade question, that start sit question. If you were wanting a full-blown team review, definitely the cheapest way to get that is by taking advantage of the promo that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK as well, you'll be getting a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game Sunday night. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to go through, and that way I'm able to credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this team review over for Shitted and Cammed. I think that's the team name, unless I can't read. Picks didn't load correct, but we have a 2026 second and a 2027 second. That is it. So this is going to be a Dynasty league, everybody watching. So if you don't play Dynasty and you go, I don't care about this at all, skip forward 5 minutes so you don't have to see it. But anyway, here we are. I love Dynasty Fantasy Football. That's actually what we got started on YouTube doing. And this is a one quarterback Dynasty league. So quarterback not going to matter as much. And obviously in Dynasty, the main thing that we are prioritizing, if it's a one QB league, is finding these cornerstone assets of the wide receiver position. These guys that we can contend with in the short term and these guys that we can build around in the long term. And dear God, we have just that. Dear God. Well, we'll get to the wide receivers in a second. But first off, starting at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels and Anthony Richardson. Obviously, an elite quarterback that we can play here every single week in Jaden Daniels. Obviously, a quarterback with a lot of rushing upside in Anthony Richardson. Phenomenal spot to be in. Even in a one quarterback format where obviously quarterback doesn't matter as much. I don't freaking care that we have these two guys. We're not wanting to trade them. We're wanting to build around them. I think you have a really nice floor ceiling combo having both these players on our roster. I mean, for years to come. Now, going over to running back, obviously running back in Dynasty is something that's very difficult to project out for the long term. Really, you're just going through and looking at a year-to-year perspective on if we are contending. Now, obviously, this is a contending team. We are currently 4-0, which we absolutely love to see. And yeah, we did add that into the My Teams page where we can see the records for every team in your league now. But anyway, it's a contending team, so running back does matter. And what's cool as well is we have one of the very few teams or very few running backs that you can actually project out comfortably in the long term. They're on our squad. I'm very confident saying that Jahmyr Gibbs will be a long-term play for us. I am very confident in saying that Breece Hall will be a long-term play for us. This is a great running back room at the top. The depth we can get by with Chase Brown, Javonte Williams. Clearly, it's a contending team. We don't have a ton of future picks, like you mentioned previously. Or honestly, even if we do, that doesn't freaking matter. We're looking to contend. And going over to wide receiver, this is only a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, which obviously is a little bit of a deeper redraft style format. But for Dynasty, it is a shallower Dynasty league overall. And we have Neighbors, Wilson, Rome, London, all of whom are wide receivers that we are extremely excited about right this second and very excited about for 2025 and beyond. We have Jordan Addison as that cornerstone asset as well, where we can build around him in the short term. We can build around him in the long term. And this is a very awkward thing to say. And typically on a contending team, you view a player like DJ Moore and go, okay, he's going to have more value for me than he will our league mates. But whenever you're sitting here with a contending asset like DJ Moore in a league where you can only start 4 wide receivers weekly, you don't necessarily need the guy, even if he is a contending piece. Like, we even have Dontavian Wicks popping at the bottom end. Like, this is a team with just so much wide receiver depth in a league where you can only start 4 receivers that I think you could have a couple interesting plays here. I think we could possibly go to another team that is looking to contend this season. Everybody, there's not a single team in our league with 3 wins. We're 4-0 and everybody else is sitting at best 2-2. If we could pivot from DJ Moore and get an upgrade elsewhere, maybe a 2-for-1 deal at wide receiver to upgrade wide receiver both in the short and long term, I think that would be very advantageous. Or if we can trade like DJ Moore and Mark Andrews to go get a very exciting tight ends like Dalton Kincaid, like Trey McBride, like Brock Bowers. I'm looking at this team at wide receiver. They do have Puka Nacua. Like, if we could somehow swindle ourselves by packaging together like DJ Moore, Jordan Addison, we get back Puka. DJ Moore and Addison would be 2 guys that this team starts immediately. Obviously, we are getting the long-term upside in that case, and we're 4-0, can help us contend this year and for 2025 and beyond. I absolutely love it. Going over to this squad, I do that same deal for Chris Olave. This team, I do that same deal for A.J. Brown, just specifically because this is that little bit of a shallower format where you only start up to 4 receivers weekly. A veteran receiver like DJ Moore that we don't particularly need, we're probably going to see his value be less in 2025 than it is right now. I wouldn't mind at all going through and using him as a piece in a 2-for-1 deal, either with Addison or Pickens, whoever you can get more value for, to try to move up to that bona fide stud that's really going to help us win right now with somebody like A.J. Brown. But obviously, this is a phenomenal team. If we look at it in the league analyzer, there are 2 juggernaut teams in this league at the top. Y'all can see how bad this team is at the bottom. This team at the bottom, their RB1's Brian Robinson. I mean, if we can send this team maybe a 2nd rounder and pick up Brian Robinson, Braylon out, could look at it. Obviously, we don't necessarily need to at this point, though. But I really do appreciate you, my guy. I wish I could help you out more, but this is an absolute nut squad. Like we said, I think the main thing is selling some of this wide receiver depth based off the league settings that we have, either getting that upgrade at tight end or just consolidating 2 wide receivers for an upgraded receiver there. I think that's what we would be looking at. But thank you again. Do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way, my guy. Now let's move this over to Amon a mission to last. Feeling pretty good about the team, but definitely have some weaknesses with my running backs. Thoughts on some potential trades. So looking at the league analyzer right now, there are pretty much 4 teams that are all in the mix for that top spot. 4 teams that are all very close. We are in that mix. And yeah, with those 4 teams also, 3 of them are currently sitting at 3-1. So love to see the league analyzer doing its job. But anyway, quarterback, we do have Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield. So we started Baker this week. A hot start on Thursday night. Looks great. But we have that elite asset at quarterback going into the future. So one thing that you could do is this team that's streaming quarterback that has Lawrence and Derek Carr. If you really wanted to go ahead and approach them after this week and go, hey man, I'll give you Baker Mayfield, give me an upgrade elsewhere in the starting lineup. Definitely something that we can look to do, of course. Going over to what we have with the running back position. We are currently sitting with Gibbs, Moss, Javonte, Chuba. So as it stands right now, I mean, this is a phenomenal running back room, right? Like we have the top end RB1, solid depth pieces. Chuba Hubbard looks like an absolute must-start running back for the time being. But once we do get Jonathan Brooks possibly back in Carolina in week 6 or week 7, all of a sudden, while Chuba Hubbard probably still does have a role weekly, that role may not be enough for him to actually be startable. Like even if he maybe eats into the upside, say with he eats into Jonathan Brooks' upside, just because he'll have a role doesn't mean that he is viable himself. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So the wide receiver depth doesn't necessarily matter. We do have St. Brown, Chris Olave, Deontay Johnson, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas. So we have 5 startable receivers here, and we have Cortland Sutton. George Kittle, obviously, we're able to start at tight end every single week while he is healthy. So I think the main thing that we would really like to do is for the long term here, because Chuba Hubbard's probably going to be moving down to a player that you can't trust, obviously start him this week. I would love to see if we can package together DJ Moore, the veteran wide receiver in a limited offense with significant target competition. If we can package DJ Moore with one of our running backs to go get that long-term RB upgrade, I think that would be very interesting. And obviously, if you had the ability after the Jalen Hurts bye week to sell high on Baker Mayfield, to move Baker Mayfield and another piece for that 2-for-1 upgrade, I'd be looking at that as well. With this team here, I think an easy trade that we can try to make, where they're starting Lawrence or Carr, I think they'd be very excited about Baker. I mean, if we can try to go from like Baker and Javonte to Najee Harris, that could be interesting. Go from Baker, Zach Moss to Josh Jacobs. I think that could be very interesting as well. And then going over and finding a team that possibly needs some help at wide receiver. This team's very thin at receiver where they have Higgins, JSN, Christian Kirk, DeAndre Hopkins. So I'd imagine that you probably would see them wanting to get DJ Moore on the squad. So if we could send them possibly DJ Moore and Zach Moss and move over and get Bijan Robinson, get Joe Mixon, get James Cook, I think that would be very interesting as well. And quick side note, we actually do need to update the rankings here. We do need to move Mixon down the rest of season ranks just a bit if we are trying to value these guys for trades based off the injury that we have. I thought he'd be back this week. But yeah, I can't say I'd rather have Mixon over Cook or Aaron Jones at this point. But yeah, I think that's the main thing that we'd be looking at is seeing if we can squeeze some value to Baker, seeing if we can squeeze some value to DJ Moore, particularly for running back upgrades. And if we can open up another roster, another running back or another tight end, which we may need to if George Kittle does miss this week. But I really do appreciate you. Really hope that we are able to help you out in some way here, my guy. And yeah, obviously, great team. Started off very strong. We are 3-1. I think maybe it's just optimizing the running back room a little bit as we prepare for Jonathan Brooks to kind of take out Chuba Hubbard. Now, moving this over to CTESPN. Say, hey, Mason, it's my first time playing fantasy football. I've fallen to 0-4, and it's looking like 0-5. Would like any help? We need to get a dub. I'm really looking to move Bowers/Kittle for a strong receiver. Any help is appreciated. Thank you in advance. So this is weird. I mean, if you look at the league analyzer here, we have 5 teams all kind of battling it out for the most value on their squads. Looking at them, with those 5 teams, we have 2 teams that are 0-4. How is that? This team has St. Brown, London, Kyron Williams. We have Neighbors, Gibbs, Debo, Bowers. Okay, this is the issue. So much of our value is tied into tight end. Yeah. For sure, this is a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So tight end production is going to matter a little bit more. Like tight ends are going to make up a higher percentage of your starting lineup output weekly here. However, with that being said, obviously, in terms of the raw production you're going to expect at tight end versus wide receiver for the flex, we would expect that wide receivers just absolutely crush tight end in those flex points. So you have to do anything you can right now to cash in on some of this tight end depth and make a play to get an upgrade at wide receiver long-term for our flex spot. Because right now, our flex spot is either Rome Odunze, George Kittle, or Braylon Allen. You can't win in that fashion, especially when we've dealt with the Debo injury, when we dealt with the Jordan Love injury. But going ahead and looking at what we have with teams that need a tight end, this team has Pitts. I'm sure that they think that Pitts is going to be just fine. This team streaming, they have Zach Ertz. I think plan A here is going to be to try to come up with a trade with this team and send them either Kittle or Bowers. And another thing is you cut Isaiah Likely right now and you pick up your favorite wide receiver off the waiver wire. Cut Likely, pick up your favorite receiver off waivers, and then we're still going to trade away one of these tight ends. But yeah, there's no way in hell that you can roster three. I know it's your first year playing fantasy football, so obviously I don't blame you. Just going through and being very honest with you. There's no way in hell you can roster three tight ends, especially when two of them have this much value at the very top. Let me turn the fan on. So if we're going through and making moves, we cut Likely. We approach this team, go, hey, do you like Kittle? Do you like Bowers? I probably would prefer keeping Bowers just because it does look like Devontae Adams may get dealt. And if Devontae Adams does get dealt, then at that point, you just have a significant amount of targets going in the direction of Brock Bowers. Going ahead and trying to figure out what we can do in terms of trading for a wide receiver. If you are 0-4, your mindset should shift away from thinking about long-term upside and instead to think about how can I win right now, right now, right now. So a player that I really like the long-term upside for is Rome Odunze. But am I excited to go out there and start Rome in week 5? Probably not. Even if he is a rookie that will continue to get better as the season goes on, I would still like to cash in if possible. So if we can go through and package together, say Bowers and Rome or Kittle and Rome, and we can go get an upgrade at receiver here, I think that'd be great. Now, the issue is Cooper Kupp doesn't do anything for us where we are sitting at 0-4 right now. We're not going to be able to afford CeeDee Lamb with that 2-for-1 tier up. One thing we could try to do is if you could try to trade Kittle and Debo to get to CeeDee Lamb, I think that'd be great. Or another thing that you could do here, I wouldn't love it, is if you could trade Kittle just straight up for T. Higgins and maybe get a secondary piece on this as well. Like if you could go through and send this team like Kittle, get back T. Higgins, and also make a swap from Jordan Love to Kyler Murray to the quarterback that has a little more rushing upside, even if the passing volume will be worse. I think that would be very advantageous for this team. If he responds and goes, hey, I'll give you Higgins for Kittle straight up. At that point, I don't know if I love it. We may do it if we can't get another deal done with somebody else. But going through and looking at the other teams that possibly need a tight ends, that team has Dallas Goedert, so I'm sure they're chilling. This team has Ferguson, so I'm sure they're fine. This team has Evan Ingram. Maybe they think that they need that tight end upgrade. The issue is Godwin we can't trade for now that Godwin's already played. I mean, if you could pivot from Kittle to Deontay Johnson, I think that'd make a lot of sense. We'd probably have to give this team another depth receiver here. So if you wanted to go like Kittle and also throw them like Rome Odunze and get to, I would way rather have, oh, dear God, this is a tough spot just because these teams that need a tight end, they don't really. Maybe we go Kittle and Debo here and we try to get to Justin Jefferson. And then at that point, we try to trade Rome straight up for a wide receiver that maybe doesn't have the same long-term upside, but he gives us a better flex play in the short term, which, like I said, that's kind of what we're looking for on a team that's currently 0-4. Like maybe you try to trade Rome straight up and get T. Higgins or Jackson Smith and Jigba. That team's 2-2. You could see them thinking a little more long-term. Bijan Mustardson, somehow 4-0. I guess maybe Jaden Daniels is the reason. But send them Rome Odunze, get back Amari Cooper. Just get somebody that we can play right here and maybe sell them on the upside of Rome long-term. Going over to quarterback, we're not really making any moves. We're perfectly fine with Love and Darnold. You're going to play Love most weeks. Running back, we're perfectly fine with the room on how it stands. If you could package together like Bucky and Rome and go get a long-term wide receiver upgrade there for the flex, I think that would be very interesting. But running back's not the problem with this team. Problem with this team is, one, we have too much value at tight ends. We cut Likely. We try to trade Kittle in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at wide receiver. We open up 2 roster spots that way. And then there, we can pick up another running back off the waiver wire. We can pick up another wide receiver off the waiver wire. And also on a team that's currently 0-4, I think we look to sell the rookies and we look to get production in right now, even if that means we are sacrificing the long-term upside. But really do appreciate you, my guy. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, I'm wishing you the best of luck this year, and you need to get a win right now. 0-4 is not the end of the world. 0-5, you're right there hanging on by a fingernail on the cliff. 0-6, pack it in. We're done. Let's move this over to DeWitt. Happy to dive into this squad for you, my man. This is a Dynasty Superflex League. Let's go. Shiesty says, how do I get him to look at my team? My guy, if you want a team review, it's over there on flockfantasy.com. We're doing these every single night on the live stream. Just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And definitely if you were wanting that team review, what I'd recommend, the cheapest way to get it is actually going over to flockfantasy.com. I'm sorry, going over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with a link in the description or the live chat and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that Dak Prescott free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of it, you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. Now, let's move this over for, and you know what we have to do real quick that I forgot? We're going to get this going for DeWitt in just 1 second. But I actually have not updated my rest of season rankings since we had the news regarding Antonio Gibson starting over Ramondre Stevenson. I haven't even updated our weekly rankings either. We need to do both right now. Rest of season, I did have Ramondre Stevenson at 31. At this point, you probably prefer Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Javonte over Ramondre. I mean, if Ramondre is arguably the backup running back, one of the worst offenses in the NFL right now, like if Breece Hall goes down, Braylon Allen wins leagues. If Kenneth Walker goes down, Zach Charbonnet wins leagues. If Antonio Gibson goes down, Ramondre Stevenson may be a low-end RB2. So, yeah, we'll have Ramondre at 34, and then obviously we have to move up Gibson dramatically. I had Antonio Gibson at RB 49. The thing is, Gibson will catch the ball as well. So to be honest with you, I probably move Gibson up at least to 43, and he has definitely more room to run depending on what the role looks like this week. And then going over to what we have with our week 5 rankings, we for sure need to be moving Ramondre down even further. Where do we have Ramondre previously? I had Ramondre RB 25. I'm actually starting both Javonte and Eckler over Ramondre Stevenson at this point. We're going to be moving Ramondre probably down. I don't know. You probably have to start Gibson over Ramondre this week. You have to. And then we're also going to be moving Alexander Madison up quite a bit with no Zamir White. I think Alexander Madison moves up to 23. Devin Singletary is not going to be startable. He's out. And then we need to move Tracy up in the rankings. I'd rather start Tracy over P. Ryan. I'd rather start him over Bigsby, Hill, Manuel Wilson. Zamir White, we need to move off the list as well. Probably rather start Tracy over Cam Akers, to be honest. Probably put Tracy at RB 27. And then, yeah, let's move Zamir White down to the bottom. Okay, let's get those updated. Now, we're going to get this question going for DeWitt. So someone offered me Amon-Ra St. Brown for Puka and Rice. I'm hesitant on it since I will lack depth at receiver. I would like to win now, but we obviously want to have a competitive future as well. So first thing that I'll mention is obviously for us to win right now, sending Puka and Rashee Rice to Amon-Ra St. Brown to get Amon-Ra St. Brown is an absolute no-brainer. No-brainer, my guy. If we were able to do it, I would take it and run for a contending team. On a rebuilding squad, obviously, it could mean that we are kind of putting ourselves behind the 8 ball. in 2025, 2026, if you feel like we're going to like depth, because this is a 12-team start 10 Superflex Dynasty League, definitely a format where the depth matters a little bit more. But we are 3-1, so we're looking like a contending team right now. And at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts, Puka Nacua. So we have, Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. Obviously, we're thinking about Puka right now. But looking at Jalen Hurts and Kyler, both cornerstone assets. I mean, you can contend with them in the short term, and their value is not going anywhere in the long term. And then obviously having Bo Nix here. Bo Nix, QB3, maybe gets better in the future. As of now, it looks absolutely disgusting. It doesn't look like you have a ton of faith in Nix for the long term. But with that being said, he has demonstrated some rushing upside, which has actually helped him in fantasy. So I don't think you're completely screwed throwing him into the Superflex spot this week with no Jalen Hurts. Now, going over to running back, I actually need to move Bijan Robinson down our dynasty rankings. Close your eyes to see where I had, so you don't see where I had Bijan Robinson coming into the season in dynasty. I'm going to move Bijan down to 3 in dynasty. He's just so much younger than these other players like Taylor, Barkley, Cook. These are dynasty rankings, obviously, not your redraft. But anyway, Bijan obviously has been very bad this season. I have him as a low-end RB1, high-end RB2 rest of season this year. The receiving usage actually wasn't great this past week, where a lot of Kirk Cousins dropbacks, you actually saw Bijan Robinson just staying in to block. James Cook, definitely that running back we can contend with in the short term, and he may have some value in 2025 still. Brian Robinson, same thing. Obviously, we can be very confident that Bijan Robinson will have a role in 2025 and 2026. Can't be nearly as confident about that with James Cook or Brian Robinson. But at the same time, they both have the shot to be, and obviously they're going to help us this year. Joe Mixon, Tony Pollard, contending assets this year, Chase Brown. So, this team has 6 viable running backs that we can be looking at weekly. It's a league where the depth matters, and you can definitely look to throw some of these running backs into those flex spots, which I actually think would help you a lot in the long term, looking to sell some of this depth at receiver. And going over to wide receiver, we have Harrison as the cornerstone piece. We have Puka Nacua. We have Rashee Rice. All 3 of whom have a lot of long-term value in Dynasty. We can be very excited about in 2025 and beyond. Obviously, with Rice and Puka, it's a very unique situation where, one, we have no idea how long either player will be out. We're not even confirmed that Rice is out for the season yet. And 2, if you are selling them right now, we have to acknowledge that you are selling them at a low point. Like, that is 100% something that you are doing if we sell them right now. And honestly, with some dynasty teams, I don't think that would be an idea I'd want to make or a move I'd want to make. Specifically with this one, where we go over and look at your rookie picks. This is a team where we don't have our 2025 first. We don't have our 2026 first. So I actually think that you have to go make this trade for Amon-Ra St. Brown. When you've sold your 2025 first, when you've sold your 2026 first, you've put yourself in a position where we are so leveraged to have a strong season this year. You have no incentive whatsoever to build around long-term value in terms of, I want to pivot to a rebuild. Now we can get an early 2025 first. I think you're already kind of pot committed to contend this year. Ferguson looks like a great option, clearly at tight end. So does Dallas Goedert for a contending team. That in this instance, it's not like Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to have his value fall dramatically in 2025 either. I probably sell both receivers, get St. Brown. You have running back depth currently. It's going to help us contend this year. Yes, long-term, it maybe is going to give us a little bit of lack of depth, but we put ourselves in a position long-term by sending away our future picks that I don't want to be optimizing for the long-term after we've already kind of sold off. So I think it's a team that definitely can contend based off the running back room. The Puka injury sucks. The Rashee Rice injury absolutely sucks. Amon-Ra St. Brown's still an extremely young wide receiver that's not only going to really push this team over the top to contend this season, but at the same time, we should still have that steady value through 2025 and 2026. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. If there was anything else that we were going to be doing, I think maybe if you wanted to be a little conscious about long-term value, you could look to pivot off of one of these depth running backs that we don't particularly need to contend just because we're so deep at running back, and move off of a player like Tony Pollard to pick up a wide receiver that would be maybe a slightly worse flex play in the short term, but give us a little more long-term value, going and getting somebody in the range of like Jordan Addison. Obviously much easier said than done, but more so the idea of it moving off of the short-term running back piece with Pollard and getting back a depth receiver that should hold on to value going into 2025 and 2026. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, wish you the best of luck. Obviously, it does look like it should be a contending team this year. Now let's move this over to Joe's squad. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Thank you so much for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. Says, hey Mason, I'm 2-2 and would like any advice about the team. Thanks for the great content. No, thank you so much. And yeah, looking at the squad right now, we are third in the league analyzer. There are about 5 teams that are all in the same range, right? So these are going to be the main 5 squads that we are contending with. Whereas obviously you see these teams at the very bottom look kind of like garbage. And those top 5 teams currently are either all 2-2 or 3-1. Starting off at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold. To be honest with you, if you have Jalen Hurts most weeks, I'm only rostering 1 QB. Obviously, you have to pick up another quarterback for the Jalen Hurts bye week this week. But I actually wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to just move on from Sam Darnold and cut Sam Darnold as we get through the Jalen Hurts bye. Even if Darnold has been great, and even if Darnold, is leading the NFL in touchdowns and probably going to be something that carries over into the future. Not that he's going to lead the NFL in touchdowns, but he's still going to be very good rest of season, or at least that's what I think you have to project at this point based off the sample size that we have and the fact that you're only going to get added players into this offense like Addison and Hawkinson. But the question is, would you ever start Sam Darnold over Jalen Hurts? In my mind, the answer to that question is no. So if you would never start Sam Darnold over Jalen Hurts, we're effectively just rostering a handcuffed quarterback where the only value he has to us is if you get an injury to Jalen Hurts. So I think it would make sense to potentially pivot off there. Now, going over what we have at running back is beautiful. We have 2 top 10 running backs we can start weekly in the short term with Alvin Kamara and Jordan Mason. Obviously, we say the short term here because we don't know the long-term viability. We combined availability and viability of Christian McCaffrey. Once McCaffrey is back, Jordan Mason goes down to being a legitimate 0. Now, with that being said, we definitely need Jordan Mason's production in the short term. We're 2-2. I think we should get a running back 1 week for Jordan Mason, probably at minimum for another month. J.K. Dobbins, quality running back 2 piece here. Definitely the priority that we have is to figure out how we could potentially go ahead and solve the running back position in the long term when we no longer have Jordan Mason as that option. Now, because we are so comfortable with how it sits right now, the last thing that I would ever do is tell you, oh yeah, you have to go through, you have to trade for a running back right now. I don't think you have to trade for a running back at all. But in a league where we only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I think maybe we structure our team near the bottom here where we look to just roster as many running backs as possible. That way we could potentially find the next Jordan Mason for the second half of the year. Now, going over to what we have with wide receiver, it's a league where we only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, so the wide receiver depth isn't going to be a super high priority. We have Garrett Wilson, Deontay Johnson in here, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 at the moment. Obviously, it looks like Deontay is the wide receiver 1 at this point, whereas you have Garrett Wilson, sadly, as the wide receiver 2 here, if that's. Puka Nacua we get in the long term. So honestly, looking at these depth receivers like Amari Cooper and Jackson Smith-Njigba, if this was a league where you started 4 receivers weekly, I actually think that it would be a perfectly fine spot and we would just be holding on to them. But specifically on a squad where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, I think once Puka Nacua comes back, it would be a very interesting decision on if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to potentially trade Amari Cooper and J.K. Dobbins to go get an upgrade there at running back for the long term, because we would have plenty of wide receiver depth to go around. So it wouldn't negatively impact us. Like, we even have Khalil Shakir as the long-term wide receiver depth. We have Kelsey as the elite tight end where you don't need to roster another tight end here. So I really like the team. I don't think there's anything that we're doing right now. After we get through the Jalen Hurts bye, I would cut Sam Darnold, pick up another running back. After we get Puka Nacua back in, I think you could potentially sell either Amari Cooper or Jackson Smith and Jigba and a 2-for-1 deal to go upgrade over J.K. Dobbins. But hopefully at that point, we get a good game for J.K. Dobbins to see his value kind of rebound a bit. Because to be honest with you, I actually think that Dobbins is probably a little bit undervalued at this point in the year. But yeah, this is a great team. There really isn't much that you should be doing. I think they were probably leaving it as is outside of those a few minor adjustments that we have. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that's right up there at the top with the league analyzer, right, in that little group. It's not like we're losing a bunch of games. I know Garrett Wilson probably dropped us 2 of these, but yeah, I think we ride out Jordan Mason for the short term, and long term try to find a viable option either off waivers or going through and, like we said, making that trade once we get Puka Nacua back in. Now, Among Us St. Brown coming out says, hey, would like to upgrade quarterback or potentially find a better running back too, or someone not named Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver too. So I completely understand that Ayuk has been absolutely garbage. And what's extra bad about Brandon Ayuk being garbage is if you're looking at the fact that you most likely started him at least 3 weeks. I've had Brandon Ayuk as a must-start wide receiver every single week, really the entire season. 10-team league, obviously, maybe it's a little bit different. 12-team format. If Ayuk was on my team, I for sure would have started him every single week through the first 4. So I'm assuming this is why we are 1-3 right now. We have some wide receiver depth, but they're basically all flex plays. Currently 1-3, so this needs to change. With all this being said about Brandon Ayuk, where I completely understand that he has been absolutely garbage, and I agree with you, I still think he is going to be much better going into the future. And I actually would not be looking to sell Brandon Ayuk. I like looking at your team here. I start Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver too. It sucks, but I do it. Now, quarterback, we have Mahomes. Mahomes been very bad as well. There's been a team that's been playing good defense, wanting to run the ball, has not been letting Mahomes air it out. You have no Rice. You have no Hollywood. What appeared to be one of the best wide receiver cores that Mahomes had since Tyreek Hill has left has been decimated. So quarterback in a 10-team league, I think Mahomes is a low-end QB1. We have Darnold. I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to play the matchups between these two guys going into the future. Going up against the Jets, I wouldn't play Darnold this week. I would go with Mahomes. Now, going over to what we had at running back, we're currently sitting with Kamara, Pollard, Brooks, Bucky Irving. And I see you in the chat, Joe. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, I know y'all are done with Ayuk. I mean, the thing with Ayuk, and we mentioned this a couple times now, is you go and look at projections consistently. Brandon Ayuk is higher, lower 59.5 receiving yards. This is much higher than receivers that y'all love, like Terry McLaurin, 55.5. Brian Thomas Jr., 57.5. Who else is he higher than that I know that y'all like? Jordan Addison, 37.5. Xavier Worthy, 41.5. I think Ayuk is, we have him wide receiver 22 rest of season. I still think he's the top 24 receiver. In a 10-team league, having him as your wide receiver 2 is not good. I'll say that for sure. But running back, we're fine at the top with Kamara and Pollard. The thing is, we just don't have much depth at running back. What I really don't like about this team is specifically in a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I just don't know if we can get away with rostering this many receivers. Like, you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 wide receivers. Now, obviously, Puka Nacua is injured. Xavier Worthy's a rookie. He'll probably continue to get better. We just picked up Dontavian Wicks off the waiver wire. But if we have 8 receivers in a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers in a flex, you got to start consolidating some of these guys. You can do this a couple different ways. One, maybe you want to go through and trade Worthy and Mahomes to see if you can pivot over to a true elite quarterback. See if you can go pivot over to, say, Jaden Daniels, pivot over to Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen. Obviously, much easier said than done. Everybody knows how bad Mahomes has been. You can do this by tiering up at running back, where we go Jamison Williams and Tony Pollard, and maybe we try to go get Joe Mixon, somebody that has the ceiling in the long term. You can do this by tiering up at receiver, where we go Jordan Addison and Jamison Williams, and we try to go bring in a player like Deebo Samuel. Obviously, much easier said than done. The player name itself doesn't matter as much, more so the overall thought process behind it. What this is going to allow us to do, especially if we do these tier for 1 consolidating moves at the wide receiver position, is it will make our life significantly easier when we are submitting starting lineups. And at the same time, it will open up additional roster spots for us to be able to go through and bring in some more running backs and build out our running back depth to a greater extent. So we have 3 active running backs on our team right now in comparison to 8 receivers in a league where we start 2 receivers in a flex. So I think that would be my number 1 priority here, is going through, making those 2-for-1 deals, selling the wide receiver depth pieces. My favorite sell highs at the wide receiver position here would include Jamison Williams, particularly in a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. That's a full PPR format. I think it would be very difficult to predict the games where you are going to have the long receiving touchdown. I think it'll always be someone that's like a borderline in consideration to get in your lineup, but probably not going to make it. At McBride, we have the elite tight end, so we're able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup here. So honestly, as we look at the team, I think the only thing that we can possibly say is 2-for-1 deals, selling wide receiver depth in this format with this team across both wide receiver, running back, quarterback. If we went wide receiver, Mahomes, got to Jaden Daniels, cut Sam Darnold, open up 2 roster spots, bring in 2 running backs. Go Jamison, Jordan Addison, tier up at wide receiver with the open roster spot, bring in a running back from the waiver wire. Those are the main moves that we're looking to make. Brandon Ayuk has been horrible. He's not had 10 fantasy points all season. But I do think he will be slightly better going into the future, to be honest. But let's move this over and let's answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat. Every 200 likes we hit on the live stream, we take a break from the teams we're looking at and get some of the free questions going in the live chat. And we will get more trade questions and start sit questions on the live stream as well through the site. I'm just behind on team reviews because right before the games yesterday, we skipped the team reviews so we get answer all the start sit questions and answer all the trade questions because obviously those needed to be answered before the game started. Okay. Now let's see. Wyatt says Brian Robinson or Najee Harris already starting McLaurin. So honestly, I don't really care if you are starting McLaurin or not. That pretty much has no impact for me personally. If I'm looking at Robinson versus Najee, it sounds like Brian Robinson's probably going to play. He is listed as a game time decision. Hasn't been at practice, but he did tweet out thumbs up emoji, making it seem like he is good to go. But if you're telling me that it's either a banged up Ryan Robinson or we get a fully healthy Najee Harris with no Cordell Patterson and no Jalen Warren, I'm actually going to go with the fully healthy Najee Harris. Now, of course, with that being said, if Brian Robinson was fully healthy, I would rather have Brian Robinson over Najee. That's just not the situation that we're in. Okay. Now, moving this over, Arturo says trade Malik Neighbors for Amon-Ra St. Brown 100%. If you can trade Malik Neighbors for St. Brown, you do so right now. And yeah, we had Malik Neighbors as that sell high candidate 2 weeks ago. And with the advice of if you can sell Neighbors for St. Brown, if you can sell him for Lamb, if you can sell him for Chase, if you can sell him for Jefferson, I will do that. Nothing against Neighbors himself, more so against how bad the the offense that Neighbors is in, and those other elite receivers have good quarterback play and have touchdown upside based off the offense. Now, Iceberg One of Bag says, hey, Mason, I'm in bye week hell. Start Tracy or Trey Sermon. I honestly probably go ahead and play Tyron Tracy. The thing with Trey Sermon is while he may be in a better offense, the coach did come out and say it's going to be a running back by committee. Looking at Sermon, he's really, maybe he splits with Eric Gray. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Sermon or Tracy? I would be more excited about Sermon if you had no Anthony Richardson. If A-Rich were to miss, that at that point, I think Flacco dumps the ball off more often. And at the same time, obviously Flacco's not going to vulture any rushing touchdowns at all. Now, if Richardson does play, probably won't be checkdowns, and Richardson could steal a rushing touchdown. We got Sermon, Tracy, Sermon. So it does look like most people prefer Sermon. Jax says Trey Sermon or Justice Hill. I would definitely go Trey Sermon over Justice Hill for sure. Combo says Tracy, Neighbors not playing. For me, Malik Neighbors not playing does not help the starting running back for the New York Giants. I understand maybe you say, oh, this means they want to go through and this means they want to run the ball a little bit more. The issue I have with the Giants isn't that they don't want to run the ball. The issue that I have with the Giants is they are incapable of having trips to the red zone and scoring touchdowns. I think losing Malik Neighbors makes that problem even worse. So no Neighbors doesn't make me any more excited to play Tracy. Okay. Carbon says Moss or Sermon. Based off the coaching staff remarks that Sermon will be in a running back by committee, I would rather have Zach Moss. RCT says, pick up Wan'Dale with Neighbors out. We have to drop Jacoby, Waddle, or Leggett, though. For sure, you don't drop Jalen Waddle. I am assuming that we get Tua back into this offense. Looking at Leggett, young rookie, the only reason you would drop one of these receivers for Wan'Dale Robinson is if you play Wan'Dale Robinson this week. Is I would rather have all these wide receivers over Wan'Dale Robinson rest of season. But if you were saying, man, I really have to play Leggett this week, Wan'Dale Robinson's a much better play, which I would agree with for this week, then at that point you could go ahead and, you could look to drop Leggett to just play Wan'Dale. Okay. G-Dog says Sermon or Travis Etienne in a full PPR format. I'm definitely going to go with Travis Etienne over Trey Sermon, where if you have a second to look at the implied team totals for this Jacksonville Jaguars offense. Right now, sportsbooks are saying the Jags offense will be the best that we have seen all year. You have an implied team total of 24.5 points. The snap data is a little bit skewed based off Etienne getting the stinger at the beginning of this last week's game. And the coaching staff in Indy is saying that Trey Sermon will be in a running back by committee. Plus, we add on to all of that the fact that Travis Etienne is a much more talented running back than Trey Sermon. But let's move this over and get another team review going. And of course, real quick, if you ever wanted to ask a start-sit question, trade question, team review, and get a guaranteed answer, that's all through flockfantasy.com. You can go over to flockfantasy.com hit the button in the top right corner, this expert advice button. You can get a starts a question, trade question, team review, whatever you're wanting. If you did want the team review, I'd highly recommend going through Underdog Fantasy, because if you go through Underdog Fantasy, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 with code FLOCK. And at the same time, you will get a free team review and a free Dak Prescott pick more than less than half a total yard. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy if you were wanting that free team review like Among Us St. Brown. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is Go Mike Pros, another one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, Mason, love the content with you and the boys. First year in fantasy, currently 4-0. What should the strategy be now? Well, first off, congrats on being 4-0. I am extremely jealous. I'm also very jealous that you are this high with your league analyzer. I am much lower in my own. But yeah, looking at this, the league analyzer, there are about 4 or so teams that are near the top. We are in that mix. Definitely excited about that. These teams here at the very bottom, like Darth Raider, Sandbaggers, actually, funny enough, both 0-4 as well. And the league analyzer doesn't take into account your record. It's only the players that you have on your roster. Yeah, I mean, this team down here at the bottom, their RB1's Najee Harris, their RB2's Nick Chubb. They're a wide receiver 1 and 2 is Metcalf and Adams. Brutal, brutal team. But anyway, looking at this team, quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson. With Lamar, love to see it. Probably a big reason we are 4-0. Obviously, you don't need a roster backup QB because there's no world in which we ever look to play another quarterback off the waiver wire over Lamar. So for his bye week, we'll pick up somebody for that 1 week. If he gets injured, we'll pick up somebody on the waiver wire at that point, or we'll trade for somebody at that point, but not something that we want to be planning for right this second. Now, going over to running back, we have Kyren Williams, Joe Mixon, Braylon Allen. So Kyren Williams, Joe Mixon, I do think while healthy, they are both RB1s. Now, the thing is, obviously, you have no Joe Mixon in the short term. I'm actually surprised, based off the Mixon injury, that we are 4-0. Because if we have been starting Braylon Allen, well, I'm really excited about Braylon Allen. The excitement comes from a place of looking at his upside and not necessarily his week-to-week projection. Because obviously, it's a running back that's only touching the ball anywhere from 9 to 12 times per game. It's not something that we are excited to ever put into our lineup. Definitely looks great. And if you were to get an injury to Breece Hall, I would say at that point, Braylon Allen's probably a top 10 running back. But yeah, you need to build out running back depth here a little bit more, particularly in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers in 1 flex. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have the elite options at the top. We have Nico Collins. We have Jamar Chase. So when we have these 2 anchors at the very top of our position, you're in a spot that you don't particularly need to have a ton of depth here. Now, rostering JSN, I understand it. Rostering Jameson, I understand it. Rostering Dontavian Wicks, I understand it. Because individually, all 3 of these receivers have a considerable amount of upside. Now, the issue that we're going to take with the team is if we go over and look at like us rostering Alec Pierce at the bottom end. I know you don't have Freddie Swain on your roster. I don't know why it's showing that you do. But cut Alec Pierce for damn sure. Pick up another running back. There is no world in which you would ever start Alec Pierce here. There's really no world that even if Alec Pierce is another big game this week, you're not going to be able to sell him for anything. So nobody's going to buy him for anything. You're never going to start him. Easy spot to just go ahead, cut him, pick up a running back. And going over to tight end, especially now that we are a lot closer to David Njoku returning, I think you cannot roster 3 tight ends here. You're going to have to go through. You're going to have to pick your favorite guy between Isaiah Likely and Zach Ertz. I have them ranked back to back. So to be honest with you, I don't really care either way. I think it is just kind of going to be up to you here. But you pick which tight end you want between Likely Ertz. You cut the other guy. You cut Alec Pierce. You pick up 2 more running backs off the waiver wire to build out the running back depth. And yeah, to be honest with you, outside of that, we're probably not looking to do anything. I don't necessarily think this is a team that needs to make trades. I think you are in a good spot. You just need to optimize the way that we have the roster set up at the very bottom. But again, thank you for being a member of the flock. Hope I was able to help you out here in some way. And yeah, thank you so much again for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. But let's move this over to what we have with Dak to the future. It's another one of those free team reviews through Underdog. Says quarterbacks matter a bit more in this league. Point per completion, so I'm okay with Dak. Dak is phenomenal in this league. The reason I don't love Dak Prescott in a league where you only get 4 points per passing touchdown, you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards. However, you get a point per 10 rushing yards, you get 6 points per rushing touchdown, is Dak Prescott, even if you have the passing volume, will have a very difficult time keeping up with the rushing quarterbacks. The rushing quarterbacks will be able to go out there and pretty much lap Dak. However, if it's a point per completion league, that completely changes. If it's a point per completion league where Dak Prescott could reasonably lead the NFL in completions, the rushing upside of a quarterback matters significantly less. So in these settings, I actually like Dak Prescott. We are the third team in the league analyzer. There are 3 juggernaut teams pretty much. We are one of them. Love to see it. And yeah, we are 4-0. I think honestly, and the other team that's in that juggernaut group is also 4-0. But we have Dak Prescott. Honestly, in this kind of format, Dak Prescott would be well ahead of the rushers in my rankings. Like this format, if you get a full point per completion, Dak Prescott's better than Lamar Jackson. Going over to running back, you're sitting with Achane, Bijan Robinson. So obviously looking at Bijan Robinson, he has been one of the most disappointing running backs in fantasy this year. He was drafted as a top 3 guy. I had him ranked as my running back 3 coming into the season. And it's very difficult to be excited to put him in your starting lineup going into the future. Maybe I'm a biased Texas Longhorn fan. I'm definitely a biased Texas Longhorn fan. While I agree, I think Bijan needs to be moved down with the expectations that pretty much everybody had coming into the year. I still do view Bijan Robinson as a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. I still think this is a good offense. I still think Bijan will have a role as a receiver. And I don't think you need a panic here. Now, Achane, we had him as that sell-high candidate right after you had the Tua injury, just with the expectation that, you are going to have a considerable amount of drives in early where we don't get first downs, where we don't have trips to the red zone with no Tua, which is going to severely cap the upside of Achane. At this point, his value has kind of plummeted. I still think that he is a running back 1 in the long term. I think he's a running back 2 in the short term. So to be honest with you, I'm probably not doing much with Achane. And real quick, Keegan says, hey, Mason, shouldn't came here. Just wanted to thank you for the review. Feel good about trading DJ Moore up. Much love, my guy. Thank you so much for coming out. And yeah, really do appreciate you. But yeah, going back over to this, on a 4-0 team, you hold on to Achane for the long-term upside. At some point, we will get Tua back, and I think Achane will be fine. Long-term upside, Jonathan Brooks will be better going into the future. So running back room, I think we leave as is. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So we can get in Neighbors, Wilson, Evans, Metcalf every week. If it was a league where you started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would be stressing saying, oh, we have to sell DK Metcalf and one of these running backs to go get an RB upgrade. Oh, we got to tier up Brian Thomas and DK Metcalf to get a wide receiver upgrade. With this being a league instead where you can start 4 receivers weekly, and the wide receivers that we arguably have down there on our bench with Brian Thomas and Rome Odunze are both rookies that are going to continue to expand their roles as the season goes on. You're in a perfect spot at wide receiver here. We don't change a single thing. Going over to tight end, we're in a great spot with Brock Bowers as well, especially if Adams does end up getting dealt. So top to bottom, love the team. If it was a regular squad where maybe you didn't get the point per completion for quarterback, we could say, let's go upgrade over Dak Prescott. But specifically here where you're getting the point per completion, I think that you're in a really good situation where we really don't need to be changing anything here. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, good luck this season. Honestly, you don't need it. Your team is significantly better than mine. Like, if there's anything we can do to, I don't know if this is on Sleeper. Actually, I think this is a Yahoo team. I was going to say, if there's anything we can do to reach out to Sleeper and swap squads, I'm down if you're down. But JD's Nuts coming out with our next team review. This is one of those free Underdog promos. Thank you for taking advantage of the promo, my guy. Really appreciate it. Says, hey, Mason, I've started off 0-4 and really need to make some big moves. 8 teams make the playoffs. That saves us. If you're an 0-4 team and only, say, 6 teams make the playoffs, where it's the standard, hey, top 2 teams get a bye, the other 4 teams play it out, then we're chilling. I'm sorry, not we're chilling. We're panicking, but we're chilling if 8 teams make the playoffs. You can have a losing record and very easily make the playoffs if 8 teams are going to make it. We have a punishment that we would like to avoid at all cost. If the teams in this league look familiar, you did a review for Gibby. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Well, excited to check this out. But yeah, good to know that we have a punishment so we cannot get last. And also good to know that 8 teams make the playoffs, so we still have some hope here. But obviously, it does not change the fact that we got to start winning games right now. We got to start selling long-term upside to get production in right this second. So looking at quarterback, love to see it. We have Daniels. Obviously, there's nothing to talk about here. Don't want to waste your time. We start him every week. We don't need a backup. Perfect. Going over to tight ends, 9 times out of 10, I only want to roster 1 tight ends. Having Kyle Pitts, obviously, is kind of that gray area. He had a great week this past week, but at the same time, you had 500 passing yards for Cousins, right? So going into the future, it would be very difficult to assume that we're going to have anything like that again. But yeah, I'm fine with Pitts. Still a mid to low end tight end 1 for me, just because tight end position's an absolute dumpster fire. There is something we have to do with this team, though. On an 0-4 team, we cannot afford to hold the long-term upside of these rookies and Jonathan Taylor. If Jonathan Taylor misses 2 to 3 weeks on a team that's 3-1, oh, it sucks, but there's no reason to sell Jonathan Taylor for pennies on the dollar. When we're thinking long-term upside, we're thinking play. On a team that's 0-4 where we're trying to dodge the punishment, we need to win games right this second. And to win games right this second, there's a good shot that means we need to be getting rid of Jonathan Taylor. It sucks. We are definitely selling for pennies on the dollar. I mean, it is very, very clear, that fact. But right now, who are we starting this week at running back? Bucky Irving and Cam Akers? I'm no mathematician, but starting Bucky Irving and Cam Akers, to me, that seems like a recipe to move down to 0-5. Going over to wide receiver, looking at some of these other names that, I mean, have a considerable amount of value. Ladd McConkey, I have him on my own team. Love the upside that you have rest of season. I think Ladd's going to continue to get better. I think this offense continues to get better, and I want to be building around Ladd. But also, I'm not 0-4. I'm 3-1. I can wait for that long-term upside. So what I would be looking to do here is if we can move off some of these wide receivers that have the long-term upside, like Ladd McConkey, package with Taylor, and pivot over to a running back that will help us right now. Go trade Jonathan Taylor, Ladd McConkey, get to Kyren Williams. Go trade Ladd McConkey, Jonathan Taylor, and get to... what's something better than this? Get to Breece Hall. Trade Jonathan Taylor, Ladd McConkey, go get Derrick Henry. Trade Jonathan Taylor straight up for Kenneth Walker. If you're 0-4, I would trade Jonathan Taylor straight up for Walker. Obviously, we'd trade the pair of Taylor and Ladd for Barkley. I'd trade the pair of Taylor Ladd for either Kamara or Gibbs. I'd trade the pair of Ladd Taylor for, I think Breece is probably your most likely outcome. But I think it's the main thing that you are having to do here. It's a league where you only start 2 receivers in 1 flex, so also selling the wide receiver depth, I don't think it's the end of the world. While Garrett Wilson and Brandon Ayuk have been looking like trash, and they're probably not as good as we hoped that they were going to be when we drafted them. It's not like you can sell them for pennies on the dollar at this moment. I think you have to just get rid of the long-term upside, cash in for some short-term production, try to put some wins on the board, try to go to 1-4, try to go to 2-4, maybe then 2-5, but as long as we start getting some wins and stay in the fight. It sucks, obviously, having to sell injured players for 90 cents on the dollar. Not something we're wanting to do on a team that's 3-1. Not something on a team that's even 2-2. But if you're 0-4, it's definitely something that we have to be looking at. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. My guy, yeah, thank you for being a member of the flock. And I'm wishing you the best of luck, and I'm really hoping that we can turn it around. Now, I think this is our last team review that we have for some time, and then we're going to get into start-sit questions, and then I'll answer some free questions in the live chat as well. But Rod Wave Elites says, hey, Mason, it's Jawit Hoodie. Love to see you, my guy. Says, I feel really good about quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight ends. I only have a problem finding a bit of depth with the team. I don't really have established players, and I'm not really sure if we should be selling to get more depth. So, couple different things. One, looking at the league analyzer, not a very balanced league. You definitely have the haves and the haves not. Like the team at the top here has Hurts, Breece, Walker, St. Brown, Nico Collins, Deontay Johnson, CMC, Dalton Kincaid. The team at the bottom, their RB1's Montgomery, their QB1's Baker, their tight end 1's Evan Ingram. Like there's a massive discrepancy between some of the teams that we're looking at. Now, with that being said, we are one of the good teams. There are kind of 2 teams that separate themselves from the pack. We are one of them. And this is a 10-team league, so options on the waiver wire should be better, obviously, than a 12-team format. But with that being said as well, it's a start 9 league. So we can start a bunch of wide receivers. So typically in a 10-team league, if you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would say, okay, yeah, well, the wide receiver depth's not going to matter too much, blah, blah, blah. But no, in this league in particular, the wide receiver depth is actually pretty important. Now, starting off at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels. We have Anthony Richardson. Now, obviously, when we have Daniels, you don't need 2 quarterbacks. I mean, I think that you could definitely consider going through and moving off of Anthony Richardson and getting an upgrade somewhere. Now, with that being said, not going to be possible to sell Anthony Richardson for anything right now. Nobody's excited about A-Rich at this moment. But yeah, absolutely love having Daniels here. And really comfortable spot. And just if we get an Anthony Richardson spike, then maybe at that point we could go ahead and look to sell. Now going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry. So we have 2 top 10 RBs. We have Charbonnet, Chuba Hubbard. We have the running back that we can play in the short term with Chuba Hubbard, and then also Charbonnet, desperation play / crazy ceiling if we were to get an injury to somebody like Kenneth Walker. Charbonnet's a must-start running back. So running back's perfect. And honestly, we don't have to roster that many running backs. Y'all know I spaz in 10-team leagues and go, oh, we need more running backs than receivers. We want to roster more running backs, more running backs, more running backs. Specifically here, I mean, if it's a league where we can get all these wide receivers in our starting lineup, I'm fine building out the depth. We have Chase. We have A.J. Brown. We have Roma Dunse. We have Keon Coleman. We have Dontavian Wicks. We have Wan'Dale Robinson. Even Trey Tucker. This is a league where you can start so many wide receivers. I think he's interesting. And y'all know I've been talking down on Tucker, saying that he is going to fall back down to earth. So looking at what we have here with this team, I think it is set up in the perfect direction. Now, if this was a 1-3 team, if this was an 0-4 team, 100%, I am wanting to reconsider some of the depth wide receivers that we have. But let's think about where this team currently stands. We're 3-1, and this is going to be a team that gets better as the season goes on. We have Rome Odunze as a rookie. Rome will continue to expand his role. We have Keon Coleman as a rookie. Keon Coleman will continue to expand his role. We had the injury to A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown will come back and be healthy. And A.J. Brown will push everybody else down in terms of the depth chart. We have the startability of Wan'Dale Robinson. We have the startability of Trey Tucker in a league where the wide receiver depth actually does matter. Going over to tight end, we have an elite tight end with George Kittle. This is a phenomenal team set up the exact way that you want it to. Depth is going to struggle in the short term, and the long term, it's going to get better. And that's what we want on a 3-1 team. We want a team that's going to get better over the long term. If Anthony Richardson does come out and have a massive spike with rushing upside, and people are all of a sudden really excited to go through and really excited to trade for AR, then at that point we could look to sell him. But obviously that's not necessarily the case when we have Anthony Richardson coming off a brutal stretch of games. Nobody's buying. So I think we leave Anthony Richardson on the bench for now. Second he pops, maybe at that point you look to go package him in Wicks and go get a wide receiver upgrade. But I think you are in a really good position right now. But yeah, I think it's a great team, my guy, and I don't necessarily think that there's much that we can be doing at this point other than just letting it get better over time. But yeah, thank you for always hanging out with us in the live streams. And let's move this starts a question over for Mother Flocka says, 1-3, who do we flex? And we need to drop one player. We need to drop one of Darnold, Purdy, Anthony Richardson, Derek Carr, Zach Ertz, Isaiah Likely, Andrews. Oh, no, these are the guys on waivers, okay? I was going to say, how are we rostering so many quarterbacks and tight ends? Okay, so first let's figure out who we are going to drop. Tight end, we have Laporta Frymuth, obviously. There's nothing to talk about there. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Drop Geno Smith, pick up Brock Purdy, and start Brock Purdy this week. Geno's had a couple of games with 50-plus dropbacks, so obviously the fantasy stats have been phenomenal. I think that if you're looking at Brock Purdy, the offense should be better now that we have Debo Kittle fully good to go. He had the highest implied team total in the NFL this week against the Arizona Cardinals. So I drop Geno. I pick up Purdy. I play Purdy. And then, yeah, I think you can play Frymuth over Andrews at this point. I don't think you have to make a call there. And then in terms of another player that if you say we have to drop somebody on this team. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? If we have to drop somebody on this team, it will most likely be a wide receiver that you think has a little bit of a cap ceiling. Can everybody spam the chat? Who do you drop here? I'm thinking maybe Keon Coleman. But let me know in the live chat. You have Jordan Addison, Keon Coleman, Tank Dell, Puka Nacua, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Brooks, Ladd McConkey, Sam Laporta. Who do you drop out of this list? Keon, Ladd, Keon, Addison, Keon, Ladd, Keon, Addison, Ladd. Vincent says, why don't we trade up to make it better? I mean, obviously that is what we would look to do if possible. My thing is, like, if you are thinking about dropping Ladd versus Keon, I have Ladd ranked over Keon in my rest of season ranks. But if you think about how this could potentially play out here, you could have no Shakir in this game, leading to a massive spike with the production from Keon, and all of a sudden you are able to sell him for significantly more. So it's close. It is up to you. Obviously, plan A is see if we can make a 2-for-1 deal and upgrade elsewhere. In terms of who we start this week, I probably go with the running back in a great matchup with the guaranteed workload. We probably go DeAndre Swift. I don't feel great about it. Definitely going to feel a lot better about it when we get Puka Nacua back in here. And then, out running back, we go with Zach Moss. I don't think there's too much to talk about. Really, if you wanted to pivot from, say, Flowers, I'm not doing that either. I think we leave the lineup as is. Start Swift, and you can drop Keon if you want. But we'll get to your other question one second. Let's instead answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'd be super happy to help you out if we can. Alexis says Addison, especially when Hawkinson comes back. You would think that maybe Addison has a little bit of a cap ceiling here. I say this as somebody who has Addison as one of their most drafted players on Underdog. Like, I am set to win a lot of money if Jordan Addison performs. But to be fair, he will be the third option, possibly, behind Jefferson and Hawkinson. Could be number 2 behind Hawkinson, definitely not number 1, though. Ginger Germ says, do I take Montgomery or James Cook rest of season? I would rather have James Cook if it's a full PPR format. I'd rather have Montgomery if it's a non-PPR. Nathan says start Tyreek Hill or Wan'Dale Robinson. So I understand that we have to lower expectations dramatically on Tyreek Hill under the assumption that you are going to have very, very bad quarterback play. But to pivot to Tyreek, off of Tyreek with very, very bad quarterback play, to go to Wan'Dale Robinson with just bad quarterback play, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I want it. With that being said, if you look at the Underdog pick'ems, they are very close. Wan'Dale, 49.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. Tyreek, 48.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. You've had more target volume for Wan'Dale Robinson. Frankly, I don't care. It's maybe because I have the brain of a monkey, but I could never trick myself, or I don't want to say trick myself, but I could never convince myself to start Wan'Dale Robinson over Tyreek. Happy Beagle says Wan'Dale or Dontavian Wicks this week. I will go Dontavian Wicks. Wicks had 13 targets last week. It was great. And the perfect news that you get with Wicks, and I probably need to actually update my rankings on the site with this as well, because we updated the rankings on the sites under the assumption that you had Christian Watson out, not that you had both Christian Watson as well as Romeo Doubs out. So let's move this over and see, where did we have Wicks previously? And now that you have no Doubs as well, where do we need to be ranking Wicks? Because this will be a big deal, having no Doubs. Because now you go from like one of the most crowded wide receiver rooms in the league to one of the emptiest. So let's move this over. Yeah, Jaden Reed, wide receiver 6 this week for us. Post Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs news. Dontavian Wicks, we had wide receiver 26. I for sure rather have Dontavian Wicks now over Zay Flowers. I need to probably move Brian Thomas out of Amari. And ahead of Pickens. Oh my gosh. Do we move Wicks ahead of Christian Kirk? Who would you rather have this week? Would you rather have Dontavian Wicks or Christian Kirk? Dontavian Wicks or Christian Kirk this week? Wicks. Everybody wants Wicks over Kirk. How high do you want me to jump this guy? He still should be the wide receiver 2. It is a good matchup, of course, going up against the Rams. Would y'all rather have Dontavian Wicks or George Pickens in your lineup this week? Would you all rather have Wicks or Pickens? Wicks, Pickens, Wicks, Pickens, Wicks, Pickens. Does look close. In reality, I think that this is kind of the range that you are looking at with Wicks. But nonetheless, I think you do have to rank him at least as that wide receiver 2, considering the fact that you have no Dobbs to go along with the no Christian Watson. Because sadly, Wicks was already rostered in the Flock League, so I didn't get to bid on him. But I can't even imagine what my bid would have looked like if you would have told me that we would have had no Christian Watson and no Romeo Dobbs for sure. King says, I'm sitting at 1 and 3. I have Jordan Mason, Pacheco, CMC. Should I trade one of them for some depth? If you're 1 and 3, I wouldn't mind at all moving off of CMC or Pacheco to get somebody in the starting lineup. Lucas says, Mason, I used your code on Underdog months ago, but I can't figure out how to get its free team review. I'm very sorry, my guy. If you used, say, promo code FLOCK on Underdog and made that $10 deposit before the season started, that should have meant that you were able to get the draft guide and the rankings for completely free. The team review free promo, because obviously the draft guide's no longer going to help anybody, started on September 5th. So if you don't have the free team review voucher on your account on flockfantasy.com, as you signed up to Underdog, made the $10 deposit like last May or something, it means you got the draft guide back then. Atish says, chat, Achane or Neighbors? Achane this week. I know that. We want Achane this week. Jeffrey says, Tank Dell, Josh Downs, or Keon Coleman for the flex. It's a good question for me to ask y'all too, because I mean, we updated the rankings and we tweaked it a bit with Keon. I think Keon kind of looks like a must-start player at this point. I for sure want Josh Downs over. I'm sorry, I want Keon Coleman over Josh Downs. But looking at the rankings this week, would y'all rather have Keon Coleman or Tank Dell? As it stands right now, I have Tank Dell ahead of Coleman. Now, obviously, with no Khalil Shakir, we should expect more routes. We should expect more targets for Keon. Just because it just thins out the wide receiver room overall. And Keon had the most snaps and most routes of all Bills receivers in weeks 1, 2, and 4. Dell, Coleman. Keon, Dell, Keon. Coleman, Dell. So it is split. Atish says, I meant rest of season. Rest of season, I would rather have Tank Dell. This week, it's tough, obviously, because the Khalil Shakir injury. But rest of season, I'd rather have Dell. Isaiah says, Trey Tucker or Xavier Legette this week. So I am not a big fan of starting Trey Tucker. I understand that is definitely a hot take with how good Trey Tucker has looked, right? I mean, we can go over and let me pull this up on Sleeper, where I think Tucker's had back-to-back games with over 20 fantasy points. I mean, he's looked phenomenal. Let's move this over. So Trey Tucker over the past 2 weeks has looked great. He's had 22 points, 15 points. This week, the implied team total for this Las Vegas Raiders offense is 17 points. Sports books are telling us the Raiders will have the worst offense in the league. And in that environment, in a tough matchup against Denver, I don't see the appeal of starting Trey Tucker. Obviously, I wish I took all the Trey Tucker in my Underdog best ball drafts. But he had 6 targets last week. He projects to be in the worst offense in the league. I think he's the third option in his offense behind Myers and Bowers. So I know Tucker's been great. If you started him over the past 2 weeks, I applaud you. Great call. I definitely did not make that call. I was not smart enough. But I'm not going to chase the points. I'm not starting him this week. Okay. Mahdi says JT or King Henry rest of season. go over to my rest of season rankings on the site real quick. Sort by Mason. And looking at this, I personally do have Derrick Henry, RB6, rest of season. I have Taylor at RB8 under the assumption, obviously, that Taylor will be missing time here. So, yeah. I mean, I think you'd prefer I think you prefer Jonathan Taylor if fully healthy. But dealing with the high ankle, I just rather have Derrick Henry, rather have the security. But let's move this over. And, of course, we're going to get to all the questions submitted through flockfantasy.com, so don't worry. And if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to your questions, go to this little comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice on flockfantasy.com and get a team review, a trade question, a start sit question. If you were wanting one of those team reviews that we're doing on a live stream every night, definitely the cheapest way to get it. And what I'd recommend is going through Underdog Fantasy and using our promo, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game this Sunday. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review through flockfantasy.com. So yeah, just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. And I know most people think like, oh, Underdog's not in my state. Underdog's in pretty much every single state. It's in Texas. It's in California. It's in Florida. It's in New York. It's in your state. Now let's move this over and let's go over to our next question. This is another start sit from Motherflocka. We need a running back 2 and a flex. The waiver wire has Anthony Richardson, Isaiah Likely, and we need to drop a player. Should we drop Purdy? And what do we do with the running back room? So I would drop Purdy for Anthony Richardson. I just think Anthony Richardson has more long-term upside. With that being said, I have both quarterbacks on my roster, and I'm starting Purdy this week. But long-term, I'd probably want Richardson just for the upside if we're looking at a backup. A running back 2, we are going to close our eyes and play Zach Charbonnet and hope that it turns out all right. And this is probably a game where they can go through and they can run the ball in the second half. And going down to the flex, I think you go ahead and you take Brian Thomas. I'm a little worried that we're going to see fewer targets funneled through the receivers here if we have Evan Ingram back in this offense, giving another effective weapon for Trevor Lawrence. But still, Brian Thomas has been absolutely crushing it. And you have a respectable projection for the Jacksonville Jaguars offense this week. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next spot. This one coming out from Nelson. This is Laporta Potty. Really appreciate you. First thing I want to say. Second thing, maybe it's because I've done 1,000 of these team reviews. But to be honest with you, Laporta Potty, the team name, ain't it. I've seen this team name maybe 100 times. Maybe I'm just burnt out of it. But can we get opinions of the team name Laporta Potty in the chat? Maybe I'm just scarred because obviously I drafted Laporta in round 4 of the Flock League. But Glimpse says Laporta Potty is an accurate representation of the teams that pick Laporta. We got a fire team name, L team name, terrible team name, mid. See, my thing is I think it's a mid team name. I think it's mid. And if I saw it like once or twice, I would go, okay, I'll give you your props. I like it. But we've seen it a ton. But anyway, so I'm not upset that you have your team name Laporta Potty by any means. And obviously this is so irrelevant to the actual team review. We'll definitely dive into the team. It's just, for me, I don't think it's a good enough name for every team that has Laporta on it to name their team Laporta Potty. Like, I've just seen it a ton. Now, sitting at 1-3, second year of really getting into fantasy. We'll take any advice you have regarding the squad. Unfortunately, passed on putting Mooney at the flex Thursday, which sums up the season so far. Also, curious, who do you start this week? Thanks for all the help. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Going to be excited to check this out. And don't feel too bad. This is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I would not have had the stones to play Darnell Mooney in this format. Maybe in my league, I would have been desperate enough to play him. But in this one, no, it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. It's very difficult to project out when you're going to have one of those wide receivers randomly pop the way that Darnell Mooney did. Now, looking at the squad, quarterback, we have Anthony Richardson, Geno Smith. This week, we're going to start Geno probably, unless we get confirmation by tomorrow that Anthony Richardson will be good to go. I'm a little concerned that Anthony Richardson will be running the ball less, given the injuries that he has. Obviously, long-term, I do think that Anthony Richardson does have more rushing upside and more upside in general than what you were going to have with Geno Smith. With Christian McCaffrey here, I would initially say, oh, it's a 1-3 team. Maybe we should look into cashing in on McCaffrey, seeing if we can go ahead and get an upgrade to help us win right now. But we have Jordan Mason. So even if we're in a spot that we don't have the short-term production of McCaffrey and we only have the long-term upside, we are getting the short-term fill-in, so it's not a big deal anyway. Chase Brown, Ramondre Stevenson, Roschon Johnson. Running back depth definitely takes a hit here. Hard to imagine that we are excited to go through and jam in Chase Brown at RB2 in a 10-team format. Obviously, Ramondre Stevenson does not look startable at this point. So running back will be something that we need to upgrade because we have Jordan Mason. I don't think that you are needing to sell McCaffrey, however, even if this team's 1-3. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Olave, Worthy, Mooney, Dell, Leggett. So because this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much, I hate to say this, but I think we maybe go out there and throw Darnell Mooney on the trade block. You didn't start him this week. I think going into the future, it will be very difficult to figure out exactly when you would put him in. And we need to find a way to get an upgrade at running back too. So a couple different things that we could look to do. You could look to potentially sell Darnell Mooney and Ramondre Stevenson to pivot over to a running back 2 that we know we can start every single week. To be honest with you, since the game last night, I haven't seen a ton of Darnell Mooney trades, so I don't know exactly what we can expect. You know what? F it. Let's just pull up the trade finder on the site. Trade finder. And this is always free if anybody wants to go to flockfantasy.com and use this. We're only going to look at 1 quarterback formats, only half and full PPR, only 10 and 12 team leagues. I don't want to look at the weird leagues. Okay. What has Darnell Mooney been traded for today? Somebody traded Darnell Mooney, Tyler Lockett, Zach Charbonnet for Devonta Smith. Somebody traded Mooney, Pollard, Addison for Montgomery. Somebody traded Swift and Mooney for Jonathan Taylor. Like these deals here are like, hey, let me sell Mooney. Mooney, Swift for JT. Mooney, Hubbard, Deontay for Chase. Mooney for Ty. Are you kidding me? Mooney, Singletary for Achane. Mooney for Chubb. Mooney for Harris. Mooney and Pollard for Gibbs. Like these are the style trades that I'm going to go out there and I'm going to spam to other owners. Obviously, I'd expect that the majority of them are going to get declined. We only need 1 to get accepted. But if we can go through and spam these like, hey, I'll give you Darnell Mooney and Ramondre Stevenson for Josh Jacobs type trades, get a very consistent running back 2 that we can start weekly. While Mooney, obviously, we are seeing a crazy ceiling with, it's not like he's a lock to make our flex any given week when we have Neighbors, Olave here, and then the upside of these young receivers. And then going over to tight end, we have Bowers and Laporta. With Bowers and Laporta, I 100% want to throw Laporta on the trade block and see if we can sell Laporta in one of these running backs to go get an RB upgrade. Just knowing in a 10-team league, most teams aren't going to be super excited to go out there and pay up for that tight end position. So long term, I definitely want to be selling one of these tight ends, but you have to maybe wait until this next week when we get a spike from one of the tight ends, and then we can go ahead and we can look to pivot off them for a running back upgrade. But since it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I don't know if this is where I want to be rostering the depth receiver like Mooney, and instead I'd probably prioritize him in like the 12-team formats where you have multiple flex spots. So if we can package Mooney and Ramadre, who presumably gets benched here, and go get a consistent running back 2 that we can rely upon every single week, given the league format, I think that would be something we're looking to do. And then obviously sell the tight end in the long term. We just kind of have to hope that we get a strong week from one of these guys sometime soon. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here in some way. Now let's move this over to Brazy. It's a trade question where we're looking at Kenneth Walker versus Amari Cooper, Xavier Worthy. It's an 8. Is this team linked? Yeah, this is an 8-team league. At least that's what the analyzer said. Honestly, even if it's not, I go Kenneth Walker. Give me the best player. Kenneth Walker just had 3 touchdowns in a game where you had 60 Geno Smith dropbacks. Now, Dan Orkeed says, thoughts, Dynasty traded Bucky Irving for Trey Benson. Great move. Actually, I don't want to say great move. I like it, but yeah, we shouldn't act like we're super excited about it. And then early to mid-second versus Jordan Addison. I definitely think I'd rather have Addison than the second rounder. Former Biletnikoff winner, great rookie season. I mean, from what we've seen in year 2, looks great as well. Round 1 NFL draft pick. I don't think you're getting that kind of prospect with an early second rounder in 2025. Going over to a start sit from Dark Unix. Wide receiver, you have to start Wilson, even if it's a spot we're not excited about against the Vikings, who have had one of the best defenses in the league. We start Brian Thomas, even if Evan Ingram's coming back in. We start Pickens. Tucker Kraft's going to crush this week. Running back, I'm assuming we already started Bijan. I go Eckler over Braylon Allen and Hunt if Brian Robinson misses. For the flex, we go with Tank Dell. If Brian Robinson plays and you want to go Kareem Hunt, not going to fault you. But if Eckler misses, you have to go. I'm sorry, if Brian Robinson misses, you have to go Eckler. But one of these guys here. But let's move this over to a free team review from that Underdog promo. Thank you for using the Underdog promo. Botched says, team equals coin has decided. Bijan is killing me. And I'm a bit concerned about Brees. My league is very checked out on Bijan. It's hard to move him. The team chasing won't trade unless they fleece someone. I'm not sure how to be confident in the team overall, especially the receivers looking for ideas. So a couple different things. It's a 10-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So there should be decent options on the waiver wire. But with that being said, since you can start 4 receivers, it's not a spot in which I want to say that you need to prioritize making 2-for-1 deals and getting an upgrade. I think that the depth actually does matter somewhat here. Now, going over to the coin has decided. We are currently sitting at 2-2. Quarterback, we have Mahomes Love. I'd play Jordan Love this week in a great matchup against the Rams. But yeah, I think we just play the matchups between these 2 quarterbacks going into the future. It's hard to sit here and act like Mahomes is a great option based off what we've had so far this season. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson. So obviously, taking Bijan in round 1 at the very top does not look like a good idea based off what's happened so far this year. If Bijan Robinson is the best player on your team, we're maybe in a little bit of trouble. But when we're sitting with Bijan Robinson and Breece Hall, we're in a very comfortable position. Even if they're not the running back 1 and running back 2 overall in fantasy, to have them as the running back 1 and the running back 2 for my fantasy football team, I am very excited about that, and I'm going to be chilling there. Now, as we go over to Aaron Jones, RB3, we have a locked and loaded top-end flex play every single week as well. We have Jonathan Brooks, Braylon Allen. So, Jonathan Brooks, plenty of running back. This is a phenomenal team. Throw him in the flex spot. If you're looking at Braylon Allen, I don't think we ever start him with this team. Obviously, still has a ton of value surrounding the fact that if you were to have that injury to Breece Hall, he's a must-start guy. Algiers a must-start guy if you were to have an injury to Bijan Robinson. See, as you stand here, I think the running back position is great. Going over to wide receiver, we have Jaden Reed, who looks like a wide receiver 1 in the short term, wide receiver 2 in the long term. Great. We have Diggs, we have Amari, we have Addison, we have Leggett. Tight end, we have Kelsey, who all of a sudden looks significantly more appealing post Rashee Rice injury. So this team looks extremely strong top to bottom. In terms of any potential trades that we could be looking to make, if we can find a team that's desperate for running back, and I know you already said nobody's trading for Breece, nobody's trading for Bijan. If you were to sell them, obviously you are moving them for pennies on the dollar in comparison to where they were valued previously. But I mean, if we could find a team that maybe could be really excited about Aaron Jones, like this team's about to lose Chuba Hubbard to Jonathan Brooks coming back in. Maybe if you wanted to send them Jonathan Brooks and cover them for the Chuba Hubbard loss, and we can send them Jonathan Brooks and Drake London's going to be impossible to buy right now. But maybe send them Jonathan Brooks and Xavier Leggett to pivot over to like Chris Godwin and have a wide receiver that we're a little more excited to place there at wide receiver 2. Or send Jonathan Brooks straight up for Puka Nacua, because even when Brooks comes in, we're not going to be starting him. Whereas we would go ahead and we would look to start Puka. I think that could be very interesting. Because wide receiver, we do have depth ourselves, but we just don't have the upside play outside of Jaden Reed. I mean, I guess wide receivers, I'm trying to think if there's anything we can do because we have the elite tight end, as we already mentioned, with Kelsey. Maybe if that other team that needs the additional running back has a great quarterback, they don't. This team is Eckler as their RB3. They have Josh Allen. If you want to see if we could send them Jonathan Brooks and Patrick Mahomes to get to Josh Allen, I think that could make sense. Obviously, with the passing volume being down in Kansas City, with Mahomes himself not really running the ball, with no Rice, with no Hollywood, and if they would be more interested in Jordan Love, then hell, send them Jordan Love and Jonathan Brooks for Josh Allen. But to be honest with you, I think maybe cashing in on some of this running back depth and trying to get an elite player at either wide receiver or quarterback, it could probably be the play that we are looking to make with this team. But obviously, it's a good team. I mean, here we are currently 4th in the league analyzer. We are 2-2. And it should get better as we get Jonathan Brooks back in. And honestly, if we can convert that value elsewhere with the team, I think we would like to. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, moving over to this next squad, this is going to be Payne Chod. Says I'm 3-1, should be 4-0, but we lost Rice. I have made moves over the past few weeks getting Hurts, Olave, Flowers, Ferguson. I was offered Nico Collins and Bucky Irving for Olave, Moss, and Mixon. It is a 14-team league, so no, we don't do it. If it was a 10-team league, I'd say yes. But do we take this? Please let me know. Appreciate the help. I really appreciate you. Obviously, options in a 14-team format on the waiver wire are going to be much worse. So going through and making 2-for-1 deals will be a lot less exciting going through and banking on options that we can pick up off for free is not as reliable, and depth will be harder to come by overall. Now, we are the number one team with the league analyzer. So we should be in a comfortable spot where it's not like we have to full-blown panic by any means. Going over to quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Obviously, Jalen Hurts, top 14 quarterback. We have a QB1 in this league. We can start him every single week. If it's a 14-team format where options on the waiver wire are going to be a little bit worse, I think that's... Sorry, I have to text someone something. But if it's a 14-team format, I think you're completely fine to roster the backup QB here. Even past the Jalen Hurts bye, I'm fine if you wanted to hold on to Lawrence. Whereas if it was a 10-team, 12-team league, I think you'd cut him. Now, let me confirm. Yeah, this is a 14-team league. Like, let's look at the team at the bottom here, just for funsies. The team at the bottom, their RB1's Rashad White. Their RB2 is Jaleel McLaughlin right now. Their wide receiver 2 is Romeo Doubs, who's out. Their wide receiver 2, they're starting Yoshi Bosch. Like, dear God, we are just crushing. 14-team league, Kamara, Gibbs, Mixon could all be running back ones in this format. Zach Moss, Kareem Hunt, Tyler Algier. Zach Moss, I'm okay. I am very happy about Zach Moss as my RB4 in a 10-team league. To have him as my RB4 in a 14-teamer is just absolutely nuts. We have Hunt, Algier. This team has I have no idea how you have this much depth. We have a wide receiver 1 with A.J. Brown. In a 14-team league, Olave may be wide receiver 1 as well. Brian Robinson locked in. I need to move Brian Robinson up our rest of season rankings real quick. Ooh, let's do that. But Brian Robinson, definitely a top 28 wide receiver. Arguably, we have, I think you have to prefer Brian Thomas at this point over Waddle. I'd rather have Puka over him. I'd rather have Higgins probably. Yeah, I think we leave that as is. But, looking at Brian Thomas, have him a wide receiver 3, Zay Flowers wide receiver 4, Keon Coleman wide receiver 5. We have an above average running back 1, running back 2, running back 3, running back 4. We have an above average wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4. We have a strong tight end position with Jake Ferguson. This is a team that would be a strong 10-team league. In a 14-team league, it is absolutely nuts. Now, specifically because your roster is so strong here, I think that you could potentially go ahead and you could look at making that Nico Collins trade. Or say we trade Olave, Zach Moss, Joe Mixon. The issue is adding on the second running back. I think if you wanted to go Olave and Mixon and get Nico Collins and Bucky Irving, we can do it because we are absolutely dominant, even if it's a 14-team league where depth matters more. If you wanted to go Moss and Olave for Nico Collins straight up, we do it. I think you counter. You try to hold on to one of the running backs. If they need Mixon, then we need Bucky Irving in return. If they're fine with just doing it with Moss, you don't need Bucky Irving in return. And then outside of that, we don't change anything. This team's literally better than my team, and I play in a 12-team league. So, yeah, I think it's very difficult to make any moves. Definitely rooting for you here. I don't think it matters if I'm rooting for you or not, though. I think you're probably going to be crushing regardless. Okay. But thank you again for being a member of the flock, and thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. But let's move this over to Dawson's question. This is Obi-John Kenobi. Says no tight end league. Okay, no tight end league. Honestly, kind of ignore the league analyzer when it comes to this little pink bar. I'm 4-0 right now. Wondering if there's anything we should try to change. Should we move off Achane? No, the time to move Achane was 2 weeks ago. We had him as that sell high candidate. If you could still sell him for Jefferson, if you could still sell him for Chase, if you could still sell him for St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, you would. But just from what I've seen now, I think the value has been completely sucked out of him. where, yeah, you're not going to be able to get anything for him, really. In year 4-0, you can wait for Tua to come back. Or don't change anything and keep pushing. Anyone that I should drop recently acquired Fields, Bucky, and Wicks off the waiver wire, which looks great. So first thing to say, if this is a league where you don't have to start a tight ends, Trey McBride, Brock Bowers are garbage. They're worth roster spots, but let's go through and let's do something fun here. Just to illustrate how much better wide receiver options are than tight end in the flex. I have Trey McBride as my tight end 1 rest of season. But let's go ahead and let's look at this in a full PPR format. The tight end 1, can we not see their fantasy points per game here? Perfect. The tight end 1 in fantasy this year is Dallas Goedert. Let's just go down to the tight end 2, or let's look at fantasy points per game. Or tight end 1 was averaging 13.5 fantasy points per game. The tight end 1 is averaging 13.5 fantasy points per game. What is that an equivalent to wide receiver? Wide receiver, how many of these guys are averaging 13.5? We go down here. Allen Lazard, wide receiver 28. So even if your tight ends is the tight end 1 overall in fantasy, he's still probably not better than Shaheed for the flex, Jamison Williams for the flex, Deontay Johnson, Josh Downs, Allen Lazard, Chris Olave for the flex. Like going through and looking at our rankings, if it was a league where you did not have to start a tight end, they were just in flex consideration, I would rather have Jackson Smith and Jigba over any tight end in fantasy football. Obviously, the reason like Bowers, the reason McBride are valuable in regular leagues is because the value over replacement that you're going to get in comparison to a waiver wire tight end. But with all this being said, if you could potentially take Trey McBride and package him with Tank Dell and go get a wide receiver upgrade, you do. If you can package Brock Bowers with Dontavian Wicks and get a wide receiver upgrade, you do. Now, I may be wasting my breath. I may be wasting your time here because maybe people in your league already understand all this and you're rolling your eyes going, well, duh, Mason, you're speaking the obvious. And that's why I have these two guys, because I picked them up in the last 2 rounds of my draft. And if that's the case, then obviously ignore me. But I would at least see if we could get somebody to come in and kind of overrate them based off the name appeal rather than the underlying production that we should expect from this position versus receivers. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback. Quarterback, we are sitting with Dak and Fields. Obviously, 2 quarterbacks that we are playing the matchups with from a week-to-week perspective. I'm definitely excited to have both names here. I don't think you have to upgrade quarterback by any means. It is a league where you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so quarterback will make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output. And if you could afford it, like if in this format you could sell Trey McBride and Dak Prescott to get to an elite receiver, we for sure would. But obviously, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't know if you can. Now, going over to Jahmyr Gibbs and Devon Achane, we have 2 running back ones here in the long term. Achane obviously looks like an RB2 in the short term. But no matter how you cut it, we're chilling here at running back. We don't have to stress. We have quality running back depth pieces as well with Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt, Rico Dowdle. Going over to wide receiver, we have 2 elite names with Nico Collins, Jamar Chase. We have quality wide receiver depth with Tank Dell and Dontavian Wicks. So looking at this team top to bottom, this is a great squad. It's number 1 in the league analyzer for a reason. It's 4-0 for a reason. It's going to be difficult for me to come up with much for you here. Really, the only thing that I could possibly say is, again, if you were able to go ahead and make a 2-for-1 deal where you potentially move off of McBride and Dell for the receiver upgrade or Bowers and Wicks for the receiver upgrade, we 100% would. but much easier said than done. Your league mates may not be willing to pay for the tight ends, but I would want to figure that out. Now let's go over to a trade question from 10 Philip Martin. Says, I'm 1-3 and don't know if I have the time to wait for Tua to come back. I'm also a Texas fan. Hook 'em horns, my guy, hook 'em horns. But if we're 1-3, we don't know if we have the time for Tua to come back. Going AJ Brown to Tyreek Hill is a downgrade. AJ Brown should be good to go coming out of the bye next week. Bijan Robinson to Devon Achane, slight upgrade. Kyle Pitts to Kenneth Walker, massive, massive upgrade. If I was 3-1, the Tyreek Hill side wins easily. If I was 4-0, the Tyreek Hill side wins easily. Give me the options that, presumably are going to, be the wide receiver 1 overall when Tua comes back, a top 5 running back when Tua comes back, a top 10 running back rest of season. If you are 1-3, however, and you're telling me I just need production, well, you know what? This trade wouldn't even go through until after the week anyway. We'll be one more week closer to Tua returning. Bijan's involved in the deal. Bijan's already played. So honestly, I think regardless, I'm going to go with the Tyreek, Achane, and Walker side. I think there's too much value, even if you are 1-3. As I'm assuming the trade wouldn't process until Monday, regardless. Okay. But let me answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat real quick. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to get to them if I can. Now let's move this over. Sergio says Daniels or Fields. So obviously Justin Fields looked great this past week. It's a good matchup as well, looking at the amount of injuries that you have to this Dallas Cowboys defensive line. Like, I'm not super worried about what you're going to have with this Dallas Cowboys defense. But you have such a large sample with Jaden Daniels, you have to go Daniels. Dude Jazzy Jeff says, would you drop Sermon or Addison for Wiggs? I drop Sermon for Wiggs. If you're not going to if you're not going to play Sermon this week, I don't see the long-term upside. Like, Sermon's only valuable to you if you're putting him in your starting lineup this week. Now, obviously, a lot of people, including myself, would probably have Trey Sermon in their starting lineup this week. But if you don't, I do think maybe you have a little more upside with a player like Dontavian Wicks. Okay. Mason says, rate the trade I made today. Daniels, Montgomery, Dowdle, and I got Lamar and Jacobs. Daniels to Lamar, slight upgrade. Montgomery and Rico Dowdle to Josh Jacobs, slight upgrade as well. I like the deal. Don't act like you robbed the man by any means, but looks good. Smokey says Dontavian Wicks or Breece Hall for the flex. Whatever you do this week, I understand that Breece Hall got you 3 points last week. I understand that Breece Hall is in a tough matchup. But whatever you do, make sure that Breece Hall is in your starting lineup. Please. Please, 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 please. There's no scenario where you can go through and drop Breece Hall or a bench Breece Hall. Okay. Christ says, full BBR, Kincaid or Pitts rest of season. I will go Kincaid. Obviously, Pitts was finally viable in fantasy this past week. What did it take? It took 500 passing yards for Kirk Cousins. And even with the 500 passing yards for Cousins, it wasn't like Pitts was nuts. But let's move this back over to the sites. And of course, if y'all wanted to get a guaranteed answer anytime, you can always ask a question over there on flockfantasy.com. Even if you have to leave the live stream after you ask it, you're still going to get sent the clip of me answering it anyway through the site for you. So you can even ask a question if you never plan on going to a live stream. It'll be completely fine because you'll get it. You'll get the answer. And go over to expert advice here. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you are wanting a full-blown team review, definitely what I'd recommend to get it for the cheapest way possible is actually go over to Underdog Fantasy, where you could find the link in the live chat and the link in the description. And if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Sunday night game. And on top of that, you'll get that free team review over on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to accredit you with that free team review voucher. You can find that link in the description and the live chat. Now, going over to Colin, so thin at running back. We have CMC and Mason, however. 4-0, looking to ship Nico while value is peak. Is this overkill? Ramondre is almost worth nothing. Legette's almost worth nothing. We're effectively trading Nico Collins for Bijan Robinson, Puka Nacua, Jaden Reed. I'd rather have Bijan, Puka, and Reed. Obviously, Nico Collins is the best player in this deal. But we're 4-0. We're going to get Puka Nacua back in the long term with upside. Jaden Reed looks like he's going to absolutely crush right now. Bijan still looks to be a low-end RB1, high-end RB2, even he's not the running back one overall. Ramondre just got benched, and Xavier Legette is Andy Dalton's wide receiver 2. And Adam Thielen may come back later in the year. So, yeah, I think we just go ahead and we take the Bijan, Reed, and Puka side. Now, high wattage coming out with a team review. Appreciate you. My guy says, anything you would change? It's a powerhouse team. I think I may be able to get a running back upgrade. Should we go Wicks and Ford for ETN? So, obviously, it seems like Chubb's going to be coming back very soon. When Chubb is back at that point, Jerome Ford just simply has no viability. Jerome Ford turns into just a premium handcuff back, and that's pretty much it. So going through and cashing in on some Jerome Ford value right now, I do not fault you for it at all. But yeah, looking at this, it's a 3-1 squad where we are currently number 1 in the league analyzer. Looking at the rest of the teams here, there are about 5 teams that are close to us with the league analyzer. Team 6 and 7 are kind of in the mix. And then after that is just a massive, massive fall to the other squads. But anyway, quarterback, we have Love and Fields. Great little quarterback room where you can play the matchups between both guys. It's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So since you only start 2 receivers in a flex, here, having an elite quarterback would give you a significant edge. Having a top end running back would as well. Going over to running back, we have like a floor here every week. We have Montgomery, we have Najee, we have Robinson, we have Ford. So the issue's not like, oh, we don't know what running backs we could potentially start. Like obviously we'll have guys that we can look to start every week. The issue that you have is more so, I don't know if any of these running backs can ever turn into an RB1. So here, I think that could be a concern for us for sure. And if you were wanting to make a 2-for-1 deal to go get an improvement inside the starting lineup, I definitely think we would like that, centered around the idea that it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the depth's not going to matter a ton. We have plenty of depth. I mean, if we go through and look at this, right now, you're currently sitting with like Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Dontavian Wicks, all on your bench. So 100%, I would agree with you. We want to be moving off of depth of receivers to get an upgrade at running back. Rather than maybe sending like Wicks and Ford to get a Travis Etienne type. Etienne's another one of these guys that I don't necessarily know if we can sit here and we can say, okay, 100% Etienne is going to be a viable play for us. We're going to be starting him over Montgomery. We're going to be starting him over Najee. He has running back 1 upside. But I think instead maybe plan A could be that if you could go through and look to sell maybe Dontavian Wicks and David Montgomery and get a true RB1, look to sell DJ Moore and Najee Harris and get a true RB1 that way, I think I would rather tier up at the top end running backs and get a better RB1, RB2 rather than tier up from Jerome Ford. Definitely something that we can look to do regardless though. And I think that is the trade. We want to trade Wicks and one of these running backs, get a better RB and bring back another running back as well. You could even look to go like DJ Moore, Jordan Love, and pivot over to Jalen Hurts, pivot over to Josh Allen, pivot over to Lamar, pivot over to Daniels, and see if we can get that quarterback that has the elite rushing ceiling. I think you can afford it because it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Tight end, we have McBride and Evan Ingram. Obviously, if Evan Ingram crushes, then at that point we can throw him on the block. For now, we're just holding on. But yeah, ultimately, we are selling wide receiver depth pieces. You can afford it. We have a great team. It's a 3-1 team where we are currently the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Whether you're selling a wide receiver depth piece and a running back to get an RB upgrade, wide receiver depth piece and a quarterback to get a QB upgrade, I like the idea. My only thing is I don't necessarily know if going and getting the upgrade from like Wicks and Ford is great. I mean, it's good, definitely, to go get ETN at that price. I would love it for the roster. But I think you could even target a better running back by selling like Najee instead of Ford, if that makes sense. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out some way. But let's move this over for Jay Davis. Says, I have a trade for Aaron Jones, trading away Mike Evans. Figured rest of season depth was better. Okay. So we have Montgomery, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Bijan Robinson. Tyreek, I don't like it, to be honest. Because I think that Tua still comes back. And I personally think that you may have Tyreek Hill still with the top 3 wide receiver finish in his range of outcomes. I'd probably rather have the Tyreek Hill side. Like the gap points per game, but I mean, Montgomery's maybe outscoring Bijan Robinson right now. We have no idea when Devontae Adams. So like Tyreek's bad at the moment because you have no Tua, but Devontae Adams isn't even playing at the moment. Wide receiver, low end wide receiver 2 production is better than no production at all. And I think Tyreek has more long-term upside as well. So I'd probably rather have Tyreek. Chandler says, did he hear Adams hinted at going to the Ravens? I did not. What did he say? The Ravens would be a phenomenal fit for Devontae Adams. I did not hear the Devontae Adams Ravens situation at all. I think it would be a great real life fit. For fantasy football, it'd be a disaster for Devontae Adams, of course. But moving this over to Connor starts that question. Torn between Hubbard and my second round disappointment, Achane. Let me know what you're thinking. I think looking at the implied team total, it's moved down to 17 points for Devon Achane and the Miami Dolphins this week. I think you'd have to go ahead and you have to take Chuba Hubbard. Looking at what we have with the underdog projections, right now you have Chuba Hubbard, higher or lower, 81.5 total yards. Looking at what you had with Achane, you have Achane at 74.5 total yards. Sports books are projecting that you will have more points scored in Carolina as well, so maybe more touchdown upside. So I think you go Chuba Hubbard over Achane this week. Okay. Let's see. Chandler says there's a picture on a story of the poet who wrote the Raven poem. That would be awesome. Like just from a NFL fan perspective, Devontae Adams in Baltimore would be great. It's like you bring in old man Henry, you bring in old man Adams. It'd be exciting. But Roulette says, I have an account on Flock Fantasy. Just made an Underdog account with the same email and made a deposit. How do I get a team review? So Underdog every morning sends me a list of all the email addresses from the day before that made that deposit with promo code FLOCK. And then we go through and we credit those people with a free team review voucher. So you should be able to get it tomorrow, my guy. And then you could just go through the regular team review process. And then when you get to my name, it should say $0. But yeah, it will show up in your account tomorrow, my guy. But let's move this over to Preston Larson's start set question. Here's starting lineup. We have Jefferson, Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver. Kyle Pitts at tight end. Running back, we have Mason, Kyron Williams. Quarterback, we have Brock Purdy. And the flex spot, we have no Kupp. We have no Devonta Smith this week. Really, the most interesting players to get in would be Leggett, Chase Brown, maybe Antonio Gibson, now that they're saying that he is going to start. But I'm probably not going with them. It's probably going to be between Chase Brown, Xavier Leggett. Looking at my flex rankings this week, I did have them relatively close. Obviously, if you're playing in a full PPR format, you do want to give a slight edge to what you have with the receiver that's going to have the target volume. But I think Chase Brown's probably in a better offense. You have a 24-point total in Cincinnati. Leggett has a tough matchup against the Bears, so I'm probably going to go with Chase Brown. It's definitely very close, but I don't start. I'm not starting Gibson in any leagues, even if he is the quote-unquote starter for New England. Now, Jake Christ, it's JSN Bourne. Coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. I'm assuming this is Jesus Christ, it's JSN Bourne. I don't know if that's like a... Is it Mission Impossible? That's the Bourne series. But anyway, hey Mason, Trade King here. I can see there's no way you drafted this team with how far it is ahead of everybody else in the league analyzer. You're 31,000 points compared to 24,000 for the next team. I only have 2 players left on my team that I actually drafted. Let me do the same little thing with my team here. How many players in the Flock League do you think are left on my team that I actually drafted? Not including my defense. I think I have 7 players on my team that I drafted versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I did not draft. But yeah, pretty much 50-50. But anyway, honestly, don't know where to improve from here. Quarterback, running back upgrade, maybe. Appreciate Big Dog. Appreciate you, my guy. And yeah, for sure. Looking at what we have, this is going to be a monster squad. It's a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. Going over to the team, we have Kyler and Geno at quarterback. We're chilling. Kyler Murray, you have the rushing upside. Geno Smith, they've been airing the ball out in Seattle. Should have a decent amount of passing volume. So looking at where we are with Kyler and Geno, especially in a 12-team format, I think you have no reason to stress. I understand Kyler was a massive letdown and what should have been a great matchup against Washington last week. But you still have the rushing upside where he did have, over 150 rushing yards through the first 3 weeks. Going over to running back, Kenneth Walker looks like a solid RB1. So does James Cook in a 12-team format. James Conner, great RB2, and he's in our RB3 slot. It's a league where there is a little bit of a deeper starting lineup. So having the running back depth, having the wide receiver depth is important here. We have Braylon Allen as the desperation play / elite handcuff. We have Emmanuel Wilson as the running back depth. Yeah, with this team, what am I supposed to say? This team, I would literally pay, if I can't even imagine how much money I would pay to have this in the Flock League. Like, how is this possible? We have St. Brown, Chase, A.J. Brown. So 3 top 10 receivers. Deontay Johnson looks like, do you have Deontay Johnson as your wide receiver 4? To have JSN as your wide receiver 5? I reasonably don't know what I can tell you with this team. Yes, it's so loaded where if you could pivot over and get an elite quarterback, you would. Because even going over to tight end, Trey McBride's either tight end 1 or tight end 2 rest of season. looking at this, I think the only thing I could possibly say is if you can trade JSN, Kyler Murray, and go get Jalen Hurts, go get Josh Allen, go get Lamar Jackson, you do it. We knew it before we pulled up the team that it was going to be a monstrous squad. Looking at the league analyzer, like we literally have 31,000 points. We have triple the value than the team at the bottom here. We have triple the value of the team at the bottom. The only thing you could do is make a move for an elite quarterback. I wish I could have a move for you here, but like I said, it significantly better than my team. Significantly. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I don't know how you made any of these trades because it's not like St. Brown, I guess maybe Chase dipped in value through the first 2 weeks and maybe someone panic sold you Chase. Now going over to Joaquin's question. Appreciate you. I know you've been a long time member of the flock. We have Harrison Lamb, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Tight end, we have Ingram. Definitely going to have to monitor the Evan Ingram status. Running back, we have no Gibbs this week, no Mixon this week. We have Braylon Allen, Cam Akers, no Nick Chubb this week. I am not excited to start Cam Akers. I started Cam Akers last week. I started Cam Akers I started Cam Akers 2 weeks ago. I'm not super pumped about it, but I think we probably start Cam Akers over Braylon Allen, or where at least Akers will be the starter in his own offense. Braylon Allen does have a really tough matchup. And then going down to the flex, I think you play Brian Thomas. It's a brutal spot having to play Akers yet again. I would probably try to avoid it if you can. Can you all spam the chat? Would you rather play Braylon Allen or Cam Akers? Would you rather start Braylon Allen or Cam Akers? This is the same exact question that somebody else in the chat had. Obviously, Braylon Allen is a way better running back, and I'd way prefer Braylon Allen the rest of season to Cam Akers. But with Braylon Allen going up against Minnesota this week, with Brees being healthy, we got Akers, tough one. Akers, Allen, Allen. Akers, Allen, Akers, Allen. Does look like most people probably prefer Braylon Allen here. I'm still going to stand by Akers, to be honest. I wonder if Underdog put out an Akers pick yet. Come on. Do we have projections here? Looks like no, there's no Akers pick just yet. Flex is easy with Brian Thomas. This is the hard call. And I go Akers, but obviously Braylon Allen looks like a much better player. Now, Marvin24 coming out with a free Underdog promo team review. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. Looking at this, it's CMC's Bizarre Adventure. We are the number 3 team in the league analyzer. There are 3 teams here that look like juggernaut squads. Everybody else is much worse. It is a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So this being a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, really the wide receiver depth is not going to matter. And when we get the opportunity to sell receivers in 2-for-1 deals to upgrade elsewhere, we 100% want to. And real quick side note, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes on this stream. So hit that like button if you have not done so already. But quarterback, we have Josh Allen. Obviously, with Allen, we're chilling. No need for a backup. I mean, obviously, he's been up and down so far this season. But you have a crazy rushing ceiling, and you could potentially have a ton of passing volume. Going over to running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason. So looking at these 3 RBs, it's a really nice combo in the long term. In the short term, missing both CMC and Taylor is going to put us in a really tough spot. I mean, at least we get Trey Sermon where we're able to go through and we're able to play in for Taylor. Sermon's not going to look anything like Jordan Mason. The usage is going to be splits for sure here across a couple different running backs in Indianapolis. So I'm not excited to start Sermon this week, but he will be serviceable, and I'm not going to panic because it's a 3-1 team. Obviously, if it's a 3-1 team, we are willing to be flexible, and we are willing to maybe sacrifice a little bit of the short-term production to have the long-term upside. Now, going over to what we have at receiver, it is a league where we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Now, with that being said, you have a ridiculous amount of these players. A ridiculous amount. We have Nico. We have Wilson. We have Reed. We have Puka. We have Rome. We have Kirk. We have Shakir. And I'm completely fine going through and rostering the depth wide receivers that you think have a ton of upside to continue to get better as the year goes on. So I'm completely fine to go through and roster potentially, say, these guys at the bottom like Brian Thomas, Roma Dunze, where you could reasonably expect that they get better and they progress through the course of the season. However, the players like Christian Kirk that just give you the baseline floor, and we don't necessarily know if we can project them to come out and improve at any point. There's no path for Christian Kirk to ever enter into your starting lineup. None. Khalil Shakir. I don't see how Shakir ever hits your starting lineup. So what I would love to do is I would love to go ahead and potentially move off of Christian Kirk, move off of Khalil Shakir, and a 2-for-1 deal where we're able to get an upgrade elsewhere. Like if you can move Christian Kirk and Tajee Spears to just, to get to a running back like Josh Jacobs, it's hard to say that. But obviously a running back that we're excited to put in there at RB2. If you can move, say, Christian Kirk and Khalil Shakir, either one of those players with another wide receiver in this lineup and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade there, like you go Garrett Wilson and Christian Kirk to pivot over to Marvin Harrison, that's also something that we are willing to do. Like those 2-for-1 trades where we could potentially get that upgrade inside the starting lineup by selling the wide receiver that the depth may be a bit unnecessary, and we don't expect them to have the ceiling to improve as the year goes on. And then honestly, after we make that 2-for-1 deal, we want to backfill with running backs off the waiver wire. As you're starting Nico, Wilson, Reed, we have the long-term upside of Puka, Bryant Thomas, Rome. I just don't see what Shakir or Kirk ever do to hit our starting lineup, ever. So let's cash in, open up roster spots, improve at the running back position. I think you're in a good spot. But obviously, we have a ridiculous amount of value. We are 3-1. I just think you have some of this value on your bench that literally is never going to make a difference for your team. Now let's go over to Huntsman. This is another one of those free underdog team reviews. It says, team is Huntsman. I know the team is stacked, but we're 1-3. I drafted most of the team and got lucky with the late round picks. So far this year, I consolidated depth for Jefferson, Chase, Etienne. My running back production and depth this week got second to last this year. This is my win now window. I need advice on building my running back room. So this is a dynasty team. With this being a dynasty team, it is a 1 quarterback, 10 team league where you only start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So it's a dynasty league where we could go through and we can kind of ignore depth more than you would elsewhere and treat this a little more as if it was just that redraft format. Quarterback, we have Josh Allen, Kyler Murray. Obviously, cornerstone assets. Value's not going down anytime soon. They're going to help us contend this year. Running back, we only care about if we are going to be a contending team this season. If you're contending in Dynasty, running back's a position of priority. On a rebuilding roster, it frankly doesn't matter as much just because it's very difficult to project out running back usage years out in advance. Like, I have no idea what these running back. I don't no idea what James Cook's role is going to be in 2025. I think he has a shot to be the starting running back in Buffalo, but it's not a guarantee. I have no idea what Travis Etienne's role is going to be in 2025. I think he has a shot to be a starting running back somewhere, but it's not a guarantee. So, I mean, as we look at what we have with these running backs, we're more so focused in on what we have this season. The depth beyond these two top guys for the rest of the year is very questionable. Going over to wide receiver, this is by far and away the strength of the roster. Like, we are just absolutely crushing everybody in the league. We have Lamb, Jefferson, Chase, London. All cornerstone assets in Dynasty. All guys that you are able to go through and you are able to start consistently, rely on them in terms of the production in the short term, and can comfortably project them to actually improve in the long term as well. So this is a beautiful team specifically built around wide receiver. Waddle, long-term and short-term option. Brian Thomas, long-term and short-term option. This is a nutso squad. Going over to tight end, we have Laporta and Freiermuth. Great tight end room as well. Clearly, this is a team that should be looking to contend. You have a solid foundation where we're going to have value for years to come. I hate to say this, because I don't want anybody else in the chat getting ideas thinking, oh, I'm 1-3 in Dynasty, but my team's good. Your team's not this good. All right, your team's not this good. This is a team that is so strong that I wouldn't mind you going through and selling a future first to go get a running back of significance. Like, let's go ahead and let's look at some of the teams at the bottom that maybe have no shot to contend. Maybe we don't sell a first for a running back. Maybe instead, like, this team has Pollard, Dobbins. If we can sell a second and a third, and they have Swift. If we can sell a second and a third and go pick up Pollard, Dobbins, and Swift and just dumpster dive this team's just garbage running back depth that has no value in the long term, would love to make that move. This team's 1-3. If we can sell a future first and go get Devon Achane, where Achane should have value in the long term as well, I would love to make that move. I think you're okay to actually sell a future pick here to go bring in a running back, specifically because you are so strong at wide receiver. I don't see how this team's not a contender in the future. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, thank you so much again for being a member of the flock and supporting us by taking advantage of that Underdog promo. But let's move this. Starts it over for Omar. Says, Bucky already played, can only start one running back. Singletary doubtful, so now we have to consider Tracy. Okay. So running back, it's between Akers, Tracy, Dowdle, Sermon. We have no Brooks. We have no Pacheco. Oh, dear God. I think we probably go Trey Sermon and don't feel great about it. Obviously, we're going to go with Deontay at the flex. The best wide receiver that we could possibly get outside of that would be Tank Dell. So we leave everything as is. To be honest with you, I just have no idea between Tracy and Sermon. I'm pretty confident that you don't want to go Akers. And to be honest with you, I just asked the live chat what they thought earlier, and they said Sermon over. They said Sermon over Tracy, which I have no freaking idea. I have no idea. I think Sermon's probably in the better offense. Now, a Hogan coming out with the team review. This is get jiggy with it. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. Thank you, my guy. I know you've been messaging us for a while. So sitting at 1-3, but I've scored the most points. So tell me you're trash at defense. It's kind of embarrassing to admit, but we're still in 8th place overall. Need some advice. I came into the league after the draft being the number 1 power ranked team. Thanks, Mason, for all the work you put in. Love hearing their views. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Honestly, even though we're not the number 1 ranked team here at this point, look at the league analyzer. It looks like it may not matter much. Because the top 4 teams are all about the same. The top 4 teams are all within striking distance. They are the juggernauts. They are the other people that we are contending with. Going over to what we have, quarterback, we're currently sitting with Jalen Hurts. Obviously, we need a fill-in for this week with Geno Smith. After Hurts is back, I honestly wouldn't even mind if you wanted to go through and cut Geno and just roll with Jalen Hurts. Going over to running back, we have Henry, Brooks, Chubb, Braylon Allen, and Ramondre Stevenson. So being 1-3 isn't that bad under the context of we are about to get back in Jonathan Brooks and we are about to get back in Nick Chubb. So this team will be better than it has been with these 2 players coming in. We have the locked and loaded anchor RB1. RB2 is probably going to be disgusting this week. Going over to wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk, Rome Odunze, George Pickens, Ladd McConkey. I think wide receiver gets better here over time as well. I mean, 2 of these guys we're looking at are rookies. We're streaming tight end with just Noah Fant at the moment. I would imagine that we could find a better option than Noah Fant on the waiver wire. But as it stands, all in all, I do think that this is a team that you're in a really good spot to just get better as the season goes on. Like, I understand it's disappointing, the 1-3 start. Ayuk's been an absolute bomb. Rome Odunze's been inconsistent. But going into the future, as the rookies improve, as we get the injured running backs in, we have the elite quarterback, elite receiver, elite running back. We have depth improving on the bottom end. I don't think you need to make a trade. I think this team will just naturally get better, to be honest. Can y'all think of anything with this team? It's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. Adam says, how much can we really rely on Chubb, though? I mean, in terms of like ranking Chubb as an RB1, right, it's not going to happen. But Nick Chubb could very easily step in and be an RB2 for this team. That's really all this team needs. It has Derrick Henry. Aleem says needs a better tight end than Noah Fant. I agree in the long term. I mean, they're just streaming tight end right now. In the long term, you can get one. But in the short term, we don't really have the depth that we can expand. Like Rome's not really startable right now. Ladd's not really startable right now. Brooks is injured. Chubb's injured. So I think this is a team that, like, if you could trade Ramondre Stevenson, you do it. I just imagine that your league mates have Twitter. They saw that Ramondre Stevenson's getting benched for Antonio Gibson. So, I mean, if you could potentially sell Ramondre Stevenson for a tight end, go for it. I would just imagine that you probably can't find a sucker that's willing to. Now, I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, my guy, let me know. But thank you. Appreciate you. I know it's crappy advice. I know it's not much. But I think the main thing that you want to do is just stay patient. The rookie receivers will get better. And the injured running backs will come back in. Okay. But let's move this over to Carlos's question. It says, normally Connor is a lock, but I'm not sure against the Niners. Thanks for the help, Mason. Thank you. I completely understand it is a tough matchup. I think Chuba Hubbard is going to be a lock here. If you look at the receiving usage and you look at the projections that sportsbooks are currently putting out with him, I believe Underdog, which obviously is not Underdog Fantasy, not sportsbook, does have them higher, lower 82.5 total yards. But I think sportsbooks have an implied team total of like 19.5 points for the Carolina Panthers. James Conner's only had 1 reception per game over the past 3 weeks. I still think you play James Conner over Travis Etienne, though. It's tough. It's a tough matchup. I get it. I still think you go with them. And I think you go Etienne in the flex. Honestly, it doesn't matter if you play Conner at RB2, Etienne at RB2. I think they're both in your lineup regardless. Even if Alexander Madison's the starting running back now in Las Vegas, you do currently have the Raiders projecting to be the worst offense in the NFL. Go Utes Tommy says 2 point per reception league. Saw Dowdle way higher than Waddle in this week's rankings. What to do? In a league where you get 2 points per reception, I'm sorry, my rankings that we put out in YouTube videos, they're not going to be able to help you. If you get 2 points per reception, you move up wide receivers dramatically, and I mean dramatically. DJ Moore is a lock. Tight ends, I hope we it would have been nice to play Pitts. I'm sure we didn't. I would have played Ferguson. I'm going over to running back. We're going to go Zach Moss. And then in the flex spots, we want to be looking at the receivers in a league where you're going to be getting 2 points per reception. Actually, I thought that was Dontavian Wicks. Here is Dontavian Wicks. We'll throw Wicks in at the flex. And then for other wide receiver, I actually probably go Keon Coleman now that you have no Khalil Shakir. If you want to go Jalen Waddle, you can. It's either Waddle or Keon, but please play a wide receiver here in the flex spot in a 2 point per reception league. Now let's move this team review over to Pukaki Party. This is the number 1 team with the league analyzer. There's a ton of teams that are right here in the same range, though. Really, top 6 teams are all in the same realm. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if we hit 600 likes in the stream, we are going to be moving over and we are going to be answering the free questions in the live chat. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. But looking at this team, says, hey, Flock, currently 1-3, dealt with some bad luck. This week, I am desperate for a wide receiver 2 to start as we have Jerry freaking Judy and Amon-Ra. We have to start Judy with Amon-Ra on bye. If you could please give me some trade suggestions we could try before this Sunday. I feel running back depth is great, but we need receivers. Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate you. Good news is it's a half PPR format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I actually don't think that you need wide receiver that bad, to be honest. I think that you're kind of in a spot that you can go through and just build out running backs. Running backs going to be more interesting in the flex for sure. Going over to what we have at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Jalen Hurts. Having Jalen Hurts, obviously, QB that we can start every single week. Don't need a backup here. We have Sam Darnold to play for Hurts this week. Is kind of a tough matchup for Darnold, to be honest. Going over to running back, we have Connor, Jordan Mason, Jonathan Brooks, Chase Brown, Jerome Ford, Chuba Hubbard. So this is a team with a ton of running back depth. And honestly, with this much running back depth, I actually think that yes, where even if I want to build around running back and don't care as much about wide receiver, given the league settings you have, I still think this is a spot where it does make sense for you to sell some of the depth. There's James Conner, Jordan Mason, locked and loaded RB1s in the short term. I mean, RB1/RB2, Mason RB1, James Conner RB2. Jonathan Brooks gives us the long-term upside. Chase Brown, obviously, looks like he may be taking over in Cincinnati in what should be a great offense. And if Zach Moss were to go down, Chase Brown wins leagues. So if we look at Jerome Ford and Chuba Hubbard, these are running backs that are going to lose value as the season goes on. Knowing that these are running backs that are kind of short-term fill-in options when you have no Chubb, when you have no Brooks. So if we can sell Hubbard and Ford to teams that need running backs right now, I think we would look to do so. How we do it is 2-for-1 deals at wide receiver to upgrade. Tight end looks gross having to roster 3 players, but obviously we have Laporta on bye. We have Hawkins on the IR. So having 3 tight ends is kind of whatever. If you possibly could sell Cole Kmet, we would, but much easier said than done. Much easier said than done. So what we want to do here is we want to go ahead. We want to see if we can package together, say, Chuba Hubbard and Jerry Jeudy. Nobody's paying for Jeudy. They're paying for Hubbard. And we want to see if we can get a long-term upgrade at receiver. We want to go over to a team with a garbage running back room. This team right now is having to start either Braylon Allen or Antonio Gibson. If we can send them Chuba Hubbard and Jerry Jeudy and get to Devonta Smith, I know Smith is on bye this week. Who cares? We're going long-term upside. That is an absolute no-brainer. This team right now, their RB2 is they're choosing between Rashad White, Devin Singletary every week. I know people are going to hate me saying this. I would sell Chuba Hubbard and Jerry Jeudy for Brandon Ayuk. And with how bad Ayuk's been, I think you could get that deal done reasonably, to be honest. This team, a running back, Chuba Hubbard would start for him for sure. If we could send them Chuba Hubbard and Jerry Jeudy and get Devontae Adams, send them Chuba Hubbard and Jerry Jeudy to get to Stephon Diggs, I think that's a no-brainer. So, yeah, I think these are the 2 depth pieces you sell because we're not starting them this week. Actually, may start Chuba over Connor. But if we start Connor, it's not a massive downgrade anyway. We don't need their production in the short term. And at the same time, their value will be on the decline just as you get the added competition into their backfields with Chubb and Ford. So we can find a team that's desperate for running back production. Let's send them these players with Jeudy. Go get a wide receiver that we can fill in with. Obviously, if you could sell Kmet for anything, you would. But honestly, after this week, when you get Laporta and Hurts back from the buys, I think I'd even drop Kmet and Darnold to pick up exciting wide receiver and running back upside. But thank you again. I appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, best of luck. Let's move this bad boy over to being 2-3. But let's move over. And if we have any questions in the live chat, please drop them. Be happy to answer as many as we possibly could. Heart of New York says, I don't understand how I'm adding code flock to Underdog for a team review. Nowhere does it say to put that. Well, obviously it has to be a new account on Underdog Fantasy, but when you sign up, use promo code FLOCK to Underdog Fantasy, and you have to make an account on flockfantasy.com, and your team will be through flockfantasy.com. Make the same email address, and Underdog the following day will get me the list of all those emails, including yours, and we'll credit you with that free team review. Mars says, make a flock trade. I actually did make a trade in the flock league this week. Actually, today I made a trade in the flock league. Do y'all want to hear what I did? All right, y'all want to hear what I cooked up? So one of the developers in the flock league is going up against Danny this week. Danny's 3-1, I'm 3-1, Zach's 3-1. We're all tied for first. Well, I have the least points scored out of 3, so I'm third. But anyway, I need Danny to lose. The developer's going up against Danny in the flock league. The developer's team is garbage. Everybody's injured. Everybody's on bye. The man was starting Ty Johnson at running back. He's the developer. He's never played fantasy football before. He's one of the developers on flockfantasy.com. He's the only developer on flockfantasy.com that hasn't played fantasy football. So I just go to the waiver wire. I picked up Cam Akers in the morning. I realized I wasn't starting Cam Akers. So since I'm not starting Cam Akers, he has no value to me. So I picked him up for free. I literally, in the call with the developer today when we were talking about the site, I went, hey, you are desperate for a starter. You need Cam Akers. Give me $2 fab dollars. I'll send you Cam Akers. I was going to drop him anyway after the week. So I got $2 fab dollars. I got a shot to see Danny go down and a better chance to take over the number 1 spot in this league. Okay. JP says, pick one this week for a flex. Madison, Addison. We're going to go Alexander Madison over Jordan Addison. Also Mahomes or Geno this week. I go Mahomes, but that's because I'm a smooth-brained monkey. Okay. Emerson says Worthy for Tank Dell and Bucky Irving. I'd rather just have the best player. I'd rather have Xavier Worthy here. Okay. Anonymous says, how do we get a team review if we already have an account on Underdog? You can always go and purchase a team review through flockfantasy.com. To be honest with you, if you were going to purchase a team through flockfantasy.com, a couple different things if you do the math on this. If you sign up to any subscription on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK, you will get 30% off any purchases you ever make on the site. So 30% off subscriptions and 30% off a la carte stuff. So you pretty much, I would just do a monthly lowest tier subscription. You get 30% off the team review. Or if you really like the site and you want to take advantage of all the tools that we have to the best of their ability and what we're going to be rolling out very soon, you could get an annual Mother Flocker tier with code FLOCK, and that will hook you up with a free team review yearly. OG Lancelot knows how to get their question answered. You're built like DK Metcalf. Thank you. Eckler or Javonte in a full PPR 10-team league. I think I would go ahead and start Eckler in a full PPR league. Right now, it does seem like Brian Robinson's gonna play. The main reason with that is, the main reason I'm saying that is just because you had Brian Robinson going to Twitter, tweeting out a thumbs up emoji. And the expert analysis that we have is that means that Brian Robinson is now a starting running back. That means that he is starting this. Obviously, I have no freaking idea if he will be good to go. But if Brian Robinson is good to go this week, I think you can go ahead. I think you can start him. But even with Brian Robinson being good to go, maybe he does have a slightly smaller role and Eckler is viable. Okay. Justine says, can someone decode a thumbs up? I've actually been on Duolingo as of late. And I've been learning the language of emojis. And I think thumbs up means I'm good. Could be mistaken. I'm no expert. I'm an old head at this point. Johnny Betts VIP says Ford or Wicks this week. Now that you have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson, I go Dontavian Wicks. No Romeo Doubs is a big deal here. Though we were obviously expecting Watson to be out. I wasn't expecting Dobbs to be out until we got the practice reports. Nino says Zach Moss or Najee Harris. I would rather have Najee Harris. You have no Jalen Warren and no Cordell Patterson as well. Okay. Thomas says PBR for the flex. Coleman or Leggett extremely close. Now that you have no Shakir, I had Leggett easily over Keon Coleman before Shakir got ruled out. But once that does happen, I think it does make it a lot tougher here. But let's move this over. And yeah, let's make sure we can get through all the questions on the site tonight. So, of course, we're answering all questions. I always do through flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you could always go over to the site. If you want that guaranteed answer, just go hit the expert advice button here in the top right corner. It says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you did want that team review definitely the cheapest way to get it. And what I would recommend is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also get hooked up with a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game Sunday night. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you will get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure, like this team did, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who we need to get that free team review to. But let's move this over to ENT Phone Home. Says, longtime fan, currently 0-4 due to bad luck, leaning towards 0-5 after another Bijan lackluster game. Need some help. I got a good team, but not sure what to do at this point. Okay, first thing that you need to do is this is a team on ESPN, my guy. So you can go over to flockfantasy.com. You can link your team. Link your team. That way next time if I'm going to look at it, I can look at all the teams in your league and look at the league standings and everything. And the second thing is you can take advantage with a bunch of the free tools that we have on the site if you link your team as well. But anyway, looking at it, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, definitely a spot in which we don't need to come out and say that, oh, okay, we need to build around wide receiver. We want a bunch of wide receiver 2s, wide receiver 3s. No, instead, I mean, if you could go ahead and get upgrades inside the starting lineup by selling wide receivers on the bench, that will pretty much always be optimal here in this league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback. Quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output since it's a league with only 2 receivers and 1 flex. We have Jordan Love. With Love, looks extremely exciting. Obviously, we're built around the Packers stack here where we also have Tucker Kraft and Jaden Reed. Moving beyond this, we're not rostering another quarterback. Because Love doesn't have like an insane amount of rushing upside, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to start, say, Jordan Love in good matchups and stream the quarterback position if Jordan Love's in a really tough spot. Obviously, I mean, Jordan Love looks like a solid QB1. I'm not telling you not to play Jordan Love, but if you wanted to roster 2 QBs, I wouldn't fault you for it. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Bijan Robinson, Travis Etienne. So obviously at this point, Bijan Robinson no longer looks like the high-end RB1 that he was drafted to be. At this point, I actually think that Bijan's closer to a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. Going down to what we have on the bench, you have Braylon Allen, Tyler Algier, Trey Benson, Jaleel McLaughlin. So we do have premium handcuff backs that we can also view as desperation plays. Like say we end up getting the injury to Breece Hall all of a sudden. Braylon Allen obviously becomes kind of like a must-start player in that instance. This does look to be like a weird scoring format. Let me pull this up. Is maybe this why you didn't link your team? Let me just look at this real quick. So we're sitting with 9.2 points for Bijan Robinson. Bijan had the 61 rushing yards. He had the 16 receiving yards. So 6.1 plus 1.6, that's 7.7. 9 point. Okay, so this is a half PPR format. Okay. You can link a half PPR league, so that's not it. But yeah, half PPR format, I'll definitely say that the running back upside matters a little bit more than what you have at wide receiver. Particularly running backs will make up a little bit of a higher percentage of our starting lineup output. And at the same time, they'll be a little more likely to hit our flex spot. So going over to receiver, when we have Godwin, Harrison, Reed, obviously looks like an extremely strong little wide receiver trio. And going down to the bench, we have Jameson, we have Ayuk, I think, honestly, what I would probably look to do with this team is if you could take the massive spike that you had from Jordan Love last week and potentially send out some feelers where if you could trade Jamison Williams, who in this style format where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, and we have Godwin, Harrison, Reed, and Ayuk, I don't really see Jamison hitting the lineup too often. And since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our lineup. If we can go with Jamison and Jordan Love to get to the elite quarterback, whether that's Josh Allen, whether that's Jalen Hurts, whether that's Lamar Jackson, I think that could be very appealing under the assumption that this is a 4-point passing touchdown format. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I think that you are chilling as is. Going over to tight end, we have the long-term upside of Hawkinson. We have Kraft in here as well. I actually love Kraft. I think you're in a good spot. I don't think you have to do anything at tight end. So really, I think it's a well-rounded roster. I think it's going to be better going into the future than what it has been. I know that probably Ayuk has just absolutely crushed us so far. And obviously, we had the Jordan Love injury, so we were having to stream quarterbacks as well. But if we could potentially trade Jamison and Love coming off the massive games for both players and get the true elite level QB, I think we would. But really do appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Okay. Hard in New York says, where on the Flock website you choose for review after paying. So if you pay for a team review on the Flock website, for you to even get there to pay for the review, you have to go through the entire review process. Team review, choose your league, or fill out your league settings, et cetera. So with this button that says expert advice. So there's no way you could have paid for a team review on the site without submitting one, unless you signed up for an annual Mother Flocker subscription to get access to all the rankings, the limited trade calculator, and all that stuff. And then you had a free team review added on. Or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, and that's what you mean by paying, where if you made a $10 deposit on Underdog, made a $10 deposit, just go over to that expert advice, go through the team review, and then when you get to the final page for Mason Dodd, it should say $0. But like I said, it's going to take a day after you sign up with code FLOCK on Underdog, because Underdog sends me the list of email addresses the next day, and then we credit all those teams with free team reviews. But let's move this over to Hawk Tua's team. And Carbon says, why is London so low in the rankings? Where do I have London in the rankings? Sort by Mason Dodd. I have Drake London as wide receiver 8. If you move London over Neighbors, AJ Brown, Jamar Chase, you do you. London wide receiver 8 for me is honestly perfectly fine. He was wide receiver 10 before the game. I think we're moving to wide receiver 8 after the game. Okay. But hey, Mason, missed the boat to sell high on Achane, but still wanting to pivot to an elite receiver. Need some ideas as the league with these wide receivers the teams with the wide receivers don't have anything, need anything I have to offer. Your advice is much appreciated. Appreciate you. We'll say a couple things. One, we are golden. There are 2 juggernaut squads in this league. We are one of them. We are well ahead of everybody else. The second thing is, this is a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Since you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, you are in a spot that the wide receiver depth does not matter. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't pay up for an elite level player. But this is a 12-team league. This is a 12-team league. You don't sell Achane here. If anything, I think Achane is potentially a buy low at this point. Where if you are looking at Devon Achane, yes, he's maybe a running back 2 in the short term, but you don't even need to freaking start the guy in the short term. Before Tua comes back, you can play Jordan Mason and Breece Hall. You don't even need to start. Maybe you throw him in the flex. But while he will be disappointing with no Tua, I'm completely fine with him in our flex spot. But that's besides the point. Let's move over. Quarterback, we have Kyler and Goff. Feel very comfortable with this quarterback room. I mean, would I rather have Lamar? Yes, but Kyler does give you rushing upside. I think you have upside. Very disappointing game this past week, but it could be a lot better going into the future. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Breece Hall, Devon Achane, Jonathan Taylor, Jordan Mason. So if I was doing anything here, to be honest with you, on a 4-0 team where you are currently sitting with a God squad, where we are, just breezing our way to get to the playoffs, what I would personally do is I would probably be looking to sell Jordan Mason. You have the long-term upside with Achane. You have the long-term upside with Taylor. You don't need the short-term production with Jordan Mason. So I don't think you sell Achane. Like I said, I thought you sold him 2 weeks ago. Back then, you could have got Jefferson straight up, could have got St. Brown straight up, could have got Chase straight up. I know you're going to say, no, you couldn't. Go read my YouTube comments. They told me I was an idiot for saying it. But, yeah, you don't need Mason on this 4-0 team. There'll be other teams in this league that are desperate for running back. This team right now is starting either Rashad White or Bucky Irving at RB2. Why don't we throw them out a feeler? We give them Jordan Mason and T. Higgins. We get Justin Jefferson. If CMC doesn't come back and you traded Jordan Mason and T. Higgins for Justin Jefferson, it's probably not great, but that's the risk we're willing to take. What if CMC comes back in 3 weeks? I don't know if CMC will come back. I don't know if he'll come back in 3 weeks. But moving this over, Shitty Dogs is starting Trey Sermon at running back 2 this week, or Miles Sanders. Obviously, they don't have the elite receiver. This is the issue. When you get down to these teams at the bottom end, they are just so bad. They don't have any pieces at all for us. Yeah, that team has nobody. That team has nobody. This team would start Jordan Mason over ETN. If we can move Jordan Mason and a lesser receiver like Christian Kirk and get to A.J. Brown, get to Marvin Harrison, that would be very interesting. That team doesn't need a running back. I think if you're selling Achane after the worst 2 games of his season, when the long-term outlook, operating under the assumption that we get to a back end, will be better, I don't love the idea we have at wide receiver Nico Puka, so we have the long-term upside at receiver. We have Keon Coleman for the long-term. I think Christian Kirk's definitely an expendable asset here for us, knowing that this is a spot that, I don't know, you don't really need to worry about the floor. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. The only thing I'm concerned with is the ceiling. So yeah, I think we package like Jordan Mason, Christian Kirk, and go get the elite receiver that way. Where Achane's going to be harder to sell right now, and I think Achane has a higher ceiling for the playoffs, and that's what we're focusing on. And then obviously we're chilling with Kincaid. But it's a great team. We're up at the top of the league analyzer for a reason. I think that you can be chilling here. And let's move this over. And yeah, thank you again for using the promo with Underdog, getting that free team review. Moving over, this is another free team review with that Underdog promo. This is Extended Warren Terry's. Can someone explain the team name to me here? Extended warranties. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. First time I've seen it. Clever, unique, makes sense. I like it. As long as we have Jalen Warren and Terry McLaurin on this team. This is a 7th team in the league analyzer, so we are kind of middle of the road. Moving it over, quarterback, we currently are sitting with Jaden Daniels. So solid, locked in, anchor QB, not really having to do much. Don't need a roster backup. Would love him. Going over to running back, it's a 2-2 team. So as we look at McCaffrey, obviously it's not a black and white scenario where if we're 0-4, I'm saying, hey, sell McCaffrey for anything you can get. If you're 4-0, I'm saying, we 100% hold on to the long-term upside on McCaffrey. looking at this team, I mean, we have to start Rico Dowdle this week. It's kind of gross. I think you could throw McCaffrey on the trade block. If we could get some great return, we would. Obviously, not knowing what the expectation is with McCaffrey, when, if he will come back. Going over to wide receiver, we have London, Tyreek. So two top 10 wide receivers in the long term. We have Terry McLaurin, Keon Coleman. It's a league where wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more. Specifically, you can start up to 4 receivers in this format. Oh my gosh, I love these team names. These are good team names. But anyway, I'm getting a little distracted. I think that really trades don't make sense. The thing that we have to do is we have to just stay alive. Friggin' sucks that we had the McCaffrey injury. Sucks that Tua goes down with Tyreek. But we have other exciting assets here. The main issue that I have with this team is, one, there's no way in hell we can be rostering 3 tight ends. Maybe Taysom's on the IR for us, depending on your league rules. But if we have 3 tight ends actively on our roster, you need to go ahead. You need to let go of Taysom Hill. If you can trade Kmet for something, you do it. If not, I would just let go of Cole Kmet. This is a team with the McCaffrey injury. We need depth at running back. With the fact you can start 4 receivers weekly, we need depth at receiver. So in terms of the top end options, I think we just have to practice some patience here and hope that we are going to get back in Tua, hope that we are going to get back in CMC, and that this will be a better offense going into the future. But for what I think that we do right this second is, I think you're going to go ahead and move on from the bottom end tight ends like Cole Kmet and like Taysom Hill. We go through, we pick up the running back, wide receiver combo off the waiver wire that excites us. We see if we can stay alive. We see if we can survive the CMC and Tua injuries. And if we can, I think this is a team with a lot of upside long term. Now, let's move this over to JMA Reed. It says, just lost Rice. Also, I received Ladd instead of McLaurin in this. Would you accept it? Okay. So this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. DJ Moore to Deontay Johnson upgrade. DeAndre Swift to Terry McLaurin, I don't really care about in this format. I would do this. I probably wouldn't do it if it was Ladd instead. Just because Ladd in a 2 wide receiver, I'm assuming it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I don't think you linked your league. So these should be manually entered in league settings. And your league settings, I don't particularly think that Ladd would move the needle and ever really be startable, even if we had the Rashee Rice injury. And I'm saying this as someone who just traded for Ladd McConkey, but I play in a 12-team league where I can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So we do this deal as it stands. If they don't give us Terry, I don't know if it's as interesting. But yeah, I'd rather have Deontay Johnson over DJ Moore rest of season. Now, Trevor coming out with a start-sit question. Ooh, actually, let's fix this real quick. And if you have a question in the chat, we're not going to get to a ton, but just drop it and we'll pick a couple. Isaiahus, I don't know how to say this. I'm stupid. It says, should we start Deontay or Worthy this week? It'd go Deontay Johnson. I know Rice is out, so Worthy stock is up. Deontay has had some pretty good games as of late. Yeah, Deontay had 13 targets 2 weeks ago, I believe, 14 targets the week after. this past week. So yeah, I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and play Deontay Johnson. Aleem says, Mason, what time does your stream start on Sunday? Starts 8 a.m. Eastern every Sunday. 8 a.m. Eastern. Which obviously we had the Sunday Europe game, so we'd have a little watch-along party. But yeah, JMA, just in case you didn't see me answer this, we won Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin. I would not do it with Ladd McConkey instead. Now, going over to Trevor Start Sit says, I'm trying to decide who to put in the flex this week. The options aren't great, but what are you thinking? Okay. So, the options aren't great. You're right. I'm assuming we have Anthony Richardson at quarterback for the Colts, so not super excited about Josh Downs. This week, we have no Neighbors, we have no Cup, we have no CMC, we have no Dobbins. I think I go Tracy over Waddle. Can we look at what the underdog picks are between the two? Tracy is higher or lower 9.65 fantasy points. Waddle's higher or lower 7.55 fantasy points. Now underdog is half PPR, not full PPR. But yeah, with that in mind, like I said, I think you go Tracy over Waddle. Dear God, I have to start Waddle again this week. Let's move this over. I made some big moves since the team was reviewed. How's it looking now with the new peeps? Who's in at the flex? 2 wide receiver ones, 2 running back ones, an elite quarterback, elite tight end. Looks great. Dontavian Wicks obviously looks like a very appealing flex this week with no Christian Watson and no Romeo Doubs. We already benched Rachaad White, Bucky Irving. We have no A.J. Brown. We have no Joe Mixon. Yeah, so I think we go with Dontavian Wicks, but this is a nutso team. Fins for to win says, Yo Mason, I made some moves and I'm 1-3. Proposed this and my homie seemed down. What side would you take? I would rather have Kamara straight up over Braylon Allen, Trey McBride, Devin Singletary. Mark Andrews barely worth the roster spot at this point. Mark Andrews kind of just a streaming waiver wire tight ends. Obviously Mahomes hasn't been great, but even if you think Mahomes is a low-end QB1 rest of season, getting Alvin Kamara here is an absolute no-brainer. We want Kamara. Especially as this is a linked league, so the setting should be correct. This is a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. You're the best option in the deal. That's Alvin Kamara. Now, Steph Blue says, I'm scared to lose Marv, but what do you think? I'm going to tell you one thing real quick. If I asked the chat what they preferred here, everybody would rather have Marvin Harrison and Chase Brown. Josh Jacobs and Brandon Ayuk have been objectively horrible in fantasy football this year. With that being said, Harrison to Ayuk, I think, is a downgrade. Chase Brown to Josh Jacobs, I think, is an upgrade. I think Harrison is the best player in this deal. I think Ayuk and Jacobs will be much better going into the future. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side do you want? Would you rather have Chase Brown, Marvin Harrison, or Brandon Ayuk, Josh Jacobs? My answer is, I think it's a very fair deal, and I think it's up to you. We got Jacobs, Harrison, Jacobs, Harrison, Harrison. So it does look like it's literally split right down the middle. Daniel says, I'm 2-2. This is my question. Daniel, I think this is going to be one that you have to make your own call on. I wish I could come out here and say that there's a clear winner to this trade. The teams are linked, so maybe we can come up with like a little bit of a different trade that would make us a clear winner. If you could get like Zach Moss thrown in as well, I think there at that point, it's a no-brainer. If you can get Roma Dunze thrown in as well, I think at that point, it's a no-brainer. Get Keon Coleman thrown in as well. At that point, I think it's a no-brainer. But yeah, as it stands, it's really just up to you. Now, going over to Gavin. Happy Friday, Mason. Just wanted your thoughts on my lineup for this week and any changes to make. Appreciate you, my guy. Hope that you have a great weekend. 2 elite wide receiver ones. Based off injuries and bye weeks, looks like 2 running back ones for this week. Elite tight end with Bowers. Jaden Reed, wide receiver 1. Really, the only guy we would maybe take out is ETN. It would be ETN or Achane for us. Looking at the underdog projections, you have Travis Etienne higher, lower, 72.5 total yards. You have HN higher, lower, 74.5 total yards. You have ETN more likely to score the touchdown. If you look at my flex rankings this week, I believe we had HN over ETN. However, with that being said, it looks like Raheem Mostert's going to be good to go. And since Mostert's good to go, let's go Travis Etienne. Now, Shaw coming out with a trade question. This is Jordan Mason, Zay Flowers versus Davante Adams and Jonathan Brooks. I think we need to move Jordan Mason up our rankings because I want to say Jordan Mason is the best player in this deal. But for whatever reason in my rest of season rankings, I apparently have Davante Adams ranked ahead of Jordan Mason. So let's go ahead and let's pull these up and let's get these fixed. I'd probably actually move Kyler down here as well. And probably move Ayuk down here. Yeah, I think that you do have Jordan Mason as the best player in this trade. Flowers versus Brooks, I'd rather have Jonathan Brooks. I think this is going to be very dependent on your team. If you're 4-0, I think the long-term upside lies with Davante Adams and Jonathan Brooks. If you're currently sitting here and you're 2-2 and we really are going to use this Jordan Mason production, it's not only that Jordan Mason's going to be producing right now, but it's also like Davante Adams not playing hurts us. Like, it's kind of funny that I feel like people lower the value of players like Tyreek Hill and Devon Achane more when they're playing and not putting up great performances versus when we're looking at players that are not in the game at all, such as Davante Adams. So I don't know. I think that we probably go through and take the Jordan Mason side. Now, Alec coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Really do appreciate you. Going to be super happy to dive into this. Definitely want to remind everybody, if you wanted a team review, I definitely recommend going through it with the freeway. Keep in mind, if I were to charge $10 for a team review, I'm already live streaming for 5-6 hours a day. There's no way that would be possible. I would be live streaming for 24 hours a day, or I wouldn't be able to spend a lot of time per team. So the way that we have it set up is definitely just incentivizing everybody. Go sign up to Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK. If you use code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com that we're doing in these live streams every single night. And if you wanted to submit your team for review, it'll be up here with the expert advice button where you can also ask a start sit question, a trade question, or get that full-blown team review, whatever you're wanting. You can find that on the site. Let's move this over and let's get this going. So made a handful of trades so far this season to build out the roster. The roster is currently right now the number one league team in the league analyzer, where we are sitting here probably with the top, say, 6 teams or so, all relatively close. I'm struggling with Patrick Mahomes and we picked up Baker. Do I ride it out or try to trade up for Lamar or Hurts? And any other recommendations you would do? We're 1-3, but we're scoring high points. Well, if we're looking at what we have here with this squad, if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, especially a 10-team format, I would say yes. Quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output. We want to go ahead. We want to make a 2-for-1 deal, and we want to upgrade at QB. However, that's not the scenario that we're in. This is instead a format in which you can start 4 receivers weekly. Since you can start 4 wide receivers a week, I think that you're in a spot where you're more so incentivized to build around wide receiver depth rather than the elite level quarterback. So I actually think that you're in a great spot here. If you want to play the matchups between Mahomes and Baker, you do you. I'll be honest with you. I told someone in the live stream last night that they should start Baker. What we ended up seeing, start Mahomes. What we ended up seeing was a 3-touchdown game for Baker. I'd be very surprised if Mahomes did that. But nonetheless, I think you just play the matchups between Mahomes and Baker going in the future. Kenneth Walker, James Cook, DeAndre Swift, Bucky Irving. In a 12-team league, Kenneth Walker and James Cook both can potentially be RB1s. DeAndre Swift is a quality RB3. Bucky Irving's a quality RB4. I think we have great running back depth. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase, London, Harrison, Wilson. So even though we're 1-3 right now, we should probably end up winning this week and move to 2-3 with the massive Drake London blow-up game. Harrison should continue to get better as the season goes on as well. Wilson, wide receiver 4, is just a cheat code. And yeah, it's a full PPR format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So I think you have your team set up exactly how I'd want it. Built extremely strong at receiver. We have by far and away the best wide receiver room in this league. Going over to tight end, we have an Njoku and Andrews combo. So I'm assuming that a big reason may be that this team's also 1-3. Not only has Mahomes been booty cheeks, but Andrews has been worse than booty cheeks. But we'll get David Njoku back in. If Njoku plays, we definitely play him over Andrews. If Andrews has another goose egg, you go ahead and cut him, pick up a different tight end you want off the waiver wire. Or if Njoku's back and Njoku's producing, you could just flat out cut Andrews and not even have to pick up another tight end, and instead just roll with an extra running back or just roll with an extra wide receiver. So I think you're in a great spot. I really don't think you need to be worried too much about going and trading for an elite quarterback. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, yes, we would. But in this format, I think you've optimized your roster perfectly. I think it'll be much better going into the future. Play the matchups between the 2 quarterbacks, lock and load the 4 receivers every single week. And yeah, I think Wilson will be better in the future as well. But yeah, again, I really do appreciate you. And I really wish I had a bunch we could say about the team, but I think you've already put yourself in a great spot. Now let's go over to Dylan's team. It's another one of those free underdog team reviews. Says, let me know if there are any moves we should be looking to make for running back. It's a 10-team half PPR format. So it's a 10-team half PPR league where at the same time, you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, wide receiver depth is really not going to matter. You're less excited to go through and play a wide receiver in the flex spot. Wide receiver is going to make up a slightly lower percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So yeah, we are for sure wanting to go through and upgrade running back before we even see the running back room, because that's the priority. Second thing is having an elite quarterback, having an elite tight end will make a difference here. It's a shallower format where depth at running back, wide receiver is easier to come by. And last thing is this does look to be on ESPN. So you should be able to link this with the site. Definitely link it with the site. If you're having any issues, shoot a message in the site issue section of the Discord, which you can find that link in the description of this. But yeah, the developers would be happy to help you out if you're having any issues linking your team. But you should be able to check out like a bunch of the free tools and stuff if you link your team with the site. But let's move it over. At quarterback, we have the elite option with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, we're starting Daniels every single week, regardless of matchup. Love to see it. We have Trey McBride in here at tight end as well. We're starting McBride every week, regardless of matchup. So allow us to not have to roster a backup quarterback or backup tight end. So I would cut Zach Ertz now that McBride is back in, because I don't really see a crazy ceiling with Zach Ertz. I don't think you have to cut Anthony Richardson specifically because you could have a massive blow-up spot with A-Rich in a good matchup against the Jacksonville Jaguars this week. And if that does happen, you could potentially look to sell Anthony Richardson for a little bit more. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently starting Josh Jacobs, Zach Moss. So in a 12-team format, I'd be completely fine with this. But specifically in a 10-team league, this is just simply not going to be strong enough. And we're not going to be able to sell Anthony Richardson right now with A-Rich just simply not having the same type of appeal that he did at the beginning of the season, coming off of just disappointing performance after disappointing performance after disappointing performance. So honestly, to upgrade at running back, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to sell one of the exciting wide receivers. Now, I could come through and I could tell you definitely, if you can sell Shaheed, if you can find somebody to buy Shaheed, and we can package together Shaheed and Zach Moss and go get a running back upgrade like that, like Joe Mixon, then 100% we look to do it. The reality of the situation is I actually think that you're probably in a spot where instead you're going to be looking at a running back you're going to be looking at having to sell a wide receiver like Terry McLaurin. I think to really entice somebody here, you're going to have to give them Terry. Terry is an exciting piece. It's not like we would just be screwed at that point looking at our starting lineup. I mean, we should still have options that we are able to pivot to with confidence. Like you should be able to go through, and when we get A.J. Brown back from the bye, right? We're going to be starting Chase, Harrison, A.J. Brown. This week, we can throw in Worthy. This week, you could throw in Shaheed. So I think the move is you sell Terry McLaurin and Zach Moss and go get a running back upgrade that way. You can obviously try to sell Shaheed as a plan A. I just don't think anybody's going to buy. I think someone will bite on McLaurin, though. And then we have the elite tight end with McBride. So like I said, let's cut Zach Ertz, pick up a high upside running back. If we get a pop from Anthony Richardson when we have Jaden Daniels, obviously we'll look to sell him then. And then Carson Steele in a 10-team league as well could potentially be on the chopping block for you. I actually just picked up Carson Steele as a free agent because we traded away Cam Akers for just the $2 fab. So I have Steele in my 12-team league, but he was sitting out there on the waiver wire all week anyway. In a 10-team format, I'd be very confident that you can find somebody that's better. But I do appreciate you and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But yeah, wishing you the best of luck going into the future. Moving this over for snubs. This is a start-sit question. We need to fill out the flex spots. Alexander Madison, now the starting running back in Las Vegas. We are going to go with Alexander Madison. If it's a full PPR format, I will take Christian Kirk over Tracy. Non-PPR league, I think go Tracy. It's just a bad offense. I think he's a bad running back. I don't know what the receiving workload is going to look like. So yeah, let's go Madison and Christian Kirk. So Alexander Madison, we have seen the ability to catch the ball. And Maxi Poo coming out with the start set. Hey, Mason, PPR opponent has Mixon Barkley out, so we're just trying to make sure we can secure the win. So we don't need to go for crazy upside. We just need to get safe targets in. So I think here at wide receiver, we're going to go Harrison. We're not going to overthink it. And then we go either DJ Moore or Tyreek Hill. I know everybody's going to think more because Tyreek's been horrible. I still think I go with Tyreek. Obviously, it's much scarier, but still. And as we go down to the flex, I don't think we're going to be looking at any of the receivers here. We have no Kupp. We have no CMC. We have no Adams this week. So it's either going to be DJ Moore or Dontavian Wicks. Because you have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson, I think Wicks is definitely appealing. I probably still end up going with DJ Moore, but I think it's close. Now, Tomeka coming out with a trade question. This is Alvin Kamara versus Breece Hall. Kamara and Lazard for Lazard doesn't. This is Kamara and Lazard for Hall, Braylon Allen, and Devonta Smith. I have no Kupp. Worthy for the bye weeks. Okay, next time, my guy, if you're wanting to trade like Kamara and Lazard, just put Lazard here as well. You can add multiple players to each side of the trade. I would way rather have Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, and Devonta Smith over Alvin Kamara and Allen Lazard. I understand that Kamara has been much better than Breece Hall so far this year, but getting Smith for free is an absolute no-brainer. No-brainer. Now, let's get this team review going for Springfield's Finest. It's one of those free underdog team reviews. 2-2, starting week 5 off strong. But I feel like I need some running back depth. I was able to trade Jameson and Ford for Mike Evans early. Appreciate it, boss. Appreciate you, my guy. I'm looking at this. This is a team where we are kind of in the middle with the league analyzer. It's nice to see that we're a lot closer to the teams at the top than the teams at the bottom. Like looking at this team at the very bottom here, this team is absolute garbage. Dog water. They're starting Xavier Worthy, Tank Dell at wide receiver this week. Starting Zach Ertz at tight end this week. They started Bijan and Jerome Ford at running back this week in a 10-team league. But here we are currently in the middle. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league and a 10-team format. So the wide receiver depth definitely does not matter. And any chance we get to take an appealing wide receiver that's a hot name and send them in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere in this kind of format, that's exactly what we're looking to do. And honestly, I think we have somebody that fits that mold to a T. I think Dontavian Wicks is a very, very easy sell in this league. Looking at Dontavian Wicks, obviously with the injuries that you have in Green Bay, with this being a really good offense going into the future with Jordan Love back under center, a lot of people are extremely excited about Dontavian Wicks, as I am. But I'm also reasonable enough to admit that there's no way that we are starting Dontavian Wicks over Drake London, Mike Evans, Deontay Johnson. I think everybody in the chat would agree with that as well. I'll take it a step further, and I know people in the chat will not agree with this. You don't have to agree with it either. But I would honestly maybe start him over. I'd start Brandon Ayuk over him. Even though I'm pretty sure Wicks scored more points this past week than Ayuk has all year. But long story short, Dontavian Wicks is a wide receiver that's probably at the peak of his value right now. Because if you look at this, we're not expecting him to get better as Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs get added into this offense. So if you could take Wicks and package him with a running back elsewhere, that'd be great. Or package Wicks with Kyler Murray to go get to Lamar, to go get to Josh Allen, to go get to Jalen Hurts. Absolutely love a move like that, especially in this 10-team league. We start 2 receivers in a flex. If you can package together Dontavian Wicks and Brian Robinson to go get to a running back that you're maybe more excited about in the long term, go get to a running back like Joe Mixon, go get to a running back like Josh Jacobs. So you don't have to do it for Jacobs. Brian Robinson has been better than Jacobs. It's my personal target. I think that's the overall trade that we're trying to make. The reason I don't want to be selling like Jalen Waddle, Rome Odunze, because we can look at all 3 of these players on the bottom end of our bench, like Waddle, Rome, and Wicks. And we can just try to project out where their value is going into the future. I personally believe that Waddle will gain value as the season goes on. Rome will gain value as the season goes on. Rome's a top 10 rookie. We'd assume that the rookie quarterback gets better. We'd assume the rookie wide receiver gets better. With Waddle, as you get to a back end, the overall passing offense will improve. In the case of Dontavian Wicks, Christian Watson will get healthier and Romeo Doubs will get healthier. So if we're not needing this production anytime soon, hold on to the guys with the long-term accruing value. Sell the player that's kind of the ticking time bomb. Sell Wicks with Brian Robinson, get the best running back you can. Sell Wicks with Kyler Murray, get the best quarterback you can. Outside of that, it's a great squad. Obviously, we just have to be very patient here. We're waiting for Tua to come back in. Then all of a sudden, Waddle and Devon Achane will be much better. We're waiting for CMC to come back in. Obviously, I think CMC has a higher ceiling than Jordan Mason does based off receiving usage. But ultimately, this is a really strong squad where I think the main thing we're looking to do is sell wide receivers in 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades elsewhere. And if nobody will buy Wicks, I think Deontay Johnson is somebody that we can explore selling in that 2-for-1 deal with Brian Robinson. But obviously, we'd need a much, much better running back in return if we were doing that. But Mitch says, this is my review, boss. Hell yes. Let me know if you have any more questions about this, my guy. Let me know if you have any more questions. Johnny says, is Tracy worth a start over Charbonnet? I feel like the Giants will be playing from behind and a banner run the game. I would play Tracy over Charbonnet. The Giants will be playing from behind. The Giants probably won't have a ton of rushing attempts, but we may end up seeing 25 Kenneth Walker touches in this game. It's not an easy spot to just assume that Charbonnet's going to have a massive role. Cal says Tutu Atwell or Josh Downs. Josh Downs, if you have Flacco, for sure. If you don't have Flacco, it's kind of up to you. Sergio says 2 out of 3, Sermon, Gibson, or Ford. I'm going to be going with Sermon and Ford. I can't trust Gibson this week. I think the news out of New England that Gibson may be starting here over Ramondre Stevenson is interesting enough to like make it where you for sure can't start Ramondre, but it's not a guarantee enough where you can start Gibson. And I have Ramondre in the Flock League, which sucks, and that's the main thing I've been thinking about. I haven't even thought to check my underdog exposures. Let's see. What is the difference that I have in teams with Stevenson versus Gibson? Like, does this help me on underdog or does this hurt me? Underdog seems like it was so long ago. I had 11% both running backs. I thought I was underweight Stevenson. Well, that's disappointing to know. But Mitch says some of the league mates are stingy. So maybe in that case, we do need to go through. And maybe in that case, we need to maybe look to move off of the guy absolutely crushing it like Deontay Johnson. But also, we would be looking for just a much better running back in return. But when we have this many receivers, it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We want to go through and we want to get an upgrade elsewhere. But I do appreciate you and I hope I was able to help you out in some way. It's definitely a really strong squad. Now, it's another one of those free team reviews with that underdog promo. This is the Hebrew Heroes. Here, this is the... This did not load with the thing. Okay, we're going to have to come back to this. We'll go to a start-sit question real quick. Need help on the flex since Godwin played already. Heard Romeo Doubs is out, so maybe considering Wicks. So looking at the... no, you go, Harrison. I definitely agree with you. I think that Wicks is very exciting now that you have no Romeo Doubs and no Christian Watson. But you can't start Wicks over Harrison. It's honestly maybe a spot where you could go Chuba Hubbard too. I actually probably go Hubbard. It's a really tough matchup that you have against the Niners. So, like, if you look at the Cardinals pick'ems, God, I don't want to be looking at college football. Can we just focus on NFL? Okay. You have higher, lower 55.5 receiving yards for Harrison. 1.53x multiplier for his touchdown. If you're looking at Chuba Hubbard's at higher, lower 81.5 total yards, 1.19x. Obviously, should have more receptions for Harrison. But yeah, you probably go Chuba Hubbard over Harrison, but under no circumstance you go Wicks over one of those two guys, even if Wicks is much more exciting than he was previously. Now, Dollar Searle coming out with the start-sit question. Says, I know you were saying to start Najee, but I'm not sure if another option would be better. Okay. So we have James Cook. Yeah, we have James Cook. Yeah. We definitely start James Cook here. If we're looking at Najee Harris, I think Najee Harris is kind of like a must-start running back for most teams. Like, if I had Najee Harris on my squad, I'd be so excited to start him this week with no Jalen Warren, Cordell Patterson. But that's because my team is so much worse than yours. I don't have Jordan Mason. I don't have Derrick Henry. I don't have Reed. I don't have Godwin. So for your loaded team, Najee Harris is not a must-start guy. You go ahead and you take James Cook, who's in a much better offense. But Big A the Don coming out with the team reviews. One of those free underdog team reviews. Jerry Jones, the team name. 3-1 in the league, number 1 in points. We traded James Cook for Diggs a few weeks ago. Would like to upgrade somewhere. Not sure if I should go running back help or wide receiver help. Let me know what you think. Appreciate you for what you do. Much love. Really do appreciate you as well, my guy. Excited to check this out. Looking at the squad, we are the number 4 team in the league analyzer. Definitely near the top. It's not like we are crushing the rest of the league, but we're number 1 in points, right? So maybe we are crushing the rest of the league. What the hell does the league analyzer know? This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, but it's a 12-team format, so options on the waiver wire may be a little bit worse. We have the elite quarterback with Lamar Jackson. So obviously with Lamar, we can start him every week. Don't need a backup option here. Beyond having Lamar, we don't really need to talk about much. We have George Kittle at tight ends. So kind of same situation, must start option every single week. If we have Kittle, we don't need to roster a backup. So you do find yourself in a spot where we are just able to roster so many running backs and receivers here. Now going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, James Conner, Brian Robinson, Roschon Johnson, Tank Bigsby. I like the Roschon Bigsby depth plays down there on the bench. Obviously, don't need to be talking about these guys for too long. But going ahead and looking at what we have with Jahmyr Gibbs should be a locked and loaded anchor RB, particularly in a full PPR format, running behind the best offensive line in the league. I mean, really do like to see it. Looking at what you have with Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson's a solid RB3, so running back strong at the top, and it has depth. Wide receiver, we have a locked and loaded anchor wide receiver 1 with A.J. Brown, Stephon Diggs, solid wide receiver 2. We have Thomas Worthy, long-term upside. We have Leggett, Ridley, Whittington. I would say that I would probably prefer on this team where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's such a strong roster overall. We are just primarily optimizing the bottom end of the bench for these guys that we can cut, pick up, trying to chase the next Jordan Mason. So I would actually probably go ahead and cut Jordan Whittington. I think Jordan Whittington's an interesting pickup on a team that you could possibly be a little bit desperate for like a second flex spot this week. However, if you were looking at what we have with this team, you're never, ever getting him in your starting lineup. The reality is Kupp comes back 2 weeks, you just cut him anyway. And you're not starting him anytime soon. So I'd cut Jordan Whittington, pick up another running back. It's similar to somebody like Roschon, right? That's an injury away from possibly making a massive difference. And if you could pivot off of, actually, I don't even want to do that. I think here at wide receiver, maybe instead, we just don't roster as many. Drop Whittington, prioritize the running backs at the bottom end of the team. I don't even think we want to sell high on Stephon Diggs because you have Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, these rookie receivers that will get better as the season goes on. Can't hurt to just hold on to Stephon Diggs for some of the short-term production. So I think for this team, you're obviously crushing. We're first in points. I think there's not much to discuss other than like that last roster spot. Instead of holding on to Jordan Whittington, I'd probably rather drop him and pick up a running back with some upside here. But yeah, thank you again for being a member of the flock. And I do hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now let's move this over to Emily Peterson. This is Saquon These Tits. Very, very interesting name. Probably my favorite team name that we have seen all year. Hey Mason, the team is Saquon These Tits. I'm currently 4-0. I feel pretty good about the team so far. The league is a half PPR and half point receiving first down. Would you recommend trading Mason or Connor? And if so, when? Thank you so much. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Will be super excited to dive into this. So looking at this being a half PPR and half point first down format, specifically, we're assuming, based off what you list, that you are getting half a point per first down only for the receiving first downs. If you get them for rushing, then obviously running backs are a premium as well. But if you're getting the half a point for receiving touchdowns, first downs, you probably don't make a dramatic adjustment because it honestly probably just makes this being a little bit closer to a full PPR format in terms of us considering wide receivers for the flex spot or not. This is a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, and it's a 12-team format. So depth definitely does matter a little bit more here. Looking at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts and Geno Smith inside the starting lineup. So obviously with Jalen Hurts, long-term play, we need somebody to play this week with Geno. A perfectly balanced QB room. Once we end up getting Jalen Hurts back from the bye, you could go ahead. You could cut Geno Smith if you really wanted to. Going over to running back, we have the best player in fantasy with Saquon Barkley. We have James Conner, Jordan Mason. So honestly, I'm not looking to sell either one of these running backs until we get through the Barkley bye. But once we get through the Saquon Barkley bye, I definitely think you could go ahead and you honestly could look to trade away Jordan Mason. Specifically with the team, you look at the league analyzer, we are just so much, this isn't even a fair league. Like we are just so much better than every other team here. So we are thinking long-term. We are thinking playoffs. If you're assuming that we are going to be getting back Christian McCaffrey at some point for the Niners, maybe that eats into the upside that Jordan Mason gives us for the fantasy football playoff stretch. So what you could look to do here, to be honest, is if we get through this week, we use Connor, we use Mason, and then we have Saquon Barkley through the bye. You could look to potentially sell one of the depth receivers like Deontay Johnson and Jordan Mason to pivot over to an elite running back in the long term. Like going through and looking at some of these teams that are near the bottom at wide receiver, like this team has Amari. They don't even have a running back for us, to be honest. Never mind. Dear God. Yeah, the issue is your team is going to be so good here. It's going to be hard to find a trade partner. Maybe if you wanted to instead pivot to the elite receiver, like after this week, especially after A.J. Brown's through the bye as well, if you wanted to go like Jordan Mason and obviously Jordan Mason, Zay Flowers for A.J. Brown would be an absolute no-brainer. Jordan Mason, Zay Flowers for Marvin Harrison if we wait through the Saquon Barkley bye. Because then we would have had CMC on the IR for week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5. So CMC would have been on the IR already for 4 weeks. So it is kind of the ticking time bomb in terms of if McCaffrey news comes out, the Mason value could get absolutely zapped. So I like the idea with how strong your team is, where we are specifically just thinking about what the true upside is for the rest of the season, particularly in the playoffs. I am in agreement with you. I think Jordan Mason can definitely be somebody that is an interesting sell under this context. I don't think you do it until after we get through the Barkley bye, though. And then once we do it, we're going to have a running back depth problem. So once we do it, we do have to change the structure of what we are doing at the bottom end of this team. I think you cut Darius Slayton right now, to be honest, and pick up a running back off the waiver wire. I think after you get through the Jalen Hurts bye, I drop Geno Smith, pick up another running back off the waiver wire, and try to find the next Jordan Mason if possible. And then obviously if you were able to sell like Jordan Mason and Zay Flowers, get an A.J. Brown level player in, you're starting Nico Collins, Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown every week. I have no idea how anybody comes close to this with Barkley at running back. And yes, if this was my team, y'all have no idea how obnoxious I would be. I would show it off everywhere. But this is a phenomenal squad. It's tough to do much. Obviously, going over to tight end, we have Bowers. We're chilling. We don't need a backup. Yeah, just right now, cut Darius Slayton, pick up another running back off the waiver wire you like the upside of. And then I definitely think after this week, after we move to 5-0, it'd definitely be an interesting spot to see what we can get for Jordan Mason. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. Raman says he actually traded Mason and Bowers for McBride and Gibbs. Like a move like that, I think would be a phenomenal trade for a team like this. But thank you again. Appreciate you and hope we are able to help you out in some way. Now, Hisoka coming out with a start set question. This is the best option we have on the bench is Dontavian Wicks. Would I play Dontavian Wicks over Olave, Amari Cooper, or Nico Collins? I'm actually going to go Dontavian over Amari Cooper this week. You have no Romeo Doubs. You have no Christian Watson. You have what should be an offense with a lot more passing volume. So yeah, I think Wicks is honestly set up to crush. Now, my guy coming out with the trade question says, my team absolutely sucks, and I got offered this deal. Would you take it? Hell to the No. Looking at this, if your team was 3-1, maybe it'd be interesting. But if your team sucks, I'm assuming it's not 3-1. We'll go Nico Amari. But obviously, a team that's 3-1, mathematically speaking, cannot suck. Because you know what they say? You are what your record is. You are what your record is. But Dylan coming out says, 10-team PPR. Just traded Brooks and Mason for Tyreek. Still have Gibbs, Hall, and Kamara at running back. Was that a good deal? This is a tough spot. So it is, I believe, a start 4 wide receiver league. Actually, the team's not linked. I can't guarantee that the league settings are correct. 10-team. If you are 4, I mean, we have Gibbs, Hall, and Kamara at running back. If you have Gibbs, Hall, and Kamara at running back, if you're like 3-1, which I'm assuming you are, I'm assuming you're 4-0 with that team, I'm completely fine getting Tyreek Hill in the long-term upside. I'd probably definitely say that on other builds, it's maybe a lot tougher. But yeah, we're going to go Tyreek. Okay. Now, Sita Cahill says, PPR 12-team league. We have Kyler, Gibbs, JT, Bucky, Chase, Brown, Debo, Amari, Pittman, Brian Thomas Jr., Jameson, Kraft, and Frymuth. Okay. Ramondre is almost a 0 at this point, getting benched in one of the worst offenses in the league. Lamb's definitely the best asset in it. It's a 12-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so the depth does matter. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Would y'all rather have the Lamb side or the Taylor side? The Lamb side or the Taylor side? We got 1 vote for Taylor, 2 votes for Taylor. Taylor, Taylor, Taylor. Taylor, Taylor. Taylor, Taylor, Taylor. Lamb, Lamb. Taylor, Taylor, Lamb, Taylor. It does look like the vast majority of people are on JT. If this was a league where you started 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, and it's a 10-team format, I would actually probably advise to go with the best player. I'd probably be rolling with CeeDee Lamb. Specifically, however, with this being a deeper format, 12-team league where you can start up to 8 guys, I think, yeah, you can go with the 2 viable options where Ramondre is pretty much a 0. Now, Parish coming out with our next start sit question. So I don't know exactly what you were asking here. So say in the future, if you want to ask like, hey, submit my starting lineup. I need 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. What you would do in that instance is you would leave 2 wide receiver slots empty. You would leave 1 flex spot empty. And you wouldn't need to add on like the 2 flexes. And you would just put all the players that you were considering underneath in this area. So instead of putting like London, Wicks, Collins as like the 3 wide receivers I'm considering, leave 2 empty wide receiver slots and just put the 3 wide receivers you're considering right here. That way I can go through and I can fill everything out for you. But assuming that you need to start 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs and a flex. Obviously, I'm assuming we already started London. I go Nico Collins over Dontavian Wicks. Running back, I'm assuming you started Bucky Irving or you wanted to have included him. We go Chuba Hubbard. And then for the flex, I will go Dontavian Wicks over Javonte and Leggett. I'm assuming that's what you're asking, but it's hard to know since it wasn't filled out that way. Now, Sebastian coming out says, Sub Mace, is Najee a must start with no Cordell Patterson and no Jalen Warren? I'm assuming so. I go Garrett Wilson over Terry McLaurin this week. I know most people are going to absolutely hate that. Wilson has been worse. Wilson has a tough matchup as well. No, you can't. You can't. I just looked it up. The implied team total is 19 points for the Jets. It's such a bad matchup going up against the Vikings. Running back, yeah, then we go Achane and Najee. Najee will be a must-start back with no Warren, with no Cordell Patterson. Obviously, you're just going to get a lot of cheap volume. But let me move this over and we'll answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop in the chat. I'll be happy to answer as many as I possibly can. Eli the Ripper says, so Dontavian Wick's stock actually went up more than it already was. For me, yes. Because I looked at the situation as of like when I was submitting waiver wire claims, and I was operating under the assumption that you were going to have no Christian Watson in this offense, but not that you were going to have no Christian Watson and you were going to have no Romeo Dobbs. So we have both no Watson and no Dobbs. I think you have to move Wicks up even more. Plasma says, what are you doing with Myers if Devontae's traded? Rest of the season, Myers or Shaheed? I already have Myers ahead of Shaheed rest of the season, I believe. I'll double check, but I think they should be close. Create rankings. Wide receiver. Never mind. I lied to you. We have Myers, wide receiver 48. And I know wide receiver 48 sounds super low, but the guys he's around, Leggett, Shakir, Wicks, Shaheed, Keon Coleman. Obviously, Shaheed is so much higher in the rankings this week. But rest of the season, you will get Watson and Dobbs back soon. But yeah, Myers probably slides up a little bit further here. But it's such a bad offense. Like, he's just flex consideration anyway. Andrew says Reed or HN. You go Jaden Reed now that you have everybody out in Green Bay. Brian says in a team review, you did Deontay, showed a 21 grade, but on mine, he's 31. So if you're using, like, obviously there are a bunch of free tools that you have on flockfantasy.com. So like if you're going to the My Teams page, it's completely free. Anybody can go ahead and check it out. And the base values that are had are just the expert values. That's the accumulation and the average of every expert on the sites. I'm pretty sure you watch all these guys on YouTube, but you can see that not everybody updates their rankings every single day. So like Nathan, I need to shoot him a little text, update his rankings. He hasn't done it in a while. So I'm assuming if you look at Nathan's rankings, he has Deontay Johnson very low, bringing the thing down. If you go over and look at my values, with my values, I keep them up to date every single day. So like if you're looking at my values, I have Deontay Johnson at wide receiver 21. Like I've moved Ramondre Stevenson down to RB 34 in our rest of season ranks. So whenever I'm answering questions in the live chat, like through the stream, what I'm always showing y'all with the team's page is my rankings. But if you're just using the free tool, you're probably looking at the expert rankings, which is the average of everyone here. Okay. Joe God says, ESPN article said that Dobbs skipped practice due to his role. That's crazy. I did not hear that at all. Let me see if I can find any information on that. Yeah, I did not hear that. When did this come out? Okay, I see people tweeting stuff about it 2 hours ago. Yeah, I guess this all came out like 2 hours, 1 hour ago. Word has gotten out that talented wide receiver Romeo Dobbs, marked as out for personal reasons, was actually skipping practices on purpose because he's not happy with the looks or opportunities getting in the Packers passing game. This is hilarious. 2024 Devontae Adams, 2021 Odell, and 2024 Romeo Dobbs complaining about the situation. Yeah. That's really funny. We always hear about how selfless the Packers receivers are. Christian Watson goes weeks without a single target, but he's still blocking his ass off without a word. So as long as it helps the team win, it'd be pretty disappointing if this Romeo Dobbs stuff winds up being true. Dear God. That's crazy. Wicks to the moon. You're Romeo Dobbs. What the hell are you complaining about? You're on a good football team with a good quarterback. You're sad because Dontavian Wicks had a big game last week? Let's go. You literally had 8 targets last week. What the hell are you complaining about, my guy? Okay. Brian says, Flog, what are you waiting? Jonathan Brooks when he's back. First week back in, probably don't want to start him. Would assume that his first week back in, Jonathan Brooks, more likely than not, is going to be, say, a running back splitting with Jonathan Brooks in an offense that's a lot better than it was, but still an offense that's not great. Sorry, splitting with Chuba Hubbard. As the season goes on, I'd imagine that we see more and more Jonathan Brooks. But the second that he is back in, I probably don't want to start him that week. But it's funny. Davin says, twinkle, twinkle, Romeo, you a star. Ashley says they could take it easy with Brooks all year, not being contenders. You could say that, but you could also say, is this team going to be, are they contenders in 2025? Are they contenders in 2020? When would the Panthers ever be contenders? Like what season exactly are they saving Jonathan Brooks for? Like, I completely understand the thought process, and maybe it is true. Just my thought is, like, what season, if you're the Panthers, you're going, oh, yeah, we're mapping out our little comeback here. We're mapping out our rebuild. Oh, this is phenomenal. I'm yellow. Says, you received my team earlier. Dak to the future. This is the team that you got the full point per completion. Says, I traded DK and Brian Thomas Jr. for Lamb. Thoughts? Love it. Absolutely love it. Cheeky Opson, happy to see you. Hope that you are doing well. But yeah, let's move over and let's get some more of the guaranteed questions answered on the site. Obviously, you can always go to flockfantasy.com and use a bunch of these tools that we have for free. Go to the My Teams page. You can link your Sleeper League, ESPN League, Yahoo League. See some updated power rankings of the teams that are in your league. I always accidentally delete that. But anyway, another thing is you can go use the trade finder for free. If you want to say, oh, okay, I want to see what is Dontavian Wicks being traded for. All these trades are made today in real fantasy football leagues. Completely free to use. Rest of season rankings for free. If you wanted to sort by my rest of season rankings, that will be behind a paywall, but the average expert rankings are completely free for everybody. But like I said, they don't update theirs as often as I update mine. If you go through and sort by mine, you'll see like, oh, Bijan Robinson's no longer a round one guy. And then if you ever wanted to ask a question over there on flockfantasy.com, and just go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner and ask start sit question, trade question, team review. Get yourself a guaranteed answer. If you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we're doing every single night. So just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com after you use promo code FLOCK and make that $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy if you're wanting that free team review. But let's move this over to Sebastian. This is a start sit question. So Submace, is Najee a must start with no? Okay, so we forgot to officially submit this for you. We're going to go Terry McLaurin over Garrett Wilson. We will go with Devon Achane and Najee Harris, both at running back and the flex. I agree with you. I think Najee's a must start guy with no Jalen Warren and no Cordell Patterson. Now, let's move this over to Tome Kia. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Big Waller brand. Okay, we got to talk about the team name here. One, completely out of date. I have not heard a reference to the Big Baller brand in 5+ years. Two, you have no Darren Waller on this team. And if you do have Darren Waller on this team, we're going to have even bigger issues. So we got to come up with something better than this. Got to have a better team name. But I got offered a Hall, Devonta Smith, Braylon Allen by Beep Team for Kamara and Lazard. There is no way. Oh, actually, no, never mind. For whatever reason, we actually answered this trade question earlier in the live stream. You're the same person. Okay. So I thought for a second it was flipped where, like, regardless. I want Breece, Devonta Smith over, and Braylon Allen over Alvin Kamara and Allen Lazard for sure. Nervous about Breece. My team is solid. But Cup being out and most of my wide receivers are out till week 6 with Hill and Worthy. What should we do about the trade and about Jerome Ford? So first thing is, this is a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth, not going to matter a ton. Second thing is we are 7th in the league analyzer, but really the teams 1 through, they're all about the same. Like, this is a very flat league. As long as you're not one of these teams out here that are in the bottom 4, we are kind of chilling. I think the value is too good for you to pass up on when we are looking at going through and getting Breece Hall, Devonta Smith, and Braylon Allen for Allen Lazard and Alvin Kamara. Allen Lazard, 0. I would literally tell you to cut him right now. So, yeah, let's go get Breece. Let's go get Devonta Smith and Braylon Allen. The guy that we'll have to cut after we make this is we'll cut Derek Carr. Just stream quarterback. Purdy's definitely going to be a better option than Derek Carr right now. So cut Carr. Make the 2 for 3 deal. Going over to running back. At that point, we'll have Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, James Conner. Phenomenal 3 running back room. I understand that Breece Hall was very bad this past week. But with that being said, it was 1 week. He still has the usage as a receiver. I did move him down our rankings a bit this week because this is going to be a really tough spot against the Minnesota Vikings. But going to the future, I think that Breece Hall will be completely fine. It's going to be a phenomenal running back room. Going over to wide receiver after this trade, we'll have Tyreek Hill. We'll have Devonta Smith. We'll have Cooper Kupp. We'll have Xavier Worthy. We'll have Keon Coleman. We'll have Xavier Legette. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So if we're looking at this, I hate to tell you this. It's the worst thing that I could possibly say. But after you make this trade for Devonta Smith and Breece Hall, you're not doing anything else. Because if we look at our wide receiver room, Tyreek Hill will get better as the year goes on as we get Tua added back in. Cooper Kupp will get better as the year goes on as he gets healthy. Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette will get better as the season goes on, as historically is seen with rookie receivers. So once you make this trade, you can sit back, relax, don't need to worry about anything, and the team will improve without you doing a single thing, without you lifting a finger. Now, after this next week, or maybe a few weeks, after this next week, we will cut Colby Parkinson. You don't need another backup tight end when we have Sam Laporta. You're never starting Parkinson over Laporta anyway. But then what we are going to look to do is, I think at that point, you're probably going to go ahead and you are probably a few weeks out once we get cut back in and the rookie receivers expand their roles and we're closer to getting Tua back. If we get a massive pop from Xavier Worthy, where we have Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Devonta Smith, whenever one of those rookie receivers pops, at that point, which is not right now, a couple weeks from now, and when we have cut back in, we look to go through and we look to sell that rookie receiver and Brock Purdy to go get to an elite quarterback. That would be the main thing that we are looking at. That would be the main thing that I'm looking for. I don't think that there's much else to add here, to be honest with you. Take the Breece trade. Cut Derek Carr, because we'll have to open up a Ross spot. After this bye week, you cut Colby Parkinson, roll with Laporta. A few weeks down the road, we'll have the wide receiver depth. You trade away whatever rookie wide receivers pop in. with Brock Purdy and get yourself an elite quarterback because it'll be a phenomenal team where we can afford it. And don't worry about having too many players on bye week in week 6, especially once you make the trade for Devonta Smith. You'll have Smith that you can slide in. But appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out here. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is a start sit question for Thomas. It says, who do you recommend for QB2, tight end, and the flex? So tight ends, I would play Njoku if he's going to go over Pat Freiermuth. He's been at practice all week. Obviously, Freiermuth's the backup option. Quarterback, it's between Fields and Dak. If it is a 4-point passing touchdown format, the Steelers are favored. The Dallas Cowboys defensive line has significant injuries. I think you go Justin Fields. If it is a 6-point passing touchdown league, then at that point, the rushing upside doesn't matter nearly as much, and you can go Dak Prescott. And for your second flex spot here, we have no Watson. We have no Gibbs. We have DJ Moore we can go with. We have no David Montgomery. So it's between DJ. We have no Rashee Rice. DJ Moore, Christian Kirk. I will go DJ Moore. Not super pumped about Moore with how low the volume is in this offense and with the competition that you have with these other names as well. But I still think you can play them. Now, Ito Napkin coming out with a start sit question. Says, need help trying to figure out who to start in the flex spot. Chuba, Addison, Harrison, DT, or Brian Thomas. Happy to appreciate you, my guy. And who is DT? Maybe you met, I don't know. Looking at the lineup as is. Yeah, we're definitely not playing Brian Thomas, Eckler, or Jordan Addison over anybody at the top. And yeah, I wouldn't play them over Harrison or Deontay either. And obviously, Bijan's already played. Kamara's locked in. It's a phenomenal. Dear God, I wish this was my team. I really wish this was my team. But yeah, Brian Thomas would be the best option to get in if you have a third flex spot, but I'm not starting him over Deontay or Harrison. Now, Ace Stacy says, what up, man? Need a hand with the starting lineup. Looking a little rough this week. Okay. Appreciate you. Rome Odunze, I'm not excited about. I would look to get Rome out if possible. The second that we looked at our wide receiver options, the second I realized we can't. If you had Joe Flacco starting this week for the Colts, you can go ahead and you could play Josh Downs over Rome Odunze. Under the assumption that Flacco is not going to be there, then instead, I think that you go with Rome. Going over to the flex. Okay, yeah, this is not our problem, not Rome. The flex. This way. Eckler's a lock with the Brian Robinson injury, even if Robinson does play. Out of what we have on this team. Jordan Whittington, I will not play over Josh Downs. Even if Anthony Richardson is playing, I want to go through and I want to play I want to play Josh Downs. So looking at the options that we have for this last slot, I don't think I play Jordan Whittington here either. I think we go Trey Sermon. They're saying it's going to be a committee in Indianapolis. I would assume that Trey Sermon is the main guy in said committee. Obviously, it's difficult to come through and say that we know exactly what the situation will be. We know exactly what the role will be. But I don't know. Starting running back versus Jordan Whittington. Give me the starting running back. And I had a class with Jordan Whittington at UT. Hook 'em horns. I'm really rooting for our guy. Like, he was literally 17 years old in class with us because he went to UT early. But Joy Boy J, says, debating on who to start. We're 0-4, so high pressure here. And IU's big reason we've been 0-4. We need 2 running backs in a flex spot. All right, let's figure this out. We already started Bijan. Really, the thing is, do we bench Achane in favor of Etienne? Probably not. I don't bench Najee for Etienne with all the injuries you have in Pittsburgh. So here's what the live chat would tell you. And most people in the live chat either believe they're smarter than me or know that they're smarter than me, depending on how you read it. The chat very easily is probably smarter than me, if we're going to be honest with each other. they would tell you to go Brian Thomas Jr. They would say that he has been a high-end wide receiver 2 in fantasy, low-end wide receiver 1 in fantasy consistently all year. And Brandon Ayuk has not had a single game with double-digit fantasy points. So, just let you know what the smart people would say. The dummy like me, I would go, the Niners offense projects to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Looking at projections, Underdog has Ayuk, higher or lower 59.5 receiving yards. Apparently I can't spell Brian. They have Brian Thomas, higher or lower 57.5. And I think you probably have you have a higher probability for the touchdown with Ayuk because there'll be more points scored in San Francisco. And everybody in the chat is agreeing. Do not play Ayuk. So letting you know right now, if you wanted to listen to the smart people, you go Brian Thomas Jr. That's probably the play. If this was my team, I would be the dummy, and I'd be putting in Brandon Ayuk. But yeah, I think running back in the flex would definitely leave as is. Now, JC Plumber says, Dynasty, I am rebuilding. Other owner may not want Wicks or Downs. The other owner may want Wicks or Downs instead of AD. Higher on Brian Thomas Jr. than Olave. Well, then in that case, it's an absolute no-brainer. And honestly, I'd give him Romeo Doubs or Dontavian Wicks instead of Adonai Mitchell here as well. Like if we're pivoting up to if you think Brian Thomas is a better long-term dynasty option than Chris Olave and you're getting the free first and second on it, I think it's a no-brainer. And seeing these tags definitely reminds me after this live stream, we may not end the stream for another 2 hours, maybe 2 to 3 a.m., but I need to update my dynasty ranks. But yeah, Brian Thomas is the no-brainer here on a rebuilder. Now, Pollock's World says, love the videos. Already got a good Mike Evans game. Need help with the bye weeks. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. So we actually just got done talking about this, saying that most people that know what they're, you know what, I'm just going to start on Dontavian Wicks. No Romeo Doubs. No Christian Watson. You only have Reed and Wicks. Great matchup against the Rams. Tight end, we go Bowers with no Adams. This is a great team. Running back, we have no Brooks, CMC, Montgomery this week. No Barkley this week. This is disgusting how good this team is. We're going to go Zach Moss, just take the guaranteed touches. I feel like that you can consider Kareem Hunt here. I just don't exactly know what the floor looks like with Hunt. And then going over to the flex, it's between Brian Thomas, Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk. To be completely honest with you, what I would do is I would look at the implied team total here. I would say the Niners are projected to score 28.5 points. Ayuk is another week with this offense where he missed training camp. I would go Ayuk. Most smart people would go Brian Thomas Jr. So do you want to listen to the dummy with Ayuk or the smart call with Brian Thomas Jr.? I'm doing everything I can right now to tell you to start Brian Thomas Jr. while acknowledging that I was an idiot and ranked Brandon Ayuk ahead of him this week. So, phenomenal team, though. The team's winning the league regardless. Joe Boy Jace again says 2-2, don't need to start at wide receiver in the flex. Wicks, absolutely must start guy over Pickens, Wandale, now that you have no Romeo Doubs in here as well. And then for the flex, you start Achane. I'm sorry. You start Achane over Wandale. You start Achane over Ford. Even if Mostert's in, even if this offense is garbage. I mean, you knew this offense was garbage the second that Tua went down. But Achane's still going to have the usage as a receiver here, which, I mean, really is not changing. Eric currently at a 40% advance rate in BBM. That is awesome. I think I was advancing. I didn't check after Thursday because obviously it's one game. I was advancing 30 out of 150 teams, I want to say. Last I checked. But a lot of my guys, whenever I drop my teams, I'm typically taking these guys that we think have the high ceiling in the final 3 weeks. Guys like Nick Chubb. I think like Nick Chubb's top 5 running back in exposures for me. So we're already, honestly, I am freaking crushing on Underdog. Like some of our highest exposed players are the late round guys that are actually smashing right now, such as Xavier Legette. We actually already got enough value out of Quentin Johnston for us to draft him as much as we did. It is already worth it for us. Ricky Pearsall is my third most invested into receiver. This is not Best Ball Mania. This is all underdog drafts. Roshan Johnson was my most drafted running back in terms of dollars spent. The Taylor injury is going to hurt me. I have a ton of Jonathan Taylor in underdog. In underdog drafts, it is. I have a ton of Taylor. Now, let's move this over to Travis now. Made this trade. Hate to see what London did, but high on Love and Neighbors. Hurts to Love, massive downgrade. London to Neighbors, upgrade. We paid Dell to get it done. I don't know if I love it. If it looked like this, it would be an absolute no-brainer. But there's a world that exists that Jordan Love is the MVP. That Jordan Love averages more passing yards per game than any other quarterback in the NFL. And Jalen Hurts still scores dramatically more fantasy points. Like, that world exists. So I would have liked it if it was this trade. With the initial trade, what side would y'all have rather had? Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Hurts side or the Love side? Would you rather have Hurts, London, Dell, or Love and Neighbors? Sebastian says Jalen Hurts. Hurts. That's where I'm at. Like, I'll acknowledge that Malik Neighbors is the best player in the deal. I just think you're downgrading too much at quarterback and you're paying Tank Dell for literally no reason. Yeah, I don't know if the upgrade from London, and obviously, I mean, we're playing Monday morning quarterback, right? If you said that you made this deal before the Thursday night game, obviously you can be regretting it now, but still. Now, CD's Nuts coming out with a free underdog team review. Excited to dive into this for you. Say Mason been hanging out watching for a few years now. Won 2 out of 3 leagues last year. Let's go. Returning champ in review here. No 150K on underdog yet. Just yet, my guy. I think you're hitting the 2 million on underdog this year. This review is a keep one, CD in the second. So if it's a keep one format, we just treat it as if it's a redraft league. You're always going to have one player that you're willing to keep. You never have to think long-term. And real quick side note, we are 1 like away from hitting 800 likes on the stream. Hit that like button if you have not done so. But, and could see Sunnyvale Bush League. I am Sandblast in Paint. It's 10-team Sand League. I can't see that based off how the site's set up. I can see the the CD's Nuts team. And I can see that we are the number 1 team with the league analyzer. We are 3-1. So a comfortable spot to be in. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So having the elite quarterback makes a lot of sense. Having an elite tight end makes a lot of sense. And prioritizing running back depth over wide receiver depth in this kind of format. Now, with all that being said, we do have the elite QB. We are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. Love to see it. Going over to running back, we have Breece Hall as our running back 1. I understand that some people are down on Hall. Obviously, garbage week this past week. But to be honest with you, I still view Breece Hall as a top 5 running back rest of season. I still think that Breece Hall is going to crush it. I really have no hesitation in saying that either. The only thing that scares me a little bit is we stood by Bijan. So standing by Breece Hall is a little scary, but I'm willing to do it. And then Joe Mixon, running back 1 in the long term. Running back in the short term kind of sucks. But I mean, we can't start Jerome Ford until Nick Chubb comes back. And Mixon should be back before Chubb anyway. And then going over to wide receiver, it's a league where depth doesn't matter much, as we already discussed. You have Lamb, Neighbors. Now we have Dontavian Wicks popping. We have Higgins, Keon Wicks. We have Legette. So we have a bunch of exciting wide receivers. One thing that you could do at this point is, can we find a team that has a bunch of tight end production? Yeah, this team has Bowers and Kittle. Like if you could go through pivot from T. Higgins to Brock Bowers, it'd be an absolute no-brainer there. Higgins to Kittle would be a little bit closer. But to be honest with you, now that you, and then obviously throw them Cole Kmet back, go like Higgins and Kmet or Higgins and Andrews, just see whatever they bite on. Like we can offer Higgins and Andrews to get Bowers, Higgins and Kmet to get Bowers. If they accept it, then we bring in the elite tight end. We cut the other tight end. We have another roster spot. We have 2 players we can pick up off the waiver wire in that case. Because now that Dontavian Wicks looks like he may be a viable wide receiver for us, or Keon Coleman has a lot of the long-term upside as well. It's a really comfortable position that you find yourself in. Where I think you can afford to trade one of the mid-tier receivers to go get the top-end tight ends. And it's honestly okay in that instance if we just cut Kmet, cut Andrews, and then pick up 2 more receivers, running backs down here at the bottom end. But it's a phenomenal team. Clearly, it's a team that you don't have to do much. We are number 1 in the league analyzer. We are 3-1 as well. Yeah, I'll just try to trade for a better tight end strictly because you can afford it and you only start 2 receivers in a flex. But I appreciate you. Definitely hoping that you go back to back here. Definitely rooting for you, my guy. But let's move this over to a start sit question from Dubs20. I don't want to start Juwan Jennings. We have to start Juwan Jennings. Never mind. Yeah, no DeAndre Hopkins this week. No Malik Neighbors. No Adam Thielen. Yeah, we have to start Jennings. Running back, I don't want to start these guys, but we have no Zamir White. We have no Pacheco. Tight end, we have to start Parkinson over. Yeah, there's literally nothing we can change. Pacheco's out this week. Michael Mayer you shouldn't have on your roster. You should cut him, unless you're Michael Mayer's dad. DeAndre Hopkins on bye. Malik Neighbors out. Zamir White out. Adam Thielen out. So this is our starting lineup for the week. Not excited, to be honest. Not excited. Now, Creel coming out with a trade question. Ramondre's almost a 0. Khalil Shakir's, I don't want to say almost a 0, but Khalil Shakir is not exciting. This is Bijan Robinson by a mile. I don't give a damn what anybody says in the live chat. Brian Robinson hurt. Khalil Shakir hurt. Ramondre Stevenson benched. You're getting Bijan Robinson. You're getting a player that was drafted as the RB3 that's currently fully healthy. Even if he's been a little bit disappointing, he is the no-brainer here. Now, Nate Berta coming out with a start set. Appreciate you. Says, have a lot of receivers, and I don't know if I should start Tyreek or Robinson as a flex. I'm 1-3 and need to win. Okay. Oh, so this is a deep league. So the wide receivers are a no-brainer here. Tight ends, if Njoku does play, I'll play David Njoku over Pat Freiermuth, but I would play Freiermuth over Ertz. Running back, I'm going to go Hunt over Tracy. And flex, yeah, we don't flex Tracy here. We flex all 3 receivers. We can't play Jalen Waddle. Gibbs on bye. I'm not playing Wan'Dale Robinson over Tyreek Hill. I will not do it. I'm sorry. And maybe a smart person tells you to go Wan'Dale Robinson over Tyreek. My monkey brain simply cannot start Wan'Dale Robinson over Tyreek Hill. So I leave the lineup as is. I think Wan'Dale is definitely the most appealing guy to get in. But I play Debo over him. I play Deontay over him. I play Tyreek over him. I play Diggs over him. I play Reed over him. I play Harrison over him. So we leave this as is. Now, Trevor, always out in the chat with us, I believe. Massive donuts. Mason, 1-3 start this year despite being the second highest in scoring. Well, we got to work on our defense. Got to work on our coaching. Want to deal with my wide receiver depth and maybe James Conner for more elite talent. Okay. So this is a league where you start 2 receivers in a flex. Definitely play Kelsey over Crafts. Running back, I think, honestly, you could consider Najee over James Conner. Specifically with Conner having a brutal matchup going up against the Niners and Warren and Cordell Patterson both getting ruled out already. Can we see if Underdog has projections out? They have Najee higher or lower, 88.5 total yards. Even odds to score a touchdown. They have Conner 74.5. That's what I figured. I think you have to go Najee over Conner now that you have the official news there. And let me actually update my rankings on the site to reflect this as well. Because I don't know if we have it ranked that way. Running back, we need to move Najee over James Conner. Like Najee needs to fly up. God dang, did we accidentally just move Saquon Barkley? Let's move Barkley back down. And yeah, week 5 rankings. I think we have to move Najee ahead of Achane, Hubbard, Connor. I think Najee looks like a top 12 running back this week. And you can definitely afford to sell James Conner if this is a full PPR format. Or if you wanted to send like Connor and JSN or Connor and Higgins to go get a running back that has more receiving upside, you definitely can. But yeah, great team. Justice Man is asking us, okay, so next time you submit a question here, all you have to do is, if you're wanting to know, oh, do I start Mahomes or Geno, which we go Mahomes, you just leave an empty quarterback slot and you put the 2 quarterbacks that you're considering underneath here. And then if you need a flex, you leave just one empty flex spot and you put the 4 players that you're considering under here. And then I'm able to go through and I'm able to actually fill it out and you can get the starting lineup as well. But I go Mahomes over Geno this week. Obviously, Geno's been significantly better so far this season. And then I'm going to be going with Alexander Madison over Rome, Braylon Allen, and Jordan Addison. Even though it's a tough matchup and even if you have the lowest implied team total in the NFL for the Las Vegas Raiders this week, it is a spot in which Madison should have the receiving workload and should have a baseline guaranteed touch floor. Now, K-Fly coming out with the starting lineup request. Here, I think you have to go Dontavian Wicks with everybody being ruled out in Green Bay. I'm probably going to go Garrett Wilson over Brian Thomas despite the really tough matchup. And then for the flex, the most appealing running back would be, we don't have one. It's really between Thomas and T. Higgins and who you're going to flex. I think Higgins is in a better offense with better quarterback play that has to air the ball out to keep up with the Ravens. And at the same time, if you're looking at T. Higgins here, this is, I don't know, a wide receiver that saw 10 targets last week from Joe Burrow. Obviously, they ran the ball a ton against Carolina because it was Carolina. I don't know if they can do that against Baltimore. Now, this is a trade where we send London for Jacobs. I have London ranked higher than Josh Jacobs in my rest of season ranks. I think Josh Jacobs is a great buy low candidate. But to go through and move Drake London for him, I think it'll just be way too much. Way too much. Now let's move this over. This is a team review from Vegas. It says, help, I'm 1-3 and I'm losing it. What are your thoughts on this in a non-PPR? First off, my friend, you should be able to link your team with the site relatively easily with it being on ESPN. And I would definitely recommend doing that, not only if you're going to get another team review in the future, but also if you just want to check out a bunch of the free tools that we have on the site. It makes it a lot easier if you have your team linked. So definitely link your team with the league. Second thing is, with this being a non-PPR format, couple things change. We are really primarily focusing on touchdown upside rather than traditional volume. And if we are looking at touchdown upside as the most important thing, what is important in that instance is the offense that the player plays in, more so than the role that they are going to have. So we want players in good offenses. We want players where touchdowns will be available. We are also highly incentivized in a non-PPR format to build an elite QB, strictly because quarterback's going to make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. And obviously the running backs that catch passes won't be a super high priority as they are in a full PPR format. So going through and looking at the squad. Right now at quarterback, we have Jaden Daniels. I'm in a QB that we can start every week, view as an elite name. Really with zero hesitation as well. Definitely don't need to roster a backup quarterback when you have Daniels. We have Kyler Murray. So obviously Kyler Murray disappointing this past week, but if you would be able to potentially sell Kyler in a 2-for-1 deal with potentially a running back to go get an RB upgrade, I think that would be phenomenal. Going over to running back, I love our running back room in a full PPR league. With Achane, Aaron Jones, I think you're golden. However, in a non-PPR format, I mean, similar to how we had Achane as at sell high 2 weeks ago, obviously it'd be much harder to sell him now. And I actually think Achane is a great buy low candidate now that his value has fallen so much from where it was 2 weeks ago. And a full PPR league because people are full-blown panicking on him, as they should, because the offense is very bad. In the full PPR league, the reception floor may save him. In a non-PPR format, you have no hope for that happening. So here in your non-PPR league, Achane is immediately a player that I'm looking to sell. I'm looking over at a running back like Derrick Henry, where we are more so incentivized to build around touchdown upside, touchdown upside, touchdown upside. Obviously, this is all much, much easier said than done. But if you could go through and potentially package together, say, a depth receiver, you're going to have to give up an exciting name, but you have him on your team. If we can give up Drake London, who's currently on our bench, obviously, we should have started him over Debo this week. Hindsight is 2020. I ranked Debo over him. I didn't know. But if we can take either Debo Samuel or Drake London and send him with Devon Achane to pivot over and get to a running back like Derrick Henry in a non-PPR format, I think we do it. Because in a non-PPR format, I don't think Achane's a running back 2 in the short term. I don't think he's a high-end RB1 in the long term. I think he's a lot more like a running back 3 in the short term. And in a non-PPR format, he may be just a high-end RB2 in the long term. Hard in New York says, I'm Vegas. Can you see that I linked my team? You went through and, my guy, you submitted the screenshot. So, maybe you submitted a screenshot, then linked your team after. But I'm sorry, if you submitted the screenshot, we have the screenshot. But if this is you in the chat, if you have any questions, for the love of God, ask them. I'd be happy to answer as many as we can. I mean, going over to wide receiver, the thing is, it's just a non-PPR format. So wide receiver, while the elite names are still extremely exciting when you have the touchdown upside with them in good offenses, like obviously these guys are in great offenses. Chase, Debo, Lamb, love building around them. It's just like the depth names aren't nearly as important. So we have Cooper Kupp on the IR as well. So when you have Kupp and Drake London down on the bench, you can go ahead and you could look to sell one of these receivers with Achane to get that running back upgrade. Tight end, we have Kelsey in a great offense. No Rashee Rice. I do think that Kelsey has plenty of touchdown upside going into the future. I have no hesitation in rostering him there. If we could find somebody that would be interested in buying Dallas Goedert from us by sending maybe Dallas Goedert and Aaron Jones to pivot to a running back in a higher tier, to pivot over to a running back, let's look at the rest of season ranks. To pivot over to like a Kyron Williams level player, that you do have all the touchdown upside in the world and you have that red zone role, honestly, to even pivot over to Jonathan Taylor with how loaded your team is, I think that could make sense as well. But yeah, I mean, this is an insane team. I do want to reiterate, in a full PPR format, I actually think the hate has maybe swung too far, where like 2 weeks ago, we had HNS at sell high name. But now I honestly think he could be an interesting buy low player. But in your non-PPR format, I'm looking at your team now, my guy. Just please, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. I can't look at anything post what you submitted. It doesn't matter what happened after you submitted it. This is what I have. But if you have any questions, I'd be super happy to answer them for you. But I think the main thing you're trying to do is squeeze out value from Kyler, if we can, in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade a running back. Squeeze out value from one of the quote-unquote depth receivers, because you have 5 absolute star-studded wide receivers here, with London and maybe one of the running backs to squeeze out value with running back. And then same thing with tight end. Everything is about optimizing for the high upside running backs that you think could come away with, 16 touchdowns this season. That's the main thing that I'm going to be looking to do with this team. I think you have a ton of firepower to do just that. So yeah, please let me know again in the live chat if you have any questions, and I'd be super happy to answer them. Mason says, what's the price of Bijan at the moment? I have Bijan rest of season as a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. Nate says, is Baker viable to start rest of season? Without the rushing upside, I personally have Baker as a low-end QB1. That's going to be down to your specific matchup. We are completely out of water. But I'm just waiting to see if we have any questions from Heart of New York, because this is their team. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the vlog. I just think in a non-PPR format, you just have so much value there at wide receiver that we want elite level running backs. And just a heads up, it's easy, bro. We do not answer questions that are just copied and pasted over and over again. You just ruin the chat for everybody, and we don't answer those. I appreciate you hanging out, but yeah, if you're copying and pasting your question, kind of ruins the chat for everybody else. Heart in New York says, my question is, if I sell wide receivers for better quarterbacks or something, I don't know what to do when this league at 6-point pass. If it's a 6-point passing touchdown format, I do think that you could actually, just when your team is so loaded here, you could look to pivot off of Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is my QB4, my rest of season ranks. A lot of this is due to the fact he's averaging 1 rushing touchdown per game, right? If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, Jaden Daniels is going to run laps around these quarterbacks that aren't going to run the ball. But if it's a 6-point passing touchdown league, if you wanted to pivot over to some of those quarterbacks that you believe could have a little more passing volume, like if you wanted to pivot from Daniels and maybe get to Josh Allen, I definitely think you could do so. But obviously, Jaden Daniels is still phenomenal in his own right. Jaden Daniels this week is projected to outscore 25.5 points, which obviously we are extremely excited with. But yeah, specifically because, this team is loaded. Like, looking down on the bench, it's ridiculous. So if you could trade like Dallas Goedert and Jaden Daniels to the Josh Allen team, no brainer. Or Jerome Ford and Jaden Daniels to the Josh Allen team. Or Trey Sermon, Jaden Daniels. Really, any of those options. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move this over to Double Tap. This is CD's Nuts. I was wondering if you need any upgrades. Appreciate the work you do. It's my second year doing fantasy football, and you've been a great help. Thank you so much. We'll be happy to go through and check the squad out. This is a team where you are really close to everybody with the league analyzer at the very top, where we have about 6 teams all within grasp of that top slot. Obviously, just very different than what you have down here near the bottom. Now, we are the number 1 team. We are currently 3-1, so I'm assuming it's going to be a pretty strong squad. We have Dak Prescott. I actually think that Dak Prescott is... I appreciate Heart of New York. I'm sorry for the issues. But I actually think that Dak Prescott is in a much better spot now that you've had the injuries to this Dallas defensive line, where maybe Dallas does have to play catch up and look to actually throw the ball with a little more aggression in the second half than what you've come to expect with this Dallas Cowboys offense. So I think it's an interesting spot here for Dak. Going over to what we have, I mean, a much better spot with Dak than it was previously. Going over to running back, we have Montgomery, James Conner, Braylon Allen, Jerome Ford, Trey Benson. So, I mean, it's a running back room that we definitely don't have like the top end option. Like, we don't have a running back one that we are extremely excited about. It's not like we have Kamara. It's not like we have Derrick Henry. But I mean, we could definitely get by with this running back room. We just have the depth, but not the top end production. But the question is, like, how could we get to that top end production? One thing that you could potentially do, and I hate saying this because honestly, I have a lot of Sam Laporta in underdog drafts. I have Sam Laporta in the flock league. I am rooting for Sam Laporta in the second half of the season almost more than any other player. So honestly, what I would probably look to do is, with Tucker Kraft looking like a top 10 tight end rest of season, and wide receiver, obviously we're crushing. There's nothing to talk about. At wide receiver, we have Lamb, we have Neighbors, we have London, we have Thomas, we have Mooney. We have the best wide receiver in the league. You don't need to roster another guy. Really never looking to make another waiver wire play. But moving from Laporta and like David Montgomery to get a top end RB1. Moving from Laporta to James Conner to get a top end RB1. Relying on Tucker Kraft going into the future, only rostering one tight ends, and picking up another running back off the waiver wire. I think that would be very interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to come up with anything here. Looking at the wide receiver, and we don't want to change a thing unless you could find somebody thinking that Darnell Mooney all of a sudden is this guy forever into the future. And if you could, maybe instead of selling Sam Laporta, sell Darnell Mooney and David Montgomery to go get that top end RB1, we would there. But I just think it's harder to imagine somebody paying that price for Mooney than it would be somebody like Sam Laporta. Looking at the teams that need a tight ends, this team is Njoku and Gesicki. They don't have a running back one of significance, though. That's an issue. This team has CMC, like maybe going like a Laporta and Braylon Allen to get to McCaffrey and just going for the long-term upside on a 3-1 team where we have all the upside in the world. I think that could be very interesting. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Obviously, it's a 3-1 team, number one team in the league analyzer, phenomenal wide receiver. It's hard to say much. Now, moving over to Michael Paz, ignore the negativity. Everyone love to hate when you're at the top. Love you, Mason. Keep grinding. Hey, there's a good song here. Let me find the title of the song. This is the truest song. This is my song here. All right. Let's see this. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. All right. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. Now, anyway, appreciate you, my guy. Anyway, looking at the squad, I'm sorry, you have to start Brandon Ayuk. We'll add some more haters this week. You have to start Brandon Ayuk, 28.5 point implied team total. You have the routes. Juwan Jennings will come back down to earth. You have the large sample of the Ayuk efficiency in 2023. I think he does revert back to closer to his old self. Is he a wide receiver 1? Probably not, but wide receiver 2, I think it's a fine spot in this great matchup. Going over to tight ends, I actually think Kraft is super interesting with the injuries in Green Bay, but we will go Kelsey. Going over to running back, we have no Moss. Really, our only real plays are Zach Moss and, we have no Mixon. Our real plays are Zach Moss and Javonte. Joe Mixon out. Javonte in a really good matchup against the Raiders. Going over to quarterback, I hate to say it, in the best matchup you could possibly ask for, going up against the Jacksonville Jaguars. If A-Rich is good to go, I go A-Rich over Geno. And then for the flex spots, do we go Keon Coleman now that you have no? I go Keon over Waddle now that you have no Shakir. I go Keon over Rome with no Shakir. I go Keon over Kraft. We have no Mixon. So yeah, I think we go Keon Coleman because you have no Khalil Shakir in this game. Now, JMY coming out says, would we rather start Rome, Tracy, or Yoshi Vosh in the third flex spot? For sure, I would go with Tracy. I think Tracy get the guaranteed touches. And then, yeah, if Brian Robinson doesn't play, and in that instance, I think you're actually probably pivoting over to Rome and Dunze. But obviously, if Brian Robinson's good to go, even if he is potentially limited, you still go Robinson over Rome. Now, Gavin coming out with a start set. We currently have Colby Parkinson at our tight end slot. Wide receiver, Deontay must start name. We go Amari for the target volume we've had in Cleveland, even if the production's been disappointing. Yeah, Parkinson at tight ends, I think is completely fine. Knowing the environment with no Cup, no Pookie is going to get volume. We're going to go Brees and Walker's our 2 only running backs. And then for the flex, we're really going to be deciding between Shaheed, Waddle, Addison. I probably go Addison. My thing is, if you look at Shaheed, obviously he was phenomenal this past week, but it was in an environment in which it was an outlier target game for him. And against the Kansas City Chiefs, you have an implied team total of 18.5 points here for this New Orleans Saints offense. So I do think that they come back down to earth quite a bit. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the rest of the start set questions. And actually, you know what? We've been live for over 5 hours, so we're probably going to call it here. I see we have a few more questions. Of course, I'm going to answer them in the live stream tomorrow. And don't worry if you can't make the live stream tomorrow. The answers are going to be sent to you through the site as well, so you can see the exact clip of me answering your question. That's why you can always ask a question at any time of the day over on flogfantasy.com. Even if you're not going to be able to make it out to the live stream, you're still going to get your answer. But yeah, going through, if you wanted to ever ask a question on flogfantasy.com, you can at the top right corner here with the expert advice. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review. If you wanted to get a team review in particular, definitely the cheapest way for you to do it, and what I'd recommend is going over and taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You will get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com, and you will get a free Dak Prescott pick more than less than half a total yard. So yeah, make sure if you wanted a team review, go with the freeway. It's only $10 if you do the Underdog way. And yeah, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address that you have on Underdog Fantasy. That way I'm able to go ahead. That way I'm able to know what person that we need to get that free team review voucher. Underdog sends me the list of emails the day after anybody signs up with code FLOCK and makes that $10 deposit. So you'll just get the voucher the next day. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all hanging out with me. And yeah, we'll be in for another 5-hour live stream tomorrow, another 5-hour live stream the day after, the day after, the day after, the day after. We're not going anywhere. I really appreciate you and hope I get to see you tomorrow night.